It's Wednesday, so you know what that means. It's time for more Deadlock Fight Night number 28. Kicking things off here with Europe. I'm ZP here with Jason. And Jason, familiar faces here in EU, but a storyline that has really evolved from week to week.
Yeah, and for me, that really big storyline is the fact that Intel is the sponsor of this show. They've been with us every single week. Man, if we're talking about storylines, it's all been about Intel, but of course, also has been an EU side in my opinion, been about Calico and a little dash of Haze mixed in there if you missed it on last week's games. I'm definitely expecting Calico to be a very highly prioritized pick at a lot of these teams.
As it turns out, being able to not only be a force in lane, but also being able to devour boxes better than anyone in the game, pretty darn good.
Cats
if you're just
do like
tuning in
sitting
wondering
in boxes, so it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. But if you're just tuning in wondering what this is all about, your first time here at Deadlock Fight Night, we got you covered. This is our schedule here for the day. We got 2 challenging teams in each region. They fight off against each other to play against the champion of the region in a $1,000 money match. And while we have had turnovers here and there, things have been relatively stable the last few weeks, where VP top of the hill in EU, Melee Creeps top of the hill in NA, but look at it at EU here, Jason. At one point, this was very fluid, but now in the last month to really 2 months, VP has once again been the team to beat.
Yeah, I think to be fair, in the EU region, I mean, it's mostly been Virtus.pro dominating with a little bit of a spritz of one win. But Abrahams or Paravision or DMS, I mean, it's been really kind of rough in recent times for this team in general, just due to the fact that they've kind of had a splitting, coming back together with some different players on the roster. One win having a really good performance when it came to one of our prior patches, but then once their death ball was figured out, it was very difficult for them to get back on top. But at least within last week alone, we did have Abrahams get into the money match, and they did take a map off Virtus.pro, taking it to 3. There is a chance. I saw Hoot streaming earlier saying today is the day, the one-time DFN champion. Like, can today really be the day? And they have to have a little bit of extra in their pool here if they want to be able to close things out.
Anything can happen on any day of play. That's one thing we've learned here of over 28 weeks now of Deadlock Fight Night. But before we get into the rosters, gotta, of course, bring in our analyst here for the day, Jake. Jake, 28 weeks, it's been a journey.
So it has. VP and another good week to play some Deadlock. Been playing a lot on the new patch. I'm really excited to see how these teams continue to adapt. I mean, it's just the fact that we played a couple weeks of this patch. Still, to me, I think there's a lot of room for teams to continue to innovate and learn. And I'm just always curious to see what new strategies, what new drafts teams end up pulling out, especially here in Europe, where the team play has been so solid here over the many weeks of DFN.
Well, speaking of team play, we're going to get into the teams. First team, of course, to look at here is going to be Abrahams, where they're using the old Abrams logo. So now we have a little bit of differentiation here, Jason, where it used to be the same exact icon, but, Abrams has got an upgrade over time. But, Abrahams are like, no. We'll keep using the old Abrams icon. But what isn't old here is the level of talent here on Abrahams, where it's kind of the DMS Polgelias Cambria core that is like when the Paravision is, continually remix themselves over time. And this is the newest iteration.
Yeah, it's the newest iteration. ZP, I'm not afraid to just be blunt about things, right? In my opinion, it's definitely not the strongest iteration of this core team of Together, TAS, and Saf. I feel like we've seen some individual plays out of Saint. We've seen some individual plays out of Hoot. Not to point any particular player out necessarily, but Jamside I've been kind of not impressed within the roster, whether or not he's playing a different role within the team, or he's been playing certain heroes he's out of his comfort zone, or whatever it might be. But we haven't seen them be as good as they were back in Polgelias Cambria days and the Paravision days. I know Hoot last week had a massive step up. I was complaining a lot, saying I wish he would take more of like a carry role within the team. And last week, it seemed like they did make that change. He had a stellar performance when it came to Calico, not only in their match versus one win, but also in their matches versus Virtus.pro, which eventually drew out the ban of Calico in particular. But this team, yeah, it's not quite there for me still at the moment. And I don't know if that's just me being too harsh, or maybe you guys have your own opinions about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting roster and where they've been overall. I think the interesting thing, though, is that even when you look at teams like One Win that have had troubles, I just think that every meta kind of brings its own trials and tribulations in terms of where you're at. I do think when you look at the player contributions, you can look at Jamside and be like, oh, I miss the days of Play With Me. But, it's always hard because it's not always in a vacuum and where things are at. Where, by the way,
Play With Me? After seeing TAS play Haze last week, man, I bet he's kicking himself wishing he'd be on a team right now.
I did hear
Haze is kind of back. I think it's, I don't know if it's good, but I think it's definitely viable, right? In the current meta. I think it's compared to for a while, it was almost untouchable, right? For months and months of DFN. I don't know that it'll be picked this week, but I definitely think there's something interesting to be said there.
Well, we're going to move along here to one win where I'll say in the last note, I've heard rumors of a Wolfie Play With Me team, but that was a while back. I'm not sure if that's still happening, but that would be exciting if it did. But one win, of course, this is a team that they were the previous kings of Europe before VP retook the throne. They had a period of dominance where Pocket came back into the meta. They were able to play it really, really well. Everything was seemingly going well for them. And then, things just continually kind of shifted meta-wise. You had, big nerfs come into a lot of the early game heroes, and one win from there on out, they kind of went through a Kelvin, Shiv, Prio era where, maybe they were overdrafting it, and they've still been kind of searching for their identity, Jason, in the last month or so to try and get back up to the heights that they once had.
I mean, if you're talking about changes within the game, I mean, you even brought it up yourself. We had a best of 5 between One Win and Paravision, and Pocket had a 100% win rate in that series. Empty Dreams, like that was one of his big go-to heroes, and was able to have a lot of impact into the game. But recent changes have made Pocket kind of obsolete. We obviously saw some nerfs to Calico, which is another core part of what they like to run. In my opinion, one thing that's been lacking in this team is like ABL has yet to find a hero that had that same level of impact as when he played Pocket, when he plays Yamato, when he plays a little bit Great Talon. He hasn't really been able to rise up to that dominating force we've seen him be in the past, which I think maybe has been hurting this team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, how One Win team, how the results are, because I mean, for a while they were really strong, really dominant, and not just winning, but winning with extreme prejudice, right? Kind of like rolling over the competition with their individual playmaking skills. So it's a team that, despite not having the most success the last couple weeks, I feel like you don't want to write them off. I feel like if they can really get their hands around the meta and figure out how they want to approach the game, they're a serious threat for any opponent.
Well, speaking of serious threats, the one thing that has really gone up in importance, at least in the sense that we've seen the meta evolve, has been the Mo 1v1.
What is this meta? The don't push meta?
Look, EU has actually taken the Mo 1v1s to ridiculous heights in recent times, and this time around, a little bit more of a brawl. Not as much finesse.
Oh, nice parry. He did the fake, I'm not going to hit you, and then the re-fake.
You got a double parry. Look at Krill just like roll around.
Little guy.
Can we replay that, just that part of Krill in slow motion rolling around, because that was pretty hilarious. But yeah, I mean, the Mo and Krills have gone meta on meta on meta. I wonder what's our next step when it comes to the coin flip. Are we going to advance on the Mo and Krill even further somehow?
Look, for me, it would be adding more items. Be like, okay, let's spice it up. Give the Mo and Krill's rebuttal and crushing fists. Just see what happens then. Get the extra distance and go from there. But here we go. It is going to be Abraham's with first pick, first ban. And I'm curious if we're going to see more of what we saw from last week, where you go out of your way to make sure that... what? Okay. Things have evolved. We're actually first banning Hayes, where I went from mid-level bans in EU last week to first stage bans now.
Okay.
Hayes has risen.
I mean, the laning pressure is actually kind of real from this character now. Like the gun damage from across the lane, able to make you a pretty good threat. You're a solid last hitter. And then the sleep is like kind of a perfect setup for a lot of skills that might normally be hard to land, right? In the laning phase, like the Warden Trap or something. And One Win is going to opening ban on the Viscous. Interesting choice.
Calico.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine.
I mean, you think Calico or Shiv.
I guess Shiv's been nerfed so much. Maybe Shiv not so good anymore.
Yeah, I did wonder, like, Shiv being highly prioritized last week after the nerfs, and maybe like Shiv will be dropping down a bit. But now we said that, watch Shiv get first picked up and over here. But Jake, I feel like you have to be a little bit disappointed because you were literally grinding Gun Viscous before we I was
playing a nasty game, bro. I dropped an absolute heater on the competition.
Well,
it is a Calico, so yeah, I mean,
surprised.
like you guys mentioned, just the early eco advantage from box running is just really potent. Calico, inarguably best in the game at that. And so it just gives you like this reliable stability to get a few of those early game items online. And I feel like you just are never going to have that bad of a game on Calico. There's not really a way for the opponent to stop you from doing those box runs in the early game.
Just giving that Swedish LeBron the ball, man. Give it over to Hoot.
And they're going to grab the pocket in response. Pretty interesting, actually, to just instant snap Pocket, who has been up and down, right, in the meta. Teams have never... I feel like it's hard for teams to figure out where exactly he stands. But I will say that power of Pocket just being able to safely be the one to scout ahead and push out lanes and create space in the map. It's like, I think there's like a scouting initiation role that Calico fills very well, that a lot of these frontliners fill very well, that Pocket, strangely, I think also fills that, despite not being tanky. He just flips out after scouting out the opponent position.
Jason, I'm looking at this. No, I'm gonna ask you, and then you can ask me. But where we're at here is, dude, look at this. There's no Wraith, no Shiv in the early opening rounds of picks. Already, we've had like meta evolution in just 1 week, effectively.
So you need
Well, I guess that kind of goes hand in hand to what I was gonna mention, is that we've seen a change in the way Pocket's being played somewhat. I think looking back to last week, we saw a lot of Pocket players go for most of, well, a good amount, if not most of their sole income came from the jungle. And I wonder if we're gonna see the adaptation here out of Empty Dreams, because we saw that happen a lot from Mikhail S, who was consistently like 20+%. It was the majority of his souls from the jungle alone, instead of using that from lane. So it kind of frees up Pocket, since he's extremely quick in the jungle. He can get around really fast. He can gank really easily. Maybe that's the adaptation of Pocket, is you kind of don't have to have that other player you feed a lane to. You can get over to one of your harder carries.
I mean, it's a good point, because Pocket is one of the only skills in the game where all 3 of your basic skills are farming skills, right? All 3 of them are like meaningful AoE damage. You can clear camps so much quicker, especially in the early game, where that's a problem for a lot of these bigger late game characters. And OneWin's going to go with the Warden. I sort of like this conceptually against the draft you see so far for Abrahams, where they've gone pretty heavy on the front line with the Shiv, Calico, and the Kelvin. But Warden, you know, can be building for the ulti, can kind of be tanking that front line, especially with the Affliction from Pocket, Geist doing her damage too, and it could overwhelm even a character like Shiv with as tanky as he is, even in the Kelvin Dome. You know, if Warden and Pocket are fighting that, I don't know if you're going to be able to heal through.
Interesting enough, as I look at this here, OneWin doesn't take out the Sinclair, so in theory, Sinclair is still on the table for Abrahams, if it's still even considered what you want to pick versus Warden. I mean, historically, it's pretty good. I feel like it's fallen off a little bit in prio of a pick Warden, immediately pick Sinclair in turn. But the thing that's really interesting to me is that not only does Mirage make it to the mid-stage bans, but so does Wraith in this case, where Wraith, we'll say if Wraith is even banned, it's not. So when you look at what's been picked here, I think the one thing that's really stepping out to me is that frontline is being valued again more than anything else. And then on top of it, it's like frontline, then support, with Kelvin being picked, Ivy being banned, and then the heroes that are more carry focused like Wraith, Mirage, etc., are being shunted a little bit more to the back of the draft now.
I mean, hugely, I think maybe one of the biggest changes that no one, okay, Holiday goes now, but I was saying Holiday and Paradox both untouched so far, and those have historically been some of the most reliable top prio characters. So maybe neither team feeling like they're as necessary as they were before, which is kind of surprising. Like,
it's been a shift in the items. So we had Healing Nova being picked up a ton, so you can just do a lot of healing to your minions to allow big pushes to come through and a lot of sustain. Now it's Rescue Beam, and Rescue Beam was so heavily prioritized out of every team last week. We're seeing a minimum of 2 per team. That the swap you do doesn't matter. The last you do doesn't matter. Pull them out.
Yeah,
exactly. So that's why we're seeing Paradox Holiday no longer be picked in the first picks or banned away anymore. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see OneWin still commit to it, because we know Kelvin's going to have a Rescue Beam for sure.
I do feel like Holiday can be strong, by the way. Thanks to Average Jonas for the big raid. Welcome, Jonas viewers. Hope you guys had a solid stream. Here on DFN, though, it's going to be OneWin taking on Abrahams for our opening match. And as much as it's true, like the saves can be there to deny the Holiday initiation, I do feel like Holiday, like historically, you've seen Holiday and Paradox actually have pretty big damage stats by the end of the game, where like sometimes, yes, they're going to get that perfect catch and just like get a free kill with the rest of their team. But other times too, just being a disruptor, opening fights up, nuking. I feel Paradox might be in a bigger trouble, because if you Rescue Beam Paradox's target, not only you save that person, but Paradox is in and she's in trouble potentially. But at least with Holiday, it's like it just breaks your lasso, and then, you know, Holiday's not going to die for that.
Well, the other thing that's really interesting to me here too, in terms of priority, we just saw Lash get picked over Paradox. Paradox was completely available for Abrahams, and they still said, actually, we would rather have Lash, which is, given the fact that they have Tass on the team, that is a pretty ridiculous change of priority in just a week. Wraith finally getting picked up by OneWin on the back end. Paradox still available. Don't think OneWin will likely go for it. Maybe Abrahams can still go for it as a very final pick. And instead, okay, this side Sinclair, just in case, I think, because they didn't really relish the idea of Sinclair coming up versus Warden.
Even she really liked the Sinclair here. I think the copied Lash ult is like one of the better ones for Sinclair. Just the threat of it is like, even if you don't actually copy the Lash, the other team has to play as if you might always have the Lash ult. I think that's a real problem for them. They can also copy something like the Kelvin ulti and just be consistent in countering the enemy Lash or counter initiating in general. It's going to be a Bebop for Abrahams. That's an interesting pick. I mean, I feel like very feast or famine here. I don't really love the Bebop. I think he could be in trouble, especially with a lot of these heroes have some pretty solid escapes. Like with the exception of Geist and Warden, feel like pretty much everyone else is going to be able to slip away from a Bebop hook.
Does this mean Hoot's going to be playing Bebop instead of Calico? Because I mean, he's one of the best Bebop players in the EU.
Super curious to see what build he goes on Bebop. Like we've seen some teams go gun damage. I see people post building melee Bebop. I feel like that can't be good, but I've seen it a few times. I don't know.
I mean, it would either be that, or you could potentially, maybe there's a world where you put Tass onto the Bebop. I don't know. That it actually, I think you have to have Hoot on the Bebop no matter what, and then you have everyone else shift.
Thinking Tass probably Lash, right?
Yeah, Tass would, in this case,
I mean,
yeah, probably likely Lash.
I also think given the draft, Calico, really needs to be like a carry core here alongside like Shiv and Infernus, since they have a lot of utility from Bebop, Lash, and Kelvin. I mean, Lash can also do some pretty solid damage, but tends to build a little bit more for the combo and for the setups. And so, yeah, I think that's going to be key. I feel like one team, though, I think the Sinclair and the Pocket are going to just have a field day. Like, I don't see like a solid catch setup control for either of those characters. And they're notoriously, I mean, the rest of this comp in general is so super difficult to actually stick on top of, even if you do Lash ult them, right? I think they potentially can get out unless the Kelvin Dome is right there to lock them in.
Jason, when I look at the 1-win draft, I feel like if you had gotten the 1-win draft a few weeks ago, the immediate reaction would be like, well, you simply won the game. They have a lot of traditional power in the 1-win draft, but it does kind of feel like things have changed a little bit valuation, particularly with Calico being so highly valued now.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused at both teams, to be honest, because I don't really see that heavy carry on Abraham's side to match like a Wraith. Like Infernus, I still will never put in that position as being like one of those heavy carriers for a team, but obviously can be very slippery. I mean, 1-win, I'm still not 100% convinced by Pock, even though I did discuss earlier about how we're seeing a lot of Pockets go for the jungle farming instead to kind of alleviate the pressure, because you want to feed Warden, you want to feed Wraith, and then you have to have a lane where the rest of your team groups, which would be the final lane, right? So Pocket can farm in jungle while this is happening. But I am worried though for 1-win, because I'm still not impressed with Empty Dreams on Pocket with the recent changes. ABL, I'm assuming he's going to be, I actually don't even know. Is he going to be on Warden for this team? Like, I feel like he's been one of the players who's
Geist,
been kind of...
maybe?
Yeah, it may be Geist.
I feel like Warden...
It's either.
Yeah. I mean, I think Abraham's is relying on, rather than like a conventional carrying strategy, they're relying on like an overwhelming front line that creates space for somebody like Infernus to work. I feel like 1-win team, rather than matching a front line, they're just going to be really elusive and evasive, and you're going to end up going on Geist and Warden most of the time. And I think those are scary kills to attempt, right? If they get saved just a little bit, they get the opportunity to get their ults off, they kind of turn around the fight from there. And then everyone else piles on top with the mobility, with Sinclair being able to throw some copied Lash ults into the mix. I think I really like this 1-win draft. I kind of heavily favor them. I feel like I see the theory behind the Abrams draft, and I think 1-win saw it too and was really prepared for this kind of a heavy frontline style.
I think Abraham's in the early laning phase is actually uniquely terrifying, because you have the entire element of the just Bebop in the lane in general is still one of the few heroes in the game that can take over a lane, period. And you have a Kelvin Lash lane, or sorry, a Kelvin Shiv lane, which is also just generally has been one of the very top lanes in the game for a long time. So I almost feel like for Abrahams, they're playing a sort of composition that is really hoping to get ahead in the first like 6 to 7 minutes of the game. It is almost what they're angling for.
It's a Task Bebop, just FYI. So that means we're going to have, I believe, the debut of Tass playing Bebop. I don't think he's played this in DFN history. I'm just double checking really quickly. No, you guys played 3 times. Never mind. Damn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I've seen
win
Tass on Bebop. If not here, then in another tournament, surely. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. Jake, you got any final thoughts before I let you go for a little bit on the lane setups as they take shape here?
Yeah, just very curious to see how the survivability is, and especially Bebop. I mean, he always is that feast or famine hero. You land some of these early game hooks, you get off to a snowball, you look so potent, but you kind of get to the late game and the game's relatively even, you end up just being a little bit chungus.
Jason, they're running the world threat team up lane here, though. When you're putting Lash and Bebop in the same lane, like the only way these two lore-wise are working together is if Galactus is coming to devour the planet, effectively. That's
the Fantastic 2.
Exactly.
Yeah, I actually am kind of interested in this lane, and I really wish we had like a deny soul counter or something like that, because Bebop is one of the best, if not the best heroes to confirm and steal away souls and get some denies through, considering you're the only one that has no travel time within your actual beam. Then also, taking a look here at this right-hand side, we see the amount of poke and damage that Sinclair can do and how much pressure you can apply. You can already see that being done here at the moment to Calico and Jam side and that right-hand side lane. And over on the left side, the Shiv Kelvin, like, you're going to expect a lot of power to come through in that lane once they do get the healing online. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Saint actually rush an early rescue beam as well, so together can be even more aggressive.
And on the same note, though, Holiday Warden is one of the stronger lanes you can have at the moment, too. So both teams kind of put arguably their strongest lane combo against each other in the left. So if either team is able to get ahead in the left lane, I feel like it's actually a pretty bad omen for the other side, given how much both have invested into left. But to me, I kind of look at it, I almost feel like the most likely scenario is a little bit more of a stalemate.
Well, we are seeing the mini-map. You guys are checking that one out. A lot of box rushing or a lot of box maxing going to be happening here. You can see Task going to be the one in towards the mid lane. Of course, Hoot in the right lane. Just kind of spreading things out, trying to get a little bit of an advantage here. And you actually are seeing, funny enough, Abrahams be so aggressive in this middle lane, trying to get them under tower. I wouldn't be surprised if they're even trying to look for an early tower here. I was expecting a little bit more push out of one win because you do have, I would say, the more favorable matchup when it comes to shoving a lane. But they're, I think, more than happy just to sit back and just chill for now.
Jason, one thing that's kind of missing in comp that I thought we'd be seeing more of with teams going more actively for box routes is that you very rarely see the box running turn into an early gank attempt, even though in theory it's the perfect cover. But okay, here on the Geist, the Pauper going to be there. Flash up on the other side, and no, Zanya is just going to be able to get away. But I would love it if we saw a little bit more early ganking. I'm sure economy-wise it just doesn't pan out most of the time, which is why you don't see it happen. But, I wonder what tweaks have to happen to the game to make it so you go for boxes, but then also sometimes go for a gank in that early stage.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like the game's in a position that it's just not worth the trade-off, because if you don't get that gank, you kind of fall so far behind because you most certainly missed an entire wave in your own lane, and you're not going to be able to get enough box maxing to make up for that. You look at some similar games like, League of Legends as well, where if you go for a gank and you're unsuccessful, it sets your jungle a little bit far behind. But yeah, I do wonder, like, what world would we see those potential changes come through? Because I do feel like the early game is a little bit stale. It's about who can take the first tower, and that's pretty much it. But it's hopefully something they're looking into. Who is, oh my god, ABL down to 30 HP here. Nearly QSR working out wonders for Sap, and I don't even know how. Was that a hook that killed him? No, how did you just kill him?
I think it was a melee. It was a melee that came through.
Okay.
It looked like it came through. I'm like mostly sure. I'm not 100% sure as if little hyper beam canceled. But yeah, the Lash Bebop lane, worst enemies, best partners in lane, as it turns out. At least for now. Telekinesis though, up here over on the right hand side, able to take down Hoot. So one win. Off to a decent start here on the right hand side, even if middle not really going their way.
Was a perfect timing window too, because look at Hoot's souls. He doesn't have Enter the Shadows. That's a clean kill with telekinesis online for Empty Dreams. Really well done. I don't even know how they got so far ahead, because that was only Hoot's first death. So there must have been a lot of like soul missing, or maybe Hoot missed out on a wave when he was doing some box maxing, but that is quite surprising to see him that far behind.
Meanwhile, things getting a little bit heated here, back in middle once more. Or shifting gears over to the left. Binding Word gonna hit. Down goes Saint. And this is where the Warden Holiday lane can still be pretty good, even against the Shiv Kelvin lane, just by the fact that as durable as Shiv Kelvin is, you still, between the CC of the lasso and the burst power of Last Stand early on, it's not the easiest to deal with. And, as we take a look at the lane here, in fact, First Guardian may be going against the Shiv Kelvin lane, which, you think a few weeks back was a lane that you rarely, if ever, saw lose.
Yeah, I think these knockups are really applying a lot of pressure as well. And the mobility you have extra from these jump pads to make sure Xenon can be safe on that Warden. It's gonna be Soul Exchange going to be used onto Saf. He's going to back away. Still has his Death Slam available, but he's very low on HP because the Affliction was used on top of this. He's almost certainly going to have to retreat back to base here with just 1 HP. Or is he actually going to stick around in lane? Wow, this is a really ballsy play.
Yeah, I don't always love the sticking around. We've actually seen it backfire a lot on players, but okay. Stays alive long enough to grab the heal, and in this case it'll work out. But I'm actually surprised they weren't a little bit more aggressive trying to finish off the Affliction. Taking a look here back on the left lane though. Tower nearly gone. Heavy focus on it. Doesn't care about the focus fire on the other end. Says, okay, still fine. We'll go for Guardian. Sif Overseas is going to be able to live. Looks like it will be the case. So, yeah, as far as left lane goes, victory to the Holiday Warden lane in First Guardian.
Yeah, and that obviously means we're gonna see Overseas rotate around as Dream gets a kill as well onto Jam side, who's just a frowny face or smiley face, whatever you want to call it. I feel like every week he seems to never put his name correct. That's a Shaz used out of Hoot. Not going to get the catch on to Empty Dreams. He's just going to escape. But back to the original point. Overseas now most likely going to be free to start rotating around the map here and look for some kill opportunities. You're already seeing the same thing being done reflected in the way Saint has positioned himself over towards the middle lane. So this does free up those solo laners to start getting that farm through. And when it comes to like Shiv up against Kelvin, or sorry, Shiv up against Warden, not having that safety net of a Guardian to retreat to can hurt quite a bit. Not to mention the shot going to be on the other side of the map for you.
Well, also you look at the farm between the two. It's even enough where even though Together is a little bit ahead on Xenon, like if Xenon is just there to get farm, it should reasonably okay. Although on the same note, I do wonder about how much roam power you actually have on the Holiday right now, because you're not going to be able to actually defend the Guardian for super long at this stage without help from the Holiday. But it wouldn't be an EU deadlock game without a little bit of pausing, which is a good opportunity to bring in Jake here. You know, Jake, it's been back and forth, relatively even on the economy aggregate, but you know, anything surprise you here so far on how some of these lanes have panned out?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest surprise is Shiv Calvin losing their tower relatively early, that they weren't able to make kills, you know, with those ulti cycles. And yeah, you do kill the Warden for killing the tower, but that's a trade I think you take every day for Xenon, who can now get a little bit further ahead. You can see Overseas also spending a bit of time off the map, zipped back towards the right side lane, and then end up now coming back to help Warden again. And so I think he's going to be coming in to attempt another gank here. If they're able to lasso somebody like the Kelvin, could very easily turn into a kill. Especially pulling them deep under the Guardian. So I think already a really great start for a one-man team. Like, I don't think one-man team needed to win the early game, and I think they already have with a draft that almost certainly is going to scale better unless they really throw it away in the next few minutes. I think one-man team are actually, despite the Soul lead being pretty even, are actually in a wonderful spot here to win the game.
Well, Jason, as we look into it, I tend to agree here, just because you think about how we opened up here at the idea that the Abraham's draft was focused a little bit more on lane dominance, and the best they did lane-wise was in middle with the Lash Bebop lane, but the other lanes, having more trouble here. Clearly, when you take a look at the Guardian situation, one win up 2 Guardians to 0, and even in middle, I mean, they've gotten it down to half, but it wasn't overwhelming for the Slash Bebop lane.
Yeah, and I know, like, it's not that big of a deal to get a flex slot this early, because realistically, you're not going to be able to fill out all of your slots. But what I do worry about is the map control. We'll get back to that in a second, as we do see Frozen Shelter being able to keep Together alive and get it back healthy. And I think the retreat out of 1 win right off the bat. But the fact is, they get 2 towers down, means they can leave their solo laners in the left and right lane, and they can start to group up in mid. They're the ones who are controlling the pace of the game now, or at least have the opportunity to control the pace. And it's very difficult, I feel like, a team, if you're having to be playing defensive, or you're having to react to how an enemy team is being. I think it's very hard to kind of get back into the game unless you play pretty damn well. So this is not a great sight for me for Abrahams.
Well, I think react is the right word too, where you think about a Shiv Kelvin lane, you're looking for combos to get kills with Frozen Shelter, not use Frozen Shelter to basically not die to the last stand. Saf also runs some trouble in middle, Overseas more room to roam, comes over the middle, puts it over the top for 1 win. So middle was the only thing going well for Abrahams, and now because the side lanes have kind of gone poorly, you start getting that overflow in the middle, which is one place where things were actually okay for you, and it's starting to get reflected in the overall economy now too, Jason.
Yeah. And the fact is they could even start to invade some of the jungle if they wanted to, because they can roam around as 4, leaving Xenon on the left lane, leaving Empty Dreams in the right lane. And I mean, you do have a lot of kill potential in this. I mean, you have an Affliction, you also have the Sinclair, so the audience participation can be huge in any situation depending on what ult you steal. And we're starting to see them hover in that direction, but with them also doing this, it kind of forces the rest of Abrahams to do so, to kind of match this and mirror this, meaning your supports are not really, you may be getting the items they need online, and hopefully for them, they have the rescue beams. You can already see Tass has his up, even going to use it on towards himself.
I think there's quite a bit of pressure on Tass as we get into 10 minutes as buffs and earn come up. I feel like this is the point in the game where you need to start landing some good hooks, and maybe it starts to that here. Pocket, under a little bit of pressure, going to briefcase, 500 HP. Fall through though, not going to be there, just going to be able to get away. But yeah, I mean, I feel like in the next 3 or 4 minutes of the game, if you're Abrahams, you're really hoping Tass is able to find some hooks, open things up. It's either that or you're looking for Saf to have the greatest death slam of all time when contesting buffs, where buffs are coming up. You got Saf up and over, but right now, no clear opportunities to turn anything to your advantage.
Yeah, on that task note, it's about how can you find value out of Bebop post early game, like post this laning phase. And we haven't really seen, I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen many Bebops in general as of late, but we haven't really seen a massive level of like late game impact outside of maybe Demov. Thinking back to, I think, one of our 1-win bombshell games we actually casted, where he was like sitting in base and the hooks he hit from the range he was hitting them was opening up kills and was dragging that game out. But I'm curious to see how TAS will kind of transition that, and also going into this team fight. I mean, Sap, we still have Death Slam available. I don't know if realistically we're looking to see Abrahams go for the turn-in, since we still have 1-win keeping them honest with their 2 players there.
I mean, one upside. Okay, Death Slam up over, grabs 2, drops him on back. Huge pick coming in from Saf, where just diving a little bit too deep, not respecting the threat of the lash, and that's going to lead to an immediate turn-in, bolstered by the Frozen Shelter. So, yeah, I mean, you got 2 down. That's a case where you absolutely could just burn your Frozen Shelter for the earn turn-in. So, really smart play by Abrahams that gets them back into the game econ-wise.
That was honestly ridiculous. Like, what, if I were to ask you, ZP, what's the normal response to a team trying to bait you with an earn?
Normally, you just leave enough there, like, make it so the turn isn't free, and then you try and go forward and take objectives on the map.
Exactly. You would try to take that left-hand walker in this situation in particular, as we see TAS go down here from the lasso. But because of that Death Slam out of Saf, he denies any sort of push, and like you said, you can commit to that Frozen Shelter to make sure to get that turn in. That was a huge turnaround for Abrahams, tying things up now 63k apiece, and hopefully for their sake, maybe a look for them to start getting some Guardians down.
The weird thing is in all of it, though, is that there's still, I feel like, in a hole. When you think about the way this game is going to scale, Abraham's like, I mean, that was a very, very, very good sequence of events that keeps them in the game, but they need more of that in the next 3 to 4 minutes, because I still think when you look at where the overall power is in the game, 1-win is still in a really nice spot that Abrahams has to make plays to sort of dislodge them from.
Speaking of plays, at least for Abraham's side, telekinesis is going to be used, as well as the Frozen Shelter to keep Hoot alive here. And even trying to get the catch on a flambo, which is going to work out for them. And now with the man advantage, what are they going to look to do? As Jam side might even be getting caught here on this left-hand side against, is that Zanya and Overseas there. The rotation is going to come through. And 1-win actually might be overcommitting for this Walker. There's a big group of Abrahams here to turn this around.
Abrahams is completely surrounding them here. This is actually kind of problematic for 1-win. We'll see if they're able to get away, but right now it looks like they're in hot pursuit. Calico leading the way, and Furnace right behind, looking for Geist and Holiday, but they decided to pull off. Not enough chase down power there. However, it's kind of interesting how aggressive 1-win has been trying to get down the left Walker, to their detriment, really, to the point that they got punished by Saf earlier before Earn, and that easily could have went against them. So,
oh yeah,
I wonder if you're 1-win, you just slow things down a little bit. Like you've been ahead, you don't need the hard push the way you are, but back in the middle, Saf looking to punish, getting hit with the soul swap in turn. Xenon's still gonna go down.
Yeah, good pick up here. Through the last one coming through, catching out TAS, and I think he gets stuck on the other side of a wall, so he actually escapes this one, at least for now. I don't know if they're gonna go for the chase on towards, but Empty Dreams, he's gonna dive on through and get the kills. So just a 1-for-1 exchange. As I feel like we're almost playing ARAM here, except it's not random. Both teams just really committing towards these middle Guardians. Here comes the Death Slam, gonna connect onto 2, and it actually might be the 2 he needs.
Yeah, it gets 2. Frozen Shelter coming in right on after. We'll see if the fall through is there. They're looking for Flammable. Flammable in real danger. Can't shift out. Gonna fall. So it's been Saf. Great Death Slams, one after another here. I mean, look, you get 2 people in Death Slam this early in the game. Generally speaking, it's gonna be good, and it's even better the fact that they've been able to combo with Frozen Shelter pretty reliably.
There's one thing I'm noticing, though, that I don't know if I have time to talk about just yet, and I'll come back to it if we do have a moment. Okay, we will. So I see Abraham's back. Keen away, or a massive hook gonna hit from downtown. And there's gonna be no swap for Zanya available. He should fall from this. And that was, I mean, that's the picks we're looking for out of TAS in particular, right? But one thing that is kind of worrying me, though, is who's farming on 1-win side. It's ABL in the right lane, and it's Xenon in the left lane. Xenon's only at 12k souls, so he hasn't been able to get ahead. Empty Dreams, they've actually pulled him from a solo lane to start skirmishing and being here for team fights. I know we've criticized some teams about doing this a little bit too late in the past, but I don't know if this is necessarily the right play. But I am curious to see how this plays out for 1-win in this switch up that they've done.
Well, the biggest problem for 1-win when I look at it is the fact that Warden is pretty far behind. Like your allocation, You're actually really happy to have the Dreams hold the phone. Lasso up and over, looking for the pick here on the jam side. Jam side, nowhere to go. Just gets fed into the waiting maw of Xenon. And now, off the pickoff. It's not just a pickoff, it's a full rotation here into left lane. They're gonna get the Walker and all the souls that go with it. And I was gonna say, kind of the worry is where Xenon is farm-wise, but that actually did a lot to bring Xenon back into the fray. And Empty Dreams has done a really good job of just, you know, accumulating on Wraiths. So, I mean, Abraham's, in a way, because of their comp here, Jason, they're still playing from behind in many respects.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the soul allocation, I mean, Jamside 17, Together 17, and Saf at 16. Hoot's kind of fallen behind and hasn't really been that impactful Calico that we kind of hinted at when we went into this draft, and even when we started the show. He's been kind of under control as he has positioned himself around the Urn turn-in where he's met up with Flammable. And also has the support of Xenon here, and Hoot's just going to have to back away and be very careful about this.
We'll see if who's able to get away. Sinclair, Warden, both chasing. Now, gonna try and go up the other side. And anytime you have to do a pivot like this, you are hoping for a juke that oftentimes is not gonna happen. But in this case, it does happen. Hoot just barely able to get away. Meanwhile, Urn is in motion. First control by Abrahams. Still, the Frozen Shelter has an opportunity to turn it on in, but given how One Win is positioning right now, I don't think this is something they want to force, Jason.
Yeah, I would imagine Abraham's... You don't want to throw a Frozen Shelter to confirm an Urn turn-in unless you already have a huge man advantage, like we saw previously. I think if anything, they want to look for some picks. I mean, they already lost their left lane Walker, so realistically, there shouldn't be any chance they lose their left lane Guardians. But they might lose Together here as actually being tracked out on. Blast is going to come through. I don't know if they have the damage to pick him off in time. The reinforcements trying to come in for Abrahams. It's going to be Saf in particular going to be looking towards. The Frozen Shelter comes in and buys some time. The Urn has been traded out in the hands of Zanya, who could go for a relatively free turn-in, but the fight is what we're all focused on.
Yeah, Xenon gonna drop the last stand in the middle of it. It's not necessarily a great fight for Abraham's. Nonetheless, Frozen Shelter already used. Saint low, Together down. And the save attempt there, they will at least trade out onto the Wraith, but it turns into a bit of a sloppy fight. Saf ends up dying by the end of it. Saint not gonna get away here. Saint's super low. Well, I say Saint's not getting away. Look at Saint's HP.
Need to communicate.
Saint actually does somehow get away in the middle of all that.
And that was
2 HP, Jason.
I mean, got rescue beam. He got like, oh,
what?
Just say like infinite HP, catches the ABL. I mean, he's gonna escape from this. He realistically shouldn't die. He's at the support of his team as well. But what a ridiculous hook out of TAS. Never let me question him on Bebop ever again after the plays we've seen. But the fact in that last fight, Together gets caught out, which okay, that I'll forgive. That's not a big deal. But Saf, instead of going for the fight, he goes for the contest on the Urn, uses Death Slam to pull Zanya away to pick up the Urn, and then he tries to run away with it, but he dies on the retreat, eventually just giving it over to One Win side for a turn-in, and they were able to get 2 kills off of that. A really risky play to go for that instead of just trying to support his team and try to go for kills outright and let the Urn go in. As we now see, the mid-boss has been started. There's no Death Slam, but realistically, I don't think One would have the damage without Empty Dreams there.
Yeah, I think this is an instance where they go down, they're like, wait. Mid-boss has a little bit of hands. And yet, okay, still going in, more of a commit here. They feel like Abrahams isn't around for the immediate contest. This is quite risky, though, to go for here. I mean, One Win has done this sort of play a lot. We'll see if it pans out. I mean, ideally, Abrahams is going to be able to get here in time. The Death Slam won't be up, though, Jason.
They've got every ultimate available. Last Stand has just come online. Who immediately rushes in, gets slow and hex as well, gets swapped with the Affliction on top of that. The Rejuvenator has now fallen to the ground. The Frozen Shelter just gonna be looking to buy some time as Empty Dreams already gets himself 2 kills. Saint, yeah, you stopped the actual Rejuvenator being picked up. Even a stolen Frozen Shelter being used to buy even more time here, ZP. What is happening?
That's a massive stolen Frozen Shelter, and yeah, Abraham's able to get the steal. And Together starts getting clean up here on the killing blow. So even with the good stolen Frozen Shelter, Together suddenly turns into his house of horrors. Up and over, multiple killing blows, maybe going down on the offset, but this is not at all what One Win team thought would happen in the middle of the fight. Just complete disaster in many respects for how it started. They're able to trade out to an extent. So, I mean, overall, the game is actually going to be in an even state at the end, but has to be one of the most ridiculous mid-fights we've ever seen, and probably a good time here to bring in Jake. Jake, I mean, that turned many ways, sideways, rotated, whatever you want to call it. That was a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, it was truly a wild one. I mean, the Sap didn't have his ultimate right on Lash, so they were like, all right, let's go for it. But the Kel penalty was able to stall that reju for long enough where the Lash ulti did come into play. And so I think One Win team, they didn't think about that. They didn't calculate that threat. they probably felt very confident after opening that fight with 2 kills from Empty Dreams, but in the end, the team fight was just too strong. Together was kind of the last man standing there. Now Holiday, though, trying to turn this tempo around. Rescue Beam gonna deny this pick attempt. And the game is even, but with Rejuve, I mean, I think Abrahams have taken a pretty decisive lead, and now they have like that one big chance, I think, to get a really huge lead here, especially around this mid Walker. If they can win a team fight and take Walker, they could absolutely put themselves back in the driver's seat of the game. I do think if one-win team are just staying focused, though, they still should have the better late game. They should have still the opportunity to win, but I mean, the team fights, the objective play is so strong here from Abrahams.
Bruh. I'm sorry, I don't have to say ZP after that Rejuve, because my lord, that second audience participation frozen shelter, I'm not sure if that was needed trying to heal up his team, but my god, that gave a huge in for Abrahams once again. They've actually taken lead by 10,000 souls. They have one win on the retreat. That was definitely one of the most interesting fights I think we've ever seen on Rejuve in our 28 weeks of doing DFN now.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the earn turn in there, just be able to thread in the earn turn in was Hoop. Well, Telekinesis is going to come out here. Still pressure onto the Wraith. Empty Dreams nowhere to go. One win. Giving up kills left, right, and center. Death Slam not going to hit towards the end. Now, right now, one-win team. Ideally, you try and back up a little bit. You don't want to stagger even more. The affliction that comes in from ABL, though, pretty significant. This is why Abrahams is a bit more of a retreat here, Jason. Everyone down to half HP.
And they're trying to push base Guardians, but they don't have a wave. Like, they have to go back to their wave, and the refight's going to happen after this. I'm not sure one would know how healthy Abrahams are, though, off the back of the amount of healing Saint just put down for his team. And they're still trying to suss some things out. I think they realize, yeah, it's not worth it. We're going to have to give this one up here. And I think Abraham's actually getting a little bit lucky that Saint had so much healing there to counteract that affliction that came through. But a ridiculous turn of events here in the last, like, 3 minutes of time. I was almost certain, like, one win we're going to be looking to close this game out, but you know, we think about one win in the past where they rushed base against Virtus.pro forever ago. They did that, what, 3 times in a row, and it didn't work out. They lost the game. We know they're willing to do these big, risky plays, but when it doesn't work out, it can look very bad for the team.
And right now, I mean, they're staggered. They're like a prize fighter that just got hit with a haymaker, and they're seeing stars at the moment, Jason. I think post-mid-fight, one win is out of sorts, just trying to find their footing. And Abraham's just continually getting pickoffs, whether it be off hooks from Task, whether it be off initiations from Saf, or just running at people with Together, who's starting to get a big lead on the game. I mean, either way, this has been really problematic for one win. Close shelter going down here as the last stand comes in, and they're just like, no, we actually don't want to deal with the last stand right now. We'd like to finish off this Walker. They're going to get it, and one win firmly ahead now, Jason.
Bro, I thought it was summer out here in Italy, but it must be winter with this snowball that's happening for Abrahams. They're constantly getting these picks and just snowballing it further and further. They had a 10K lead before, after getting the Rejuve in the fight after that. Now they're up to 22K lead with Earn spawn in about a minute and a half time. They have so much jungle to be taken here as well to deny it away from one win. A huge swing in the game. And I mean, I don't even know who to give it to, of like who really was the instrumental part of turning things around. We know Together is a ridiculously strong shift. Thinking back to that Reju fight, the resets he was pulling off were perfect. But I would almost have to say, like, Saint's kind of been an MVP here. Obviously stealing away the Reju, but the amount of raw healing he's been doing has been ridiculous.
I would go the other way, and thinking all the way back to the beginning of the game, the play on the Walker, which kept Abrahams in the game to begin with. I think Saf has been remarkably consistent. Even the Death Slam that came out in the mid-fight after the rest of the team was able to delay was super, super impactful. I think Saf has actually had a masterclass on Lash in this game. I mean, still no guarantee that Abrahams ends up winning here in the end, but I think should they win, I don't think they do without Saf just having an incredible game on the Lash.
Well, as things have kind of stabilized here and slowed down, there's gonna be a lot of big purchases coming through for Abrahams. I see Infuser, Spiritual Overflow picked up now for Jam side, and you still can't really ignore how much damage Infernus is doing in these fights when you still have some decent high priority targets to kill. I think Together's got the brunt of the attention towards him if they can kill him off before he gets any of these resets. And one win, I mean, they're still being aggressive on this left-hand side, at least for Fireball, he can do something like that and get away.
I feel like one win needs to avoid fighting for a little bit, because when you look at power spikes here, it's not just the overall economy. In the last 2 minutes, we just saw basically every member of Abrahams go forward and buy a 6K item. So the actual combat power for Abrahams is directly at a peak point at the moment. I think if you're 1-win, you get a lasso pick if you can and go from there. You stall out the urn if possible, but the problem is that urn control is going to go over the hoop. We just got to grab it here in Ava for him, and this is really bad for 1-win team because you don't want Abrahams to turn the urn, but I feel like if they contest, they're just going to lose the fight right now, Jason.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because I feel like Saints, Rose, and Shelters have just been really good this game. Whether it's to heal his team, whether it's to deny a last stand from coming through, whether it's to prevent like an affliction from landing. I feel like he's been doing a great job of just positioning himself the right moment and getting like a key ability off, that key ultimate off to really deny things. And if 1-win, I mean, they're actually kind of getting aggressive here. They're getting into the enemy jungle and they're not looking to take any of the camps either, because if they take camps, then Abrahams is going to notice this. So they're trying to be very careful and very sneaky about how they go about this. And this is very similar to the way 1-win used to play when they were on top, beating the likes of VP, of looking for skirmishes in the jungle, catching you off guard. And yet Abrahams are being smart about this. They're actually not even trying to head in that direction, not even trying to look for anything in that jungle, knowing that they don't see anyone on the map.
I think as we look at this here, the winning conditions have narrowed very significantly for 1-win and where they're at the moment. I think more than anything else, I do wonder if this is a world where, you need overseas to be a little bit more aggressive on the holiday, find the pick-off opportunity, because I feel like if they don't get a clean pick before a fight and it ends up being just a full-on team fight versus team fight, they kind of lose at this point, given the level of farm and the team fight options that Abrahams has at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Xenon, as we kind of pointed out earlier in the game, he's fallen behind when it comes to farm, and a warden behind is not something really to be too worried about. You can see on the minimap, though, Hoot was kind of scouting for some information here, pushed up aggressively in Ava form just to figure out where the opponents are and see where they're setting up. I think at this stage of the game, I think Abrahams realized if we have a bad play here and we walk into the blender, we're going to throw away that entire lead we just created off an amazing steal out of Saint.
That would have been ridiculous if that had hit. That would have been hook of the century. It does not, however, come to fruition. Both teams right now treading out a little bit of back and forth. Ideally for 1-win here, you play around Saf. You don't give Saf a high-value death slam, and where we're at right now, I mean, it's really dangerous for 1-win to be poking back and forth. The odds of getting hit by a hook eventually just go up and up the longer you're here. But now, fight is underway. Alrighty, Hoot's super low. Early focus fire from 1-win team, not the worst. Last stand, though, has already been used by Xenon. Xenon low as Warden saves Zanya. Zanya's gonna fall. No soul swap to save in that moment. Xenon also really, really low. So 1-win team, they're already down most of their high power here at Abrahams. They're still raring to go. Dropping on in his slash, finding the holiday, and just able to walk on forward. 1-win team just running out of tools here, Jason.
And the Urn has been dropped as well, so it's retreating back towards its spawn. They're just going to push into the base. With all the AB unflammable here to defend, you'll most likely see these shrines. And of course, the first page patron fall. First stage patron. Wow, that's a tongue twister. I don't know if you noticed, but we did have Overseas use a lasso in the beginning of that fight before it actually kicked off. And I think it caught onto Hoop, but they rescue beamed him away. But that, kind of key ultimate being offline was obviously a big go moment for Abrahams. And now it's the patron going to be transformed. Mid boss could be spawning, or already spawned in, sorry. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Abrahams make that their next objective. Is there an urn turn on the enemy side of the map? Still not going to be worth it.
Pretty good time to bring in Jake. I mean, Jake, you're down almost 30K. The other team got your first stage patron. They're at mid boss. You're not able to do much about it. Realistically speaking, what can 1-win team do at this point?
Or I think they may be forced into a desperation contest on this mid boss. While I actually like the Abrahams are backing off. I think this is an unnecessary risk given that Hoot is still down. He can wait for the full 6-on-6. I just think the way Abrahams has been forcing these objectives is really nice. The way that they're slow pressuring with Taz and Saf, just looking for their opportunities. Though Kelvin is getting caught. This is a very nice opening pick if they're able to get it, and the follow up. Lift comes in, and that should be potentially securing this, but Saf in with the ulti as well.
The massive death slam on the other end hits 3. Saf, though, getting hit by the Rabbit Hex right after. The rest of Abrahams isn't here. They're still mid-rotation. 1-win team, still some options, but flammable. Gonna get caught. Empty Dreams getting low in turn 2, already down. And Abrahams, those that were weak, were able to mostly get out of the line of fire. The rest of the team has caught up. And I think if you're trying to make plays down 30K, I mean, that was a great call by 1-win team, but it just does not pan out, Jason.
Refresher Saint 2, he just picked it up. one of the key moments in that fight. The fact he was able to escape away from the telekinesis, buy time for the sounds to disappear so he could heal himself up to have the Virtus shelter, and the follow-up fight was massive. And now with OneWin losing 4 players, I mean, they have a lane to push on the right-hand side. This actually just might be the game. ABL going to be left to solo defend against the 6th player of Abrahams. He's a good player, but he's not going to be that good here. And I think we're going to see Abrahams advance once again here to play against VP.
Patron going down bit by bit. 5 down. ABL, no way he's going to defend that. It will be OneWin team moving on to the money match to fight Virtus.pro here in Deadlock Fight Night number 28 EU, presented by Intel. And man, oh man, I mean, OneWin team, Jason, let's not forget, they were in the driver's seat for a while in this game, and then they probably overestimated how far ahead they were. They go for mid-boss. It goes absolutely terribly for them for being the ones initiating on mid-boss, and it leads to a sequence of events where they simply fall out of the game completely.
Yeah, and I don't think it was just the rejuve steal that really caused that downward spiral. I think the fact that they kept getting snowballed against right after, losing like one player overextended, losing another player, allowed Abrahams to take more ground, take more objectives, just really punish them. If maybe OneWin was able to kind of like retreat away, not lose players and regroup for a team fight, maybe it could have been a different story, denying that 20k lead that Abrahams inevitably got. But still a fantastic showing once again for Abrahams, considering that early game was not kind to them, man. They lost the first 2 Guardians of the game. They were getting quite washed, very washed in that left lane, losing on that Shiv Kelvin lane. And then on the right hand side, they lost their tower as well. OneWin was completely in the driver's seat off the get-go.
Yeah, good time to bring back in Jake. And Jake, I mean, again, it's interesting how this panned out, where OneWin, things started out actually quite well for them relative to the early lane game plan that Abrahams had. And then again, you go to mid boss and everything just seemingly falls apart, where I think it's not the mid boss being a bad decision on its own, but it's all the bad decisions that kind of came into play afterwards.
Yeah, I just think the way that Abrahams played, like they were decidedly weaker in these skirmish fights that OneWin team are so good at taking, but they just declined to take those fights. They instead made the game about key objectives, playing for urns, playing for walker defenses. And in those situations, they were able to fight, right? Like having Lash over the top in the skybox, they get the urn pickup for free because OneWin team like doesn't want to walk up when they just know Lash is sitting there waiting, looking for a death slam. It's really scary to walk up and actually contest the urn pickup. Then they get the urn drop off for free with the Kelvin Dome. They're defending that. I'm thinking about that early game where, you know, Saf finds a 2K when they're down like 10K souls on players trying to push that opposite side of the walker. And so I just think that Abrahams, the way they played around objectives with this comp was really impressive to me. It showed that a style that I was thinking was like, okay, we have to run it down and be super aggressive when we play for these heavy frontliner drafts with Kelvin. They played in a totally different way. They made this about objectives and they earned that economy lead through those big team fights, which really impressed me. I didn't think that their draft was going to be able to do it, but they just executed it better than I would have expected.
Moving ahead here, Jason, I think our MVP should be ready here. And, you know, we were kind of going back and forth mid-cast for who it may be, but, you know, taking a look at it, all in all, we came on one final choice. Jason, who is that MVP?
Well, it was Saf. He wasn't on Shiv. He was over on his Lash, and for a good reason, because he pulled off, as you mentioned, Jake, so many great death slams, whether it was the 2K at the Walker to deny things. There you go. We get him switch over to the right hero. Well, there's a 2K on the Walker, the mere presence of him, or not to mention that death slam he had at the end, saving Saint, so he doesn't get bursted down before he can his frozen shelter off and heal up for that fight. His death slams were phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, this is another huge moment where it really started the comeback attempt from Abrahams when they're able to get this Lash ult and the urn drop off on the other side of the map. But just constantly, I think the way that he was zoning a lot of these fights, he was like part of that one successful lane in the mid there with the help of Taz and the Bebop. And I just think the way that Abrahams played really revolved around Lash, Kelvin, and Bebop being a really annoying threat. I also want to point out, by the way, I feel like Infernus absolutely became the late game threat of this game. I mean, he got hugely farmed. It was, instead of going for Ricochet, he goes for like an all-in single target build, which ended up being incredibly potent in this game, right? Once he has like everything online, like nobody could fight him anymore, even the Wraith. And so he was just like turreting down on a lot of these fights, living long enough where Shiv's getting the cleanups, getting the actual executes, but Infernus is dealing most of the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so interesting how this one panned out, where I think the other storyline coming into this is the fact that I do think Rescue Beam has really started impacting overall hero power in a way that wasn't immediately as visible week one, where it's a ton of it. But you stop and think about the draft that came in. You have Holiday on one side, Paradox completely missing on the other, and Alash picked up instead. And you just don't see the impact from Holiday that you did in the era where Rescue Beam was, way less seen overall. And I think overall, when you kind of look at, okay, going back to the draft, what was powerful, what wasn't, and I think you have to consider, okay, where's the actual power right now of things like Holiday and Paradox? Where's the actual power of Wraith? Because Wraith came in, had a week that was very hyped and doing really well, and yet when you look at the last week and a half now, Wraith has actually felt way less impactful relative to the seeming god tier status I was at. So I do wonder, kind of evaluating draft from here on out, where the real power of everything is right now.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here at DFN to find out, right? Obviously, what's meta in like your pubs is different than what's meta when it comes to professional play. And well, we can see here a nice little indicator of when the steal came through. And actually, is that right? Abraham's actually had a soul lead even before the steal happened. I thought that was actually one win having the advantage when it came to that point. But either way, you can see, like, again, where a lot of the soul source came through. And for like ABL, he was in lane a lot more. You can see Neutral's going to be his second most earned. You can see Empty Dreams, he took more of the jungling role for the team to allow ABL to farm up in a soul lane, as he's at 15% on his souls earned from neutrals. And on the other side, I mean, poor old Saint, like his second most is from earned turn-ins. And then not to mention Jam side. Jake, you're talking about him on the Infernus. Look at his soul breakdown by source. 22% for troopers, 21% from neutrals. He was left to farm for days.
Yeah, and I think Infernus, once you get that infuser online and then, getting the spell slinger headshots as well, like, I like this pure single target build for Infernus, where Ricochet is such a tempting item to build and just like being able to burn so many targets at once, but making this a question of like whoever you ignite is like almost dead to rights, right? Without a hard save, without any way to escape. Infernus is just like going to kill targets one by one in the fight. And then so you have players like Saf and Saint, Tass making a lot of space and time, and Infernus just in that long fight really started to profit in the late game.
Also, Jason, you're asking if the graph was right. I'm pretty sure it was right. I think the way it was panning out before the steal is that OneWin had just gotten a few pickoffs. The aggregate, I think Abraham's may have been slightly ahead, but the allocation was looking way, way better for OneWin. Like, OneWin had way more actual team fight power up until the point of the mid-boss steal, where things kind of went awry for them.
I mean, the graph is like a difference between like, so it's saying that Abraham's has like 5,000 more souls at the steal, or like right before the steal, than OneWin. Or at least that's how I read it. I don't know.
I don't think that's what that's saying. I may be wrong. It was definitely very, very close to that. It was basically nearly equivalent, because when you think about how that fight went, it was basically a full trade out from both sides and ended at like 114k to 114k at the very end. Like, there wasn't much difference between the two teams going into that fight.
We got confirmation though, is that the graph is technically
that
correct,
is soul lead, right?
But we only get it's soul lead. So it's a different, like, so like OneWin or Abraham's had a 5 to etc. soul lead, but the problem with it is that we only get a snapshot of the difference every 3 to 5 minutes. So it could actually be wrong. So
it's not right at each individual moment, but it's still correct in terms of like the trend overall. So after the steal, like you can see, like by a few minutes after, they had that lead of a few K souls, right? Like once they started to, they cleaned up that fight, they were able to start going on and farming more while OneWin team is dead, and even their rejuve players get back into the map a little bit quicker. It's just such a massive tempo swing to pick up the rejuve. Even if you lose so many players, like unless you just get 6-0 wiped for the steal, it really feels like it's always better to get the steal off than not.
I think the most interesting part about this game for me is that when you think about win conditions, Abraham's missed their early win condition, which was having a really good laning phase. Like, it's even reflected in the graph that the post laning phase was really, really not good for them. And I think OneWin had a world where they could have just not maybe ran away with this, but had a much better entry into the late game. But they kind of went the high risk, high reward play of going for mid boss when they didn't have a really big advantage. I think they felt they had a window without Death Slam, and they sort of did, but it took them longer to get mid boss than I think they realized. And then on top of it, the delay from Frozen Shelter that came in the middle of the fight bought just enough time for Saf to come in, land a massive Death Slam, make the fight pretty much even. And from there on out, OneWin wasn't able to recover. So a little bit of a heartbreaker there for OneWin, where they did a lot of things right, but Abraham's just remained consistent even after a tough beginning, and really turned things in their favor, and I got them into the money match once more.
I was really happy to see with their response to OneWoon's response of Abraham's holding the urn and not actually trying to commit to the turn-in. Like throwing Saf at that left lane Walker to get those 2 kills to deny any lane pressure was actually so sick to see, because we've not really seen teams have a way to counteract that split push that happens when one team's holding the urn, like when we see Virtus.pro typically have it. But either way, I mean, Abraham's, they're going to have the shot at the belt one more time here, ZP, because they had a 2-1 last week against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and look, if you're wondering how that matchup is going to turn out, well, I got good news for you. All you have to do is stay tuned. This is Deadlock Fight Night Europe number 28. Coming up next, it is going to be the money match. Abrahams fighting their way in the take on Virtus.pro. Will this be the week Virtus.pro falls? Well, you got to stay tuned to find out.
Welcome back to the third and final part here of our Deadlock game show, as we have Deathy, Vegas, and Metro all going head to head to see who knows the most about Deadlock. And currently our scores are this. We have Deathy at 9 points, Vegas at 7, and Metro at 5.5. But as I did promise, there's a lot of points to be won here in our final 5 questions. So let's hop into question 11. Where do Solarans come from?
Oh boy.
All right, Vegas.
I'm not answering.
Trapper builds them for the New York Municipal Coven.
There's
Hero
no
Trapper
way, bro.
builds them. So Vegas, did you happen to get that answer?
No.
No. Okay. Deathy?
I said they come from the souls of the people in the society.
I mean, at least it's a rounded out answer. Metro, what did you put?
I went, they come from the sky. The Patreon sends them. Like both of them. Like the patrons.
Okay.
I really want to know what Vegas
rains
said.
down.
What was Vegas' answer though? He
Yeah,
took
that
so long.
I could tell you, but I'm gonna let him keep it. I'm gonna keep it to his heart unless he wants to share it.
I wrote FF in DMs. Like, I don't know. Stupid question.
All right. Well, question number 12. What were heroes originally called?
But these are hard, man.
Hey, AVG knew most of these. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a nerd.
Metro, what'd you go with? The
I
answer
went with
was
Legends.
Fates.
I know it's incorrect. I don't know.
Legends.
Oh my.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not
Deathy?
much better. I literally wrote a random word. I wrote covenant.
Vegas.
I don't have an answer, dude. I don't know.
No answer. Okay.
Fates, yeah.
All right. How many heroes are there currently in the game right now, not including experimental heroes? Vegas.
Nah, 24. I don't know. I don't know what
24.
you plebs have nowadays. I don't know.
You said 20.
I don't know. I'm on like 68. I don't know what the fuck 20. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I got 26.
Okay, so Deathy and Metro both picking up a point here. And moving on to question 14. If you wanted a lot of points, here it is. What active does Vampiric Burst give you?
So easy.
Yeah, this one is actually easy.
All right, so the answer, where you can get 4 points,
4 points.
8% bullet lifesteal, 40% fire rate, 75% ammo, and a 4.5 second duration.
Okay, the duration is fake. Like, who answered with the duration when you asked what something?
I did,
did?
Deathy. I
There's
did.
no way.
Yep.
All right, Metro, what was your answer?
Well, to console Deathy, I got one of them incorrect. Well, I didn't know how much ammo. I said extra ammo, 80% lifesteal for 4.5 seconds, and 40% fire rate.
Okay, 3 points for Metro, which gets you back in the running, actually. Vegas?
I didn't know it was like a numbers thing. I just said it gives you fire rate and lifesteal.
Yeah, I
0
don't think we
points.
give any
Fire rate,
points for that.
lifesteal.
0 points.
I'll give you
That's 0 points.
I'll give you 0.5.
Just give me 0.
I'll give you
I don't
something.
care. I want to go last
Okay,
in
0.
protest. I don't care.
Okay. Deathy, what'd you get?
I got 80% bullet lifesteal, 40% fire rate, 75% ammo, but I didn't write duration.
Okay, 3 points. You're still sitting comfortably in the lead at 13, Vegas at 7, and Metro at 9.5. But the last question is going to be worth 10 points.
What?
Because, well, I mean, it's my game show, right? I can do
10
whatever I want.
points.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to make it 10 points because I don't want Vegas. I want Vegas to have a chance to get back in this. We've
Okay.
got to hope that
10
Deathy and Metro
points.
both don't get it. Okay. Final question of the Deadlock game show is: where are Viscous and Fathom from?
What? Oh, wait.
Oh, I got it too, I think.
There is a voice line in the
I think I
game
got
that
it
does
too.
tell you this if you listen. And the correct answer is the D.
Yes!
The underwater location within the depths of the Bermuda,
got it.
Bermuda
Easy win.
Triangle. One by one. Deathy,
The deep. I just
Got
wrote
it.
the deep. That's all I wrote.
the D.
In all caps,
10
because I was
points.
confident.
Vegas.
The deep.
20 points for Vegas. Metro.
What? What?
Sorry?
The deep.
All right, so the 10 points didn't even matter. Could have been 1 point, could have been a million points. But in the end, finishing at 23 points, we have Deathy. We got Vegas finishing at 17 and Metro in second at 19.5. It took me a second to do the math there.
Lose.
Deathy, how does it feel to win here in the first edition of the Deadlock Game Show?
I feel like if I didn't win, it would have been embarrassing. You know, I've probably made the most Deadlock content out of anyone here, so I feel like I have to win the knowledge check, right? So
I think also to the validity of your EU tournament that's coming up here.
Sure.
You had to win. If you want to quickly give a couple comments about it, if you still need applications or when it's going to be.
Yeah. So we're doing the Death Slam tournament for EU, similar for NA. So it's like probably going to be looking again around Oracle average rank. Applications are closed because we got around 150 applicants. And yeah, it's going to be May 25th as the first day, and then May 31st, I believe, second day. Should be fun.
Metro, are you making a team that fits your little range?
And you, I was gonna make that joke myself, so you can't make it.
Vegas, how are things going for you, man? Obviously, Hydra Nation back in full.
I mean, yeah, like Hydra Nation aside, I'm pretty tilted. I mean, I'm happy about this game show, but like honestly, I'm not even mad because that shit is so. The questions I got wrong are so cringe that I'm proud I don't know. Like it's just so cringe. So I'm pretty happy that I didn't get them right because that's such a nerd thing to know. So I'm pretty happy about my results. I think I went like 9 for 10 on the real questions. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. The new team stuff's great. Finally, don't have to play Deathy anymore, you know? I mean, it's been good. Been fun.
Okay. Well, Metro, I didn't hear your mic redline once during this. What's that about?
Well, I mean, I turned it down for you because you told me to turn it down. But
well, I
do redline my mic on stream.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for being here on the Deadlock Game Show. Make sure you all out there go check out their streams, go check out their YouTubes, or go check them out playing in DFN. And we'll see you next time here. Make sure you like and subscribe to Locked In.
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 28 here in Europe, presented by Intel. ZP here with Jason and Jake. The money match is upon us. Abrahams once more fighting their way for the right to play against Virtus.pro for the title of being champion of Europe. And, you know, I gotta say, gentlemen, the meta continually evolving week after week here in the new patch, kind of proving that when you have changes to the game of the magnitude that we just had, it takes a while for the teams to figure it out.
I still think there's room for innovation. I just think broadly what makes me excited for this match in particular is the way Abrahams won that last match. They didn't just win by, snowballing out of the laning phase. It's like an individual deathmatch situation where they can dominate. They won out of really clean team fights, out of playing the objectives with intelligence, really playing to their strategy strengths and not allowing one win to get the game that they wanted to see with more skirmishing, more individual pick-off potential. And so going up against a team like Virtus.pro, who's been known for their team play, who is like really comfortable in the team fight, this could really be a clash of titans.
I will say this though, ZP, Virtus.pro have been one of the very few teams out there I think we've seen, thinking back to the one-win Bombshell Volume 5, who plays so well around death slams and deny a lot of... I don't think we ever see really good death slams against Virtus.pro because they know how to position themselves in ways to deny that from being impactful. But at the same time, Saf has some really sick ones working around his team to put himself in a position to allow this to happen. So I don't know how it's going to break down if we do see Lash being picked up once again.
I do wonder if Flash becomes more of a prio ban coming in from VP, just because of the fact that Saf did look way better than Norm, where I feel like when Lash has been doing well in recent times, it's been more off the fundamentals of just getting good damage in on the Lash relative to having massive death slams, but Saf actually had both in that last game, and I think was a key piece to actually keep the rest of the game intact for a draft that may have gone quite poorly for Abrahams if a few things didn't go their way. I still look back to the part where one win maybe gets a little bit over aggro going after the left walker, and Saf is right there, gets a two-man death slam, takes down two, and it leads to the earn turn in. Something that really saved the game in a way for Abrahams. And maybe if you just get rid of the Lash, you prevent opportunities like that from happening. But Jake, we're about to get in the draft. What are you expecting?
Curious to see where the hero prio is for VP right now with, something like Paradox going unpicked in the last series, but Michaelis has been so solid on it. Of course, he is probably one of the most flexible players here in DFN. I'm also always curious to see what ends up being drafted for Zergy. Obviously, he's very specialized on the tracking heroes, but I'm curious if there's ever room for something like a Haze to come out. I mean, it was first banned in the last series, so I would love to see that potentially get through, and just curious to see how it affects the game.
I'm looking towards one, maybe two heavily contested picks between these two teams. One is going to be Haze. I think there's a world where we're going to see that actually being banned away out of one of these two teams off the get-go, because we know Obi can play Haze, we know Task can play Haze. And then on top, I think Calico, because that was the hero that gave Virtus.pro a lot of problems last week. But I don't know if Virtus.pro is a team to like fully commit to banning out a certain hero in particular. If anything, I would think Kelvin would actually be more of a high priority ban for them, or a high priority take right now, as they're not really too worried about the Calico, because we saw in the last game alone like how well Kelvin can turn things around.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I believe the draft is just about ready, so we're not going to have to speculate for too much longer on where it's all at. And yeah, I mean, the one thing I think VP may value a little bit more highly than we saw get picked in the last game is that I do think this may be a world where they get the Warden a little bit earlier. I think if you look at areas where things went wrong for one win in the last game, I think one of the key points was simply the fact that Warden-wise, Xenon wasn't able to hit a critical level of farm, where when Warden has done well in this meta, and Warden has done very well post-patch, it always comes from scenarios where you're able to funnel significant amounts of farm to the Warden. And even though one win wasn't able to do that in the last game, I wouldn't take that as a statement of other teams not being able to do that as we head into our money match here. So it'll be interesting, that much is for sure.
Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They won the last 5 DFNs. And potentially 6 tonight, where previously before that, number 22 was 1 win, actually, taking the wins against them. Virtus.pro finally able to turn this around. You can see Abraham's. This is their 4th time meeting Virtus.pro in the money match. And if Hoot's in chat, is it the 4th time they're going to lose to Virtus.pro in the money match? Because I always go to his stream and give him crap. He always has like 0-time winner of DFN. But tonight could be the night. I mean, this Cal couldn't look horrible. I was more focused, to be honest, on Task, actually on the Bebop, having some pretty sick hooks.
Well, now, as we're getting into it, I got one request for production. Okay, maybe we'll hold it for after the draft. I feel like we need our bullied co-streamer stats right now with what is going on right now, because let me tell you, Metro is copping a whole lot of heat at the moment. But speaking of heat here, Jake, the draft is underway. First pick, first ban up here from VP. What do you think they decide to go with here?
I have not the slightest clue, ZP. So much has changed the last couple of weeks. I really have no clue what the draft player is going to be. I do think there's going to be stalwart combos like Shiv Kelvin that end up being strong, but VP taking the Kelvin out early probably does up the prio of something like Lash overall in the draft now, because traditionally I see Kelvin as one of the most solid, consistent counters. Just rip your ult immediately to counter the Lash ulti.
Ooh, I mean, we had to see a Haze ban here. I would almost feel like.
Let it through, bro. Don't. We got to see a little
no,
Haze.
I hope we see Haze. I hope we see it.
I'm sad.
Okay. No, I mean, D-Mog got MVP last week on Viscous. He had some ridiculous cubes in that series against Abraham.
I do think Viscous is it's so much utility, right? It's like a team fight. The goo ball is a great individual team fight skill. Cube is the best save in the game. And then there's so much playmaking potential with those puddle punches, able to catch people on top of being a great force in the laning stage.
Is it Calico? Does Calico come in as first pick, where do we continue the trend of we value frontline? And the answer is yes, because Calico, you're not only getting frontline, you're getting a premier box runner at the same time. And I think for VP, the reason why they banned Kelvin, they didn't want to deal with a Kelvin Shiv counter pick coming on in, where they know they're giving up 2 picks by virtue of being first. For Abraham's though, if you go off the idea of frontline being really paramount at the moment, you would think Geist is probably going to be one of the 2 picks coming in here. But again, they decide to go Pocket ends up being a high priority. They didn't pick Pocket last time here.
There's no Kelvin in the game. So actually, I think this does help Pocket in general, right? Like there's not a real good way to deal with the Affliction in terms of like pumping heals, AoE heals to the team fight. I do feel like Pocket was also pretty good last game. Even though they lost, I feel Pocket was actually pretty annoying, able to pressure out some lanes, was really defensive, and stayed alive into a very strong laning combo. And
To be fair,
the Geist
ZP,
as well.
You remember last week we had Virtus.pro picking Pocket first every single game. That really annoyed me. And I'm not gonna lie, I know Jake's talking like positive about Pocket. I'm still kind of annoyed to see it picked so highly as like a first pick. But I still don't have like an answer of like why it was being. I never asked Lightbringer like why are they putting Pocket as a first pick.
It's jungle control. It's 100% the fact that Pocket is really good at eating the entire jungle. That is fueling a lot of his pick priority at the moment, because when you get ahead right now, one of the easier ways of getting ahead is just eating the enemy jungle, and Pocket, after you get 1 or 2 pickoffs, is really good about just going into the enemy jungle and taking a lot of the farm quicker than most in the game. And on top of it, when you think about when you're using Pocket to steal enemy jungle, Pocket is also one of the best in the game of actually getting out alive if people contest. So I think that's fueling a lot of it, but it comes at a cost here, Jake, in that you've prioritized the Pocket, but now you look at frontline, the first 3 picks for VP, all frontline characters.
Yeah, one of the choices I thought was interesting last game was that for one win, their Warden ended up going like for a full gun build more or less, and I kind of would have rather seen some of the team fighting potential from like Lightning Stroll and maybe Majestic Leap and a bit more of like a hybrid Warden. They're gonna grab a Haze in response, but both teams now have drafted like pure cores for their first 3, right? So both teams are still lacking initiation, they're lacking catch. Which I imagine is what they're going to answer here in the back half of the draft. But with bans about to come in, there could be a pretty thin pool for some of these initiator heroes.
They're going to ban Sinclair, right? Not Abraham's. Virtus.pro going to ban Sinclair, right? Oh, wow, with Ivy being taken away too, it really limits what supports are left. I mean, you have Dynamo. I don't know if realistic we're going to see Dynamo come out of Virtus.pro here, but this might, I mean, if you looked at the healing that Abrahams did last game compared to the 33k that Saint did on the Kelvin, like it was night and day, the amount of healing difference between the 2 teams. So with these like 2 heroes, that's a big change up in how you have to approach this match.
Well, particularly the fact that VP is very willing to go in on the Ivy. But yeah, I think the Lash ban coming in here makes a whole lot of sense given what we saw Saf play. I think for Abrahams, to me, this makes me feel like they're going to go with the Paradox here. Maybe they go with Holiday instead. It's hard to say, but I feel like with Lash off the table, you still need something to initiate. Or maybe even you go with the Bebop. Obviously, they're comfortable on the Bebop. Either way, I feel like they're going to need something to compensate. But Jason, you called it. Still going to go with the Sinclair, who I still think is a pretty good pick when Warden is on the other side.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, are they actually going to go Holiday or Paradox? Because Task plays the Haze for Abrahams, and he's normally like the playmaker, the initiator for a team. Unless they're going to swap things around, like who would go Bebop then? Does he know to be a good Bebop? Or maybe someone else plays Haze, but I would imagine it's still going to be Task coming through.
You can only run from the law for so long.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing I'm noticing about these drafts is that Abrahams is going to have to play almost a 180-degree different style than they played in the last series, because without Kelvin and Lash, this idea of like playing for these key objective fights, playing for secured earned pickups from Lash, secured drop-offs from Kelvin is not going to be possible, right? Like, so it's going to really require a very different stylistic approach. And now it seems to me that Virtus.pro are the team with like the better team fight, the better objective threat. And I wonder where Abrahams are going to get their edge in this game. They're going to have to find a lot of individual pickups, but I think they really have a couple holes in the draft here. Like, who is starting these fights for Abrahams? I guess it's like Pocket with an Affliction, but how do you actually catch and lock down, somebody like a Shiv?
They need a Paradox or a Bebop here. I don't think they get away without one of the 2. I mean, okay, they have the Haze, and you can kind of have the Haze in sort of similar role. Like when Haze has been played recently, sometimes you have put your playmaker player on it, and we have seen, I think, at least one time where you come in and you run Haze and just, hope to get a sleep and then you run at people. I mean, we'll see if it works out. I mean, Haze has been highly valued for a reason. I still think there's a good chance that they come in the final pick here is either going to be Paradox or Bebop, but there is a world where it is not the case. Instead, they go with Abrams. So really here, Jason, this is going to be putting a lot of heavy lifting on the Haze to be kind of getting fights started in a reasonable position for Abrahams, but it's not the most reliable of engage relative to what we saw in the last map, right? Where they're able to use Lash and Bebop.
I think they're just looking for a strong mid game where Hayes really excels. You create those pick opportunities. You kind of act as a human ward for your team, and then look for the initiations off the back. There was many times last week where Tass would hit like a sleep dagger and would buy enough time for some teammates to come in to actually like finish it off into a kill. And if they can have a strong mid game to allow Tass's Hayes to snowball the game, I think Abrahams could easily come out the win. But look at on Virtus.pro side, a lasso into a combo into like Zergia on Wraith. Like this is damn deadly. I mean, we're going to be seeing what Shark plays Mo and Krill. I thought Listic would be on Calico, Michaelis on Shiv, Dimov on Holiday. I mean, that seems right. Obikim, is he going to be playing Warden here, or is he going to be switching over to Holiday?
You know, you think it's Obikim on Holiday because I would think Sharik is going to Warden. I mean, often that's how it goes for this team.
No, I think it's we go back to the old school. I think it's going to be Obikim on the Mo and Krill, which Obikim did have a period where he was constantly playing Mo. I think that's what we're going to see. But also, look, we've kind of looked at chat and we've noticed some trends in the last little bit. And look, we got to give you the report on most bullied co-streamers. Once again, our leader here at DFN by a wide margin, it is Metro, especially when you consider most of the contribution for Deathy largely comes from Jason. It's kind of unreal, Jake.
He's taking a lot of smoke here in the chat. Chatters are merciless here on DFN.
Oof. Just
I see Jonas and Deathy went down a little bit.
Live update.
This is a live update. Exactly, a live update. It's the amount of times you say your favorite streamer's name in chat affects our bar graph here. So let us know in chat who you want to bully, and it can't be one of us.
Shout out to Jonas for still getting a little bit of heat while not even being online. You know, I respect it, even after hosting us earlier in the day. But either way, we're getting down into it. VP versus Abrahams. You know, Jake, we're about to see the lanes, but you know, how do you see this one panning out?
Well, I'm curious. I do like VP's draft a little bit more. I think both teams have gone for a little bit more of a skirmishing style, and I think the hard lockdown is just giving the edge to me to Virtus.pro. I think whether it's the combo, the Wraith ulti, the lasso, and then on top of that, you got Warden trapped as a follow-up to any one of those skills. I just feel like Abrahams is going to be forced to play that skirmishing style because, well, that's kind of the draft that both teams have gone for, and I think VP are poised to profit a bit more from those pickoffs.
Jason, we're looking here. The lane's taking a little bit of shape. You know, a little bit of a change up from last game where, of course, we had the Holiday, Warden, Shiv, Kelvin off in the left, different comps all around. You know, what strikes out to you here?
I'm waiting to see who's on who fully. I caught Virtus.pro side. I didn't catch who Hoot was on, but I'm almost guessing it's the Sinclair. I didn't get to catch it. Or maybe I'm going to be wrong here. I don't know. What's going to catch out to me? I want to see how this Mo Shiv lane goes, actually. I don't know. It's like a very uncommon kind of dual lane that we don't see too often. I mean, to be fair, we haven't really seen Mo in a long time, I feel like, or at least within a couple weeks because of a fall off in his play.
Well, we did see Mo last week in NA. We just haven't seen Mo a whole lot in EU, where EU, he was flavor of the month for a little bit and then just went into the dumpster for a while, but now he's back. Jake, we're about to get fully into it. Now that the lanes have taken shape a little bit, any final thoughts here before we let you go?
Yeah, just curious to see, especially how Saint and Taz play this game. I think they're the ones with like the most flexibility in terms of like the way their heroes can be played. For Taz, like I'm curious to see what build he ends up going, whether it's sort of a more conventional carry with some heavy damage playing on the passive, or just maybe playing around those sleep dagger setups with invis. And then of course for Saint, what are the copies he ends up going for? Maybe something like the Mo Krill copy could be the thing that starts setting you up for some of these kills, but it's going to be less consistent, of course, relying on getting that copy.
All right, Jason, right now, all things even across the board, Listic together, getting a little bit pummeled respectively here so far. And you look at lanes, I feel like it's really important for Abrahams to not lose the right-hand side, where you have both Wraith and Warden there. I can't think of a lane that's carrying more importance, where if that lane goes against you, I feel like the ability to actually bring the game back is going to be tough if you let both those heroes get ahead. So I feel like for Abrahams, at a very minimum, they just need to keep the right lane even.
It's going to be deadly when those ultimates, like that telekinesis into a last stand, can be quite painful. Yeah, I don't think Abraham's going to be looking for any kills in that lane, to be honest. Like you're saying, just looking to survive for the most part. I think we're kind of seeing Abraham's on the left side and maybe even towards middle looking for the kills. I think middle in particular might be my main focus actually when it comes to this matchup, because we have TaS there with Saint. So having the Haze paired with the Sinclair, as we're looking to see TaS, you know, hop off of this lane and look for ganks, look for some box runs, some jungle invades as well when he gets into that mid game. He's already sitting at 2.2, but he's pretty much flushed with his entire team. And I think I still say, like, Abraham's, for me, a lot of their playmaking potential, as we said before, is going to come down to TaS on the Haze. If he doesn't have a strong mid game, I don't see Abraham's winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham's are lacking a lot of the direct engage tools that VP is certainly going to have access to between not only Holiday and Mo, but also even Calico has ways of starting up fights, you know, in reasonable time. So, you know, Abraham's working at somewhat of a deficit if they're not able to just execute the game plan of effectively just running at VP, which in a way the Haze initiate sometimes is, where, you know, Haze will go ahead of the team, look for an early sleep, and then the rest of the team will just kind of walk and follow up. But Obicam gonna be first to fall.
You know, I'm not like a Hoot massive fanboy. I'm slightly a fanboy. I won't deny that. But like, what can't he play? I think he's definitely been one of the most versatile players we've had in DFN, because I mean, he's now on Pocket. Like, he played Calico in a Pocket, he's played Sinclair, he's played Bebop. Like, he's played pretty much like kind of every role and everything for his team, and he actually's dead. He's dead. The bloodletting.
Yeah, just a little bit too much from KLS to handle. And also, Jason, I challenge you on the "you're not a Hoot fanboy." You have said nothing but glowing praise about Hoot, going all the way back to the My Dog days. And look, I don't necessarily disagree, but you are definitely a card-carrying member of the Hoot fan club.
Just don't tell him that, because every time I go to a stream, I always am very mean to him. Another kill coming through out of Abraham's on this left-hand side as they actually rotate things around. Listic joins the left-hand, looking for a party here, but just going to be met with some farm, as the rest of Abraham's has been able to back away. And I guess they actually do get the kill in the south. I'm not sure exactly what happened in that case, but you can already see this left-hand lane of Abraham's has been able to pull Listic away, allowing Abraham's to push this mid lane.
Yeah, and they've gotten decent progress onto left Guardian too. You look at Guardian health across the map, and left and middle a little bit dinged up for VP. Abraham's healthy pretty much across the map. Left lane getting hit a little bit now, but overall, early game, a little bit more Abraham's coded here so far, even with VP being ahead on Econ. I kind of feel like, Jason, when you look at who's winning the early game, Guardian health is probably your best indicator at the moment. And Rough Town put together. Just accepts fate and goes, I'm not getting out of this jail, just bring me in.
To the police?
Presumably. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Warden actually puts you in an actual jail. I think you just get executed after the jail hits. So, yeah.
Jeez, that's not a policeman or a warden that I want to meet up against, man. But still, I mean, like, Abraham's off to a decent start here. Shark, I mean, 4.5k. He's already been able to get quite high up there. It's only really Obikim's fallen behind. I think giving up some solo farm over to the KLS is a great lasso comes in on the Saint. And that parry, I mean, that is pretty much the only thing you really can do when you have a special assistant down to hop over to. At least for Virtus.pro, they've been able to respond to this mid lane.
Also, the reason why they were able to dive on the Saint that freely there, they were able to poke down TaS to the point of nearly being dead. TaS actually could not stay, had to leave. So in terms of kills, VP, very economical. The last little bit here, and now maybe able to get one more together. Looking super low, chased on down, pinned in on both sides, down he goes. And VP, it's interesting. The first 3-4 minutes of the game, a little bit tough, and VP, they just shake it off, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's true VP style, right, man? We've been saying for 28 weeks now that Virtus.pro might lose the early game, but they're still going to be an extremely strong team later on. Just because you win the early game against them doesn't mean you're actually going to win the match. That Affliction had come through, going to get a lockdown at Hoot with the combo, but Sharks has gone down in that right-hand lane. And it looks like Michaela is going to survive for now. Early rescue being picked up for Obikim to heal him up. But Hoot is on the charge and knows they're in the Veil. And that's a pretty quick and clean kill on the Michaela.
That also could have been a kill on the Obikam if that parry was just a little bit earlier. Obikam actually kind of lucky to get out of that one. So the trade-out's still happening. Meanwhile, take a look here on the Listic. Dive on the Saf makes it look easy because, frankly, it kind of was. The power of Calico at this point in the game cannot be overstated.
And Saf soul exchanged. His cooldown was consumed, but he didn't get the health. So I'm not sure if that's actually like slightly a bug because they enter the shadows. I don't know if you should be able to get your cast off if they're not going to be hit by it. But either way, I mean, yeah, like the burst out of Listic, able to play around it perfectly with the Calico to take down Saf. But he's not going to play it perfect enough to get away from Hoot, who's on a killing spree, a 5-kill streak, only 8 minutes in, ZP. I mean, now I look towards Hoot. You know, I get my fanboy card out. I get an extra stamp in that one. Just look to see what he can do now in this mid game with this strong start. You already said at the start of the game in the draft, you know, if we see Pocky like a couple kills early on, we can see him be a menace in the jungle. And I'm assuming we might see that happen yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you take a look right now, just a little bit of jungle pressure already where, hey, you know what? Take a little bit of Gamba from the other side. Absolutely, why not? Not much is going to be able to punish it at this point in the end combo. Meanwhile, good to go, and just going to drop it on the pocket coming in over the top. Uta is going to be backing out in turn. Things kind of hitting a point of stabilization here, though, Jason, between both sides. We had trade-outs back and forth. Both teams still had 3 Guardians, 42k to 42k. About as even gets as we start approaching the 10-minute mark.
You know, a lot of farm has been given over to Hoot. I mean, a lot of the souls that they have of keeping things equal is based off of him. Michaelis gets a nice little execute onto Saint. Listy gets a kill onto Saf as well in the left lane, and VP are starting to pick up steam here. I do want to say one thing, though, really quickly is I really hope they fix that verticality in some of these abilities, because you should not be able to combo someone that high in the air when you can't do that when they're right in front of you. That was ridiculous, pulling Hoot out of the sky. But it hasn't stopped Hoot from being a menace, and it looks like he'll finally go down here.
Hoot 30 HP, and trying to evade a Calico in that situation pretty difficult, but that is one of the big swaps that VP has done in this game that I think has really helped them out, where, remember, it started out as a Shiv Mo lane,
yep.
And they realized, okay, this isn't working, and Listic has just basically made left lane his new home, and as I say that, maybe overstays their welcome a little bit there, but the swap up has been good for VP here so far, and has let them mostly turn the tide in a left lane that was originally very negative against them.
Poor Listic got parried under the Guardian too. So Saf is just able to suck him dry. The counter push should be coming through now. That Guardian's very low on HP, and it looks like he might just commit on towards it, but he doesn't have the minions there. Obikim trying to clear the wave out. So have yet to see the first Guardian of the game go down as we hit the 10-minute mark. Very uncharacteristic to see all Guardians alive at this stage, though, as we can see in the minimap, not very healthy in that left lane.
All Guardians being up kind of makes it less likely that you're going to be as aggro with the urn at the moment. You're still very focused on going for Guardians. Now, still a little bit more opportunistic, I guess, on the grab coming in from Hoot. Test, a little punish for KLS, and this is going to be interesting because normally you have the Guardian situation in, settled by the time the first urn, one team being fully ahead, one team being fully behind, but as you allocate for the urn here, you're potentially going to be giving up first Guardian take.
I mean, so what I'm looking for is, like, if you want to activate that haze, an early Guardian would be the perfect way to do it, because then you have the extra pressure of haze running around the map. Combo onto Hoot once again. Not sure if they have the damage to finish him off, though, as it looks like he will be backing away here to the safety of Saf. But yeah, I was expecting Abrahams to try to look for that earlier Guardian to free up Task, who actually is going to be rotating over towards this right now on this left-hand side, looking for a kill. The Sleep Dagger ready to go, and he gets the connection on the Listic.
Yeah, Listic super low here. Goes for the emergency parry. Rescue beam. Gonna bring Listic up to a more serviceable part, but he's still got the chase down happening. Pocket completely finishing off. And meanwhile, guys going, yeah, absolutely. Rip me up a little bit, Guardian. Get me low. In this case, because if Mo sticks around, Mo's just gonna get swapped. Guardians, though, finally starting to go down across the map. 3 down, 2 in favor of Abrahams, 1 for VP. And all this time here, Jason, no urn movement until the Guardians actually get dealt with. And now you see the situation where Abraham's like, okay, maybe now we'll worry about the urn.
Altogether, that's actually a big kill coming through. Over towards that right-hand lane. It forces Zerg to be the one to defend against us. And they're going for the dive on top of them here. And a great flame dash to cut off the retreat out of Jam side, but he's been overextended. Listic comes in to confirm that kill. They get the Guardian. But honestly, Abrahams, they don't have the manpower here to defend or to push for this urn turn. Instead, they're going for push on the left-hand side looking for a walker.
Well, the interesting part here, yeah, Abrahams, they can put walker pressure down while threatening urn just because of the fact that they've gotten 3 Guardians down. They have more map control overall, especially with Obikim getting caught out. So kind of an interesting spot that they put VP in, where VP, said so many times, it's a team that has been masters of macro relative to most teams in Deadlock, but Abrahams now, they've really put themselves in a great position, ahead on economy, ahead on Guardians, and making VP make some tough decisions on how to deal with this urn.
Well, there's the last one to come through, pulls Saf away. The Busting Combustion being used too, and he gets to turn it around the corner. Great play by Saint here to confirm the urn, but they need the fight off the back. This task with the slowing Hex looking to do some good damage onto D-Mob. Blade Dance coming through. The Bullet Dance. Why do I keep calling it Blade Dance? Gets the kill. And that slowing Hex, I honestly was such a pivotal part to allow... Oh my god, the Sleep Dagger as well to escape here on the retreat. But it was such a pivotal part to how TAS actually was able to provide a lot of these kills, because the slowing Hex, I believe it stops Zergi's teleport. I believe it stops Burrow, if I'm not mistaken. It stops the dash out of Michaelis. So it really prevents like a lot of escape abilities that you would use once you see Sleep Dagger come out. And I think even last time we had 2 or 3 slowing Hexes at Abraham's when they ran this Haze.
I think the itemization for Haze has probably been a big part as to why you're seeing Haze shoot up the ranks in pick ban priority. Also, the fact you think about why Calico is good, part of it's box running, but also part is the ability to just chase people down and be relentless when you have a bit of an advantage. And Haze also does that really, really well at the moment. And take a look here, left-hand side. Things getting a little bit up close and personal. Abraham's rotating backward to left, trying to maintain pressure here on the Guardian. They may be giving up the Guardian, but they're still looking to punish the Mo, perhaps, at the same time. However, Mo getting backed up by Holiday and Shiv at the same time. And, you know, maybe this is a good time here to pull in Jake. It's about 14 minutes in, maybe a slight lull. You know, Jake, what have we seen here so far rotation-wise?
I mean, still a very, very even game. I think it's going to come down to some of these objectives in the mid game. Once these urns start to be run is where I'm really going to be interested. Both teams have been kind of finding pickups on one another, but I think Zergi's been farming up really well. So has Overkim, despite some deaths in the laning phase. And so pretty much everybody is in this game. Lasso attempted here to be found. That's an opening pick there. That's the combo we were talking about, right? Like Lasso into combo, and you don't even have the telekinesis from Zergi is another big problem. Meanwhile, Michaelis getting picked off by Hoot in the other side lane. So both teams just throwing blows at each other. No one, I think, has a real decisive advantage just yet.
Must be fearless.
You know, Jason, we look at it here, and you start considering how things are going to scale into late game. I still think you give a little bit of an edge to VP on the scaling, but now we're firmly in the mid game. This is where, if you're picking Haze, you're really hoping that the Haze pick will give you the advantage in some of these fights and make it so by the time you get the late game, you're working with at least like a 20 or 30k, you know, bonus.
Stolen last stand. Get back to that in just a second to see if they actually capitalize off of this. Sidestand comes through, gets a catch on Obikim, gets blown up. The telekinesis is being used onto Together as well as he's just looking to escape now as the chase is going to be coming through. Shark with the last 10 trying to actually pick up this Abrams kill, and he should be able to get it around the corner, 30 HP. So they do get themselves 2 kills for 2 deaths themselves because Task has come in, and Saf even gets the soul exchange off here. Shark, I don't know how you survive this. You're on 100 HP. Hoot's here for backup. He's going to fall, and kills are still being traded here, ZP. 3 apiece for both of these teams. The urn is currently down. Not going to be secured for either player.
Meanwhile, Lasso a little bit later. Hoot, though, able to shake it on off, kills D-Mob in turn. And also, you know, these fights as they get scrappy, this is where a Haze can kind of choose where to engage, get more pick-off kills at the very end. Saf, meanwhile, going to pick up the urn. So Abraham's going to get urn control off this fight, a little bit more on the trade-outs, and now get to set the terms of engagements for the urn turn in here, Jason, where you take a look at, they have a really strong window where you're not going to have either last stand or return the shadow out if they just haul with this urn. I don't know if they're going to be that quick, though, given the fact that they drop the urn inside.
Yeah.
It's not something for us here. So, you know, take what I just said there and put it in the bin.
Oh, Tass knows this is happening. Him and Hoot are here actually looking for the fight. Okay, they're actually just going to back off instead and retreat away. I mean, the fact is, like, you have a pocket, and the only hero in the game who can die to Affliction is Shiv because of Bloodletting. It's not a bad pick into the Shiv. Well, I guess the Shiv was a pick into pocket, to be fair. But I was expecting to see Tass. Like, I'm also curious, like, what has he been leveling in particular? Has he been going for the stealth, that smoke bomb, so you can kind of be that human ward? You can see him on the minimap on the right-hand side, just trying to scout for anyone. They actually might look to push this Walker, because I don't think they're trying to commit for this actual urn turn-in. They're trying to do exactly what they did prior on that left-hand lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now the urn feels like it's more bait, but here's what you have to be careful of Abraham's. VP is really good at forcing fights when you're using urn as bait. Like, they know what's going on the right-hand side, and again, they just go for the full engage. So VP, they said, we want to fight regardless of what's going on the right-hand side together. To the air with the seismic slam. Michaelis already picking off Saint. Not the start of the fight Abrahams was looking for. Last stand being invested here by Shriek. Going up and over. Demov finishing off what Shriek is able to set up with the last stand. And again, it's kind of as I call here, Jason. VP is really good at these earned standoff situations.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Abraham should have known that. Like, I don't know who got caught. We didn't see the very beginning of that fight, but like, you had to imagine that they're going to force the fight once they see that your Pocket and your Haze are not here to actually defend that earned turn in. So if anything, Virtus.pro are going to get the earned turn. They get themselves 4 kills, and they're going to get themselves a Walker traded out equally between the two teams. But a massive victory here for Virtus.pro, and they will be able to take a decent solo lead off the back of this. I feel like we saw that coming a mile away. I know we have the vision of the minimap the whole time, but I'm pretty sure Abraham should have known that was going to happen. Maybe it was a combo of Obicam that opened things up. Maybe it was the last start of Demov.
Either way, I feel like teams play Earn Chicken with VP a lot, and VP always ends up ahead. Like, they're not afraid to just engage in those situations. And that was another case where VP just says, well, you have your strongest members over on the right-hand side going for Walker. We will literally just run at you and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, what damage do they have beyond that? Saf, it's Jam side. I wouldn't really rate together right now as having a lot of damage as he's at 16,000 souls. So yeah, with Tass and Hoot not there, I mean, Hoot's been the one who's really fed 22,000. At least Gems has been able to catch up with 22k himself too. But they're set up for another fight. They're set up for another catch. And it's a 3-on-3, to be fair.
Could be really doable, and Abraham's actually, they don't like how it's setting up. I think they kind of sniff out the idea that if they stay there, it's not going to be an even 3-on-3. It's going to be VP getting a good rotation. So, I mean, credit to Abraham's where it doesn't work on their timeline. They decide we need to get out. 119 to 113, and, you know, that split. Good time here. You know, Jake, you saw the Earn standoff. You know, what were your thoughts as we saw the VP special come on in?
Yeah, you know, this is, I think that the draft coming to fruition, I think especially with Shariq starting to get active with the Wardenal, it's going to be a big problem for Abrahams in the team fights. They don't really, for me, have the proper DPS or control for the Wardenal in the comp. And I mean, you're relying on some crucial skill shots, like you're relying on Abrams getting the lockdown on Warden. You're relying on maybe Tass finding the sleep. But, you know, once Warden's on top of you, if those skills have been used, he's going to be free. And I just don't think Abrams can stand and deliver. And can they escape either when there's lassos, when there's combos, when there's telekinesis available to catch them? I think they need to somehow disengage that Warden ulti and then refight. But whether VP lets them do that is going to be up to them.
There's nothing they can do.
One thing I find interesting here, Jason, the way Tass has been playing the Haze, it has not been as active looking for ganks as much as has been using Haze more aggressively in kind of a split push role here at times. And you know, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just, it feels like a difference from how we've seen Haze get played when Haze has been played recently as more of just a mid-game, get me in every team fight sort of hero.
I think Virtus.pro knows how Haze plays. Not Tass, but how Haze plays. Like, where she's going to be. Like, where's the moment for Haze to have an impact in the game? And they've not been getting caught in jungle. Zergy survived the gank on that right lane Walker, even though they eventually did lose the Walker. He bought time for them to go for the fight for the Earn to turn it in and get a Walker themselves. I feel like they've kind of like nullified the mid-game power of what Haze is supposed to bring to your composition. So I think his window's kind of gone. Like, obviously you can still get a catch here or there if you catch him out in the jungle, but he's not really been super effective.
Also, we talk about income allocation. Right now, they've kind of put everything into Pocket and Furnace, not even the Geist. You know, Saf has kind of been very active in a lot of these team fights, but taking a look at things here. VP rotating back. In control of the Earn here so far. And, okay, Abraham's maybe got a little bit one-win in them. They're going for the aggressive mid-boss take. They have more clearance on the map, and it actually is going to be a question if VP's able to get here in time here, Jason.
Even the bullet dance being used to take it down as quick as possible. I don't think they're going to get here in time. I think maybe they look for the refight off of this because they can see what ultimates are already being used. And a clean take, a good decision made by Abrahams. They have the damage to do it. But what can they do? What can they do with the Rejuvenator is going to be the real question.
I love that call so much. It's so rare to see an aggressive mid-boss call work out bloodlessly. Usually it turns into a fight, but they just had the snap decision of, we don't think VP can get here in time. And they were correct. I mean, I can't overstate what a great call that was by Abrahams and how rare it is to see it actually pan out that way with everyone still alive on both sides.
It's also the advantage to having your lanes shoved so far on the enemy side of the map, so you can see them actually having to contest it.
Sleep on Listic. Listic having the burn, return the shadows super early, and they're okay with that. They're like, okay, we got the ult out, that's fine. We're not gonna overchase the Calico in enemy territory. Meanwhile, Saf under the gun, getting chased on down, but the rest of Abrahams is coming in here. This could be bait in a bad way for VP if they commit onto the Geist. And now they decide we want to get out of here. The rest of Abrahams really eager for the fight. Still has the Rejuvenator. Tass able to find Sharik, and Abrahams now taking the advantage. They force out the last stand. And in fact, it's the last stand actually coming in from Saint right now. Sharik never got a chance to drop it. So the stolen last stand comes on in. Now looking for walkers is Abrahams. And if you're VP, you don't really have great tools to stop it here now. Michaelis getting into the fray of things. Great parry! Actually could change the fight, but backs on out. Doesn't go over and in. Has to really be careful. Super low right now is the shift.
Yeah, he's got to be very careful. I mean, the bloodletting's only going to take him so far. He goes back to base to heal. So as Tass, they did have the man advantage from this fight. The urn was picked up by Zergy and ran over to this mid lane because he realized he had to be there to defend against this. And it seems like Virtus.pro, they've been able to hold on, only losing Shark. They might lose the urn off this. I mean, if you look what ultimates have been consumed, Abrahams have so much left. It's only the Affliction that's currently down. And Virtus.pro, no combo, no telekinesis, no lasso. Yeah, they're gonna have a last stand, but if they commit too many players towards this urn turn, and you can see in the mini map, Abraham's gonna take their second walker and another flex slot.
Mo getting bullied off in the left-hand side. And right now, I mean, Pocket is kind of exposed on the right, where Walker's definitely gonna go in favor of Abrahams here. And okay, Pocket's able to actually run it all the way back. So the bait this time working out really well for Abrahams, able to bring the urn back, give clearance for the walker, and they're going for a second walker here, Jason. The macro play coming out from Abrahams, really excellent at the moment.
Oh wait, is that a stolen telekinesis? I'm not sure what that was actually being used onto Michaelis. The sleep dart came through to buy time for the rest of rotations to be here. I think a last stand actually being thrown out of Shark to go for the chase on a jam side, but he's going to escape. And Saint, I think, going to be dying from this one, but Hoot's still going to be here to defend. The urn has not been deposited. Virtus.pro are still keeping two players here. And honestly, there's only so much that Hoot can do. A great parry comes out of Listic to deny the urn drop, and Hoot's going to fall from this. Virtus.pro, even without Rejuvenator, they're going to get a good swing in souls.
Why didn't they just bring the urn back there? I don't understand why they did so well, like bring the urn back to Walker and being safe while buying time for walkers to be cleared out by Tass. I just don't understand why Abrahams felt like they had to bring the urn up there. Everything else was going really well for them, and on the whole, it's still not bad. I wonder if they could have done that and maintained urn, but now, you know, look at here as a new urn has spawned. You know, Jake, what do you think about that sequence of macro coming in from Abrahams?
Yeah, as much as these are some good trades, like on paper for VP, I think Abrahams, anytime you're trading even remotely close with the Reju of respawns at this point in the game is going to be good value, right? It's allowing them to have 6 players on the map, and then this urn tournament is going to be completely uncontested. VP just aren't spawned back up into the fight in time. So I think just, you know, as long as you're trading kills with the Rejuvs, getting those shortened respawns, it's going to be benefiting the macro advantage. However, VP, like getting that urn tournament was still nice for them. It still allows them to keep this lead to a minimum. And as Rejuv expires, VP are going to have very much another bite at the apple. It's still quite an even game.
Jason, as I look at this, though, I do feel like opportunities are starting to become slimmer and slimmer right now for VP, especially when you take a look at the map control, where VP now down all their walkers. Abrahams is kind of setting the terms of engagement the last few fights. It's a bit of a troublesome situation that VP has now found themselves in.
I mean, I'm looking at Jamside. I know Jake was talking about last game how much damage Jamside was doing on the Infernus. He's at 36,000 souls. Like, he is head and shoulders above everyone on his team. The next closest is Hoot at 31,000. But in terms of his opposition, he's looking at like 10k ahead of most players. Only a 5k lead over Zergy. Like, he's going to be putting out a ridiculous amount of damage in this fight. I'm assuming he's gonna have spiritual overflow online soon, which is basically when we saw a big, not resurgence out of him, but we started to see him more involved with these fights and putting out more damage. So he does have spiritual overflow and infuser picked up. I mean, he's gonna be in these team fights, and with the lead that he currently has, I think it kind of comes up to him if he can be as impactful in these fights as we've seen just in their last match. And he has every opportunity to do so.
I'll be honest, Jason, the entire time you were talking, I had anxiety about the potential caster curse because I just look at the mini-map and see Deepov on the Holiday just near jam side. Jam side oftentimes is the pick-off of choice regardless of what he's on in these situations. So I was just expecting the lasso to come out and jam side to immediately die while you were talking about his importance. Meanwhile, though, Shariq getting slept. The Falter's going to be here, at the very least. I think they're trying to get the last stand out of Shariq, but Shariq doesn't bite. Has really good self-control here, and instead turns into a chase down. They're looking for Hayes. They're going to be able to get on the Taz. Taz, I believe, got enough clearance to get away, but... so some Wardens in that situation there, Jason, might have just popped the last stand. And, speaking of catches here, Lasso in here on the hoot. Spalter going to be there. Pocket, of course, still pretty slippery. Able to cloak out and over, so the Lasso threat gone, at least for now.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal target. You want to lasso in, since you don't have a slowing hex or a silencer of some sort. And Tass, I mean, he's going to go back on the hunt here in 5 seconds, looking for the information. I mean, you can see, like, he gets the sleeve dagger onto Shard, together rotated in to look for a kill, though there's still another Virtus.pro player actually past them that they had to worry about. But one thing that does worry me is Abraham's... They're depending on tasks to create these openings, to create these opportunities, and they might have it on the Listic in the right-hand side of the map, which with mid-boss spawning pretty soon, it could be the big moment for them to actually transition in towards this, but Listic somehow escapes all of this.
Yeah, while they're looking for Listic, if they had kept diving, VP would have had a great engage from the back. So the one thing Abraham's doing really well at the moment is just going for opportunities, but realizing you have an internal timer at this level of play where if you don't get the kill in about 5 to 10 seconds, other people are coming on in to punish you for the attempt. So they don't linger there, Jason, which is really, really smart where, I think at times we would have seen teams like try and deep dive Listic there where it probably wasn't the play.
Yeah, so Calico is just so mobile. I'm trying to see, like, I mean, obviously the next fight's going to be probably around the runes spawning in, or maybe the urn, which I think it's spawned on the left-hand side of the map, if I'm not mistaken. So no one's actually positioned except Listic to pick it up. In the meantime, Abraham's, I still want to say off the back of Tass, will be looking for an opportunity to go for a catch. And Obikim's over at the, actually teleported to the left-hand side. I think Hoot's currently buying. And now both teams have started to collapse on this left-hand side, looking for that urn spawn to come through. And it's going to be a neutral turn-in, so it comes down to if you're willing to take the fight for picking it up, which honestly, Virtus.pro should be able to get scotch-free.
We'll see if VP's able to get the pickup. Abraham's, they look very keen to contest here, so it may not be free. You got Pocket coming on in, and the urn chase down here underway. Abraham's fully committing over here. Fight taking place here, there, and everywhere. It's Abraham's right now. Looking for a key pickoff. You got guys here on the rooftops making Demov incredibly low from the get-go. Lasso already used. Abraham's investing both audience participation and affliction at the start of the fight, and at the end of it, kind of a win for VP. VP's able to get out with the urn. They use a few ult, sure, but so does Abraham's. And now, okay, Abraham's, they decide, Jason, they want to turn this into mid-boss.
Yeah, I mean, perfect time to do so. You can even see Saint actually using the Spectral System to go contest quickly over towards the urn. He's going to teleport back, most likely. And now he's going to be here for the Reju, who's going to fall to the ground. You can already see Obikim and Listic going to be in here. This is going to be tough to take.
They're looking for it. Saf is able to get the Reju for Abraham's, and now can VP punish? Saf already with 2. Last stand being used. Saf with another, just completely invincible here in the pit. Getting supported all the while. And VP throw themselves into a bit of a blunder. They still get 2 kills in turn. Demov and Mikhail S making the end part of the fight a little bit more palatable here for VP. More so than that, as Mikhail S super low and yet able to land a few final kills there. So not the worst for VP. They lose 3, but they get 4 rejuves down in turn.
Those resets, man, for Mikhail S. So it's so funny because, like, Shiv, if I'm not mistaken, has one of the worst win rates in the game at the moment. But when it comes to competitive play, he still has a pretty damn decent win rate because you know how to play around your team much better. You can go in and out of fights. When you have Zergi on 35,000 souls and Listic doing damage at 33k, you can get those resets off with relative ease in the fights. And Virtus.pro, they also take away the urn while all this happens. So they get the kill advantage even though they lost their Rejuvenator, and they retreat the urn back to their own base to prevent any sort of turn-in.
Well, we got a moment here as Abraham sets up on the attack. Actually, I don't think we have a moment. I'll put a pin in that. We'll talk about some of the details of Shiv's build a little bit later. Abraham's wanting to make the most of the last little bit of rejuve here. You know, the fact that you get extra creep pressure, they get one shrine down, going for the second shrine, while VP's still down 3. Are they going to get first stage patron? Looks like they will. They might lose some people on the backhand side, but they're full committing here for first stage patron. Gonna drop the affliction. Still damage in on it, but will VP at least be able to get a little bit of blood from it? They only get one here so far. Tasso punishes Listic in turn. Trade so far. Listic, or rather VP, still in on the chase. McKLS, killing blow coming on in. This is where Shiv can really be a terror, looking to add more to his plate. And Virtus chopped to pieces, and McKLS suddenly coming to life here the last 3 minutes of this game.
Man, this is why I hate and love Shiv. The fact that you can do things like this and get those resets, get yourself 3 kills in that fight. I mean, at least for Abraham's, they still have tasks with Rejuvenator. So they're still going to have the wave shoving in towards the base. They didn't get the first stage patron, if I'm not mistaken. And
No,
they did get the shrine. Oh, they did get it. Okay, so they committed to it. While Michaelis was killing their entire back line.
Yeah, that's why they dropped as much. Like, they could have gone out more cleanly, but decided they wanted first stage patron. Zaf, meanwhile, again, combo, getting rescue beam in turn. Zaf able to drop the soul swap. Zaf so incredibly tanky. It's part of why the mid fight went as well for Abraham's as it did. Looking to turn things back around. Demov very, very low at the moment, looking for any way out. As Abraham's recommitting. VP still more people overall up. Clone combo up and over, a little bit extra pressure onto Sharik. Abraham's, though, not really liking the tone of this fight, trying to disengage and looking like they're going to be able to do so. So while they're on the disengage here, you know, Jake, we got Shiv in sight here. What have you been noticing from the Shiv build this game?
Yeah, I mean, he's basically gone for pure tank with like both of the resistance items. With I believe it's got the like healing on skill cast, and so he's really just playing to tank a lot of the aggression and hold down W into this game, allowing space for people like Zergy and Sharik to really be the key damage dealers. But this fight has gotten very scrappy, and I think Hayes gets out as everybody TP. Seems like both teams want to reset, but Virtus.pro may have bitten off more than they can chew. Zergy's incredibly low, just is not even going to slip out though. Taz gets the cleanup.
Yeah, Abraham's looking for the full recontest. Taz, a little bit low. Gotta look for the disengage. Meanwhile, you got Pocketed Sinclair going a little bit deeper. Down 1 is VP, and you know, this is a little bit dangerous now. Foot's gonna fall, and if you're VP, you're down 2. Abraham's, I mean, look, they may not be 1 win, but you already got the stage 2 patron. You get 1 more kill, you might be thinking about going for the end, Jason.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do. They have Saf leading the charge, leading the front line. You can see Jamstein looking for an opportunity to go in. He's going to look for the catch with the Hex as well. Saint's going to get locked down by the combo and finished off as Listic comes through with the kill. So at least stave off the push for now, but they're going straight for the patron. Are they just ignoring these players? The patron is still taking damage. It's down about 20%.
So. This is very pivotal for VP, but VP, they have to get back out there. They've hit the fountain a little bit, now back up and over. Abraham's fully committing, Listic going down, the patron getting super low. Is the full commit for Abraham's gonna work out? It does! They take down the patron. VP does not get a chance to recover, even being in the lead. The shot calls for Abraham's in this game, Jason, absolutely unreal from the first mid boss to the call at the end.
Damn. I mean, Abraham's put on a very good match here. If you think about last week, they lost the first map, they came back in the second, and then it was basically a best of 1 in the third. But we've not really seen them go into this series with the map advantage, and it was honestly, it was very difficult to do so. I think a lot of the early game was about Hoot, man. He put on so much pressure in that game, stacking up so many kills. I think he finished off at about 12, but then Task finally came into his own later on. Jamside was still putting out some decent damage, and they had a decent response to McKLS. Like, if they kind of ignore him since he's built almost full tank, and you kill his back line, he's not going to have the damage himself to get those resets. So great use out of those rescue beams furthermore.
And of course, you know, bring Jake back in. You know, Jake, to me, this is a very interesting game because normally when we talk about shot calls, usually we talk about VP making really good shot calls. But to me, I look at how Abraham's played this. This is the most intelligent I feel like I've ever seen Abraham's play, with the decisions they are making, the calls they went for. And again, you realize how rare it is to see a team that's technically ahead on the aggregate lose the game. We don't see that very often here in Deadlock. It's very rare.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the way that Abraham has played, like, especially the forcing the mid boss with nobody down, I mean, that's a very risky call. Conventionally, we almost never see teams do that. We see it fail quite often. But in this game, they realized they had the time, and even the commitment of Saf with that bullet dance to, or rather from Taz with the bullet dance to kill it quickly enough where the, you know, VP just couldn't quite respond in time. ends up generating a pretty big advantage from them in this game. On top of that, I think the laning phase went very well for Abrahams overall, especially Pocket got off to a super strong start. Maybe the rest of the team not as much, but Hoot was really able to make his presence felt, especially with that affliction throughout the game was a really big problem for some of these tankier team fighters. And Sharik, they couldn't quite get the lockdowns they needed in the team fights. It felt like the steal on the Moze combo was also particularly powerful in a few engagements.
I think ZP, other than the hard engage we saw to Virtus.pro and Abrahams on that left-hand side for the turn-in, I think Abrahams played pretty damn flawlessly. Like, it was a pretty damn clean game, even though Virtus.pro kept it really close and contested throughout, the 35 odd minutes we were in this match. I can only really point out like one mistake Abrahams made.
Yeah, and it would be where they played Earn Chicken a little bit too long, and that's a game that usually VP wins. But other than that, I mean, Abrahams played really well. I think you saw the benefit of Hayes right now in this meta where, yeah, you don't have the harder engage of a Paradox or a Holiday, but TAS was still able to set up really nice opportunities with Sleep Dagger into follow through from people like Together or Saf, and still very much make it work. And you look at the damage breakdown right now here too. Man, oh man, not only was Hoot involved in a lot of fights, not only was Hoot stealing a lot of the jungle, but the raw damage output that Hoot got on the Pocket here was immense. And Jake, as I'm looking at this here, I do wonder where do you rate it right now, having a traditional engagement option like a Holiday or a Paradox versus picking up something like the Haze?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Haze paid dividends in this game. I do still think Dimov, acquitted himself well on the Holiday 16 assists, definitely came by those the hard way, was able to get a lot done and controlling in the team fights, right? Beyond just the lasso. I do think, though, maybe somebody like Paradox, who's really hard committing on the catch, silencing with the wall, locking them down, but like basically all in on just that one big initiation catch, that seems to have fallen by the wayside. I think the fact that Holiday just continues to participate well in the fights with the barrel knockups, with being able to bounce around on the jump pads and be able to do some pretty serious gun damage of her own. I think that has made her, a little bit consistent in staying in the meta because she isn't just about that catch. And same for somebody like the Paradox, where you're even less committed to the initial catch and even more so for like the amount of damage and utility you get in the team fights, whether you're setting up with those invis skill usages or using that ulti, of course, to clear objectives or come down as that final nail in the coffin in a team fight when the opponents are out of stuns.
Jason, you were doubting the Pocket coming on in. Are you more of a Pocket believer at first pick, or you still have some doubts?
I wonder if I'm still not a believer in a Pocket first pick, honestly. But I wonder, is it because they want to put Hoot on more of a carry role in the team? Like they did something similar last week with picking Calico first, give it over to Hoot. They picked Pocket first, give it over to Hoot once again. And he had a pretty damn good game on it. I think it's not going to be effective unless your team plays around it. Because one thing I'm noticing is like the breakdown of souls by source. And you can see Jamside and Hoot having a massive portion, the amount of souls that they got from those neutral camps. TAS, it's 8%. Together, 9%. Saf, 9%. And then Saint, 6%. Like they really gave, I feel like, a lot of this jungle farm over to these two players to allow them to be effective. Because I didn't really see Hoot necessarily taking enemy jungle that often. But he definitely had a very strong game. Like in the beginning, he was ahead by like 2K with the amount of kills he was getting in lane alone.
Well, as I take a look at this, I think the thing that would be remiss to talk about is just the graph of the back and forth over the course of the game. Since we had the stat system, this is the first time we've seen anything other than an incline one way. I mean, this went both ways where Abrahams got ahead after the laning phase. VP was able to find pickoffs, and the spike for VP, that's actually the Earn fight. That's the Earn chicken that went on where VP got a big edge. And then you see the mid-boss call. And after the mid-boss calls where Abrahams is able to turn the mid-boss call into getting a big edge on walkers. And that gave them the lead that they were able to convert into taking the game as a whole, even though VP shot ahead at the end. So you can kind of think back to the events of the game, and all of it is reflected very cleanly in the graph at the bottom, Jake.
Yeah, like the fact that the game keeps going back and forth, it really shows how evenly matched these teams are. I mean, like a couple of these fights, especially around the rejubes, go differently, and we're looking at an extremely different game. So this is looking like a very competitive series, one that could easily go all the way. Although Virtus.pro lost, they are, down, but definitely not out. Still looking very competitive and threatening. I think Abrahams need to keep playing on a high level if they want to lock this series down.
Agreed.
As we're getting into it, I mean, that was our first map, and once more, VP finds themselves down one map at the start of the series. So, any last thoughts here, Jason, before we go to a break and see if VP can pull this one back and defend the crown?
No, because the quicker we go to break, the quicker we come back from break, and the quicker we get into our next match. So I'm going to be silent because I hope for this next game to come quickly.
Well, you heard it there. Jason says, no more yap, just break and into game 2. I couldn't agree more. When we come back, it is gonna be VP versus Abrahams. Abrahams threatening to take the throne here once more. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night Europe, number 28, where Abrahams has taken the fight to Virtus.pro, looking to be our first new champion in over 4 weeks. ZP here with Jason and Jake. And Jake, I'll start things off with you. Abrahams looking smarter than I think we've ever seen them, with the exception of, maybe one earned fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played really well in that last game. However, it was super back and forth. So I don't think there's much of a mental advantage coming into this game too. I think even in the final moment of taking the Patron, it felt like there was still a chance for Virtus.pro to be able to make a comeback and to be able to stay in that game. I thought Nikhil was a pretty smart shiv build, going like pure tank there to survive through the damage from things like Hayes and Abrams and even like the copied Warden ults. So I thought the execution was really great from both sides, and I'm just excited to see such high level deadlock here in our money match.
Now we're gonna see Virtus.pro first pick Pocket. Oh man, and then it's gonna be like they got Pocket, they banned Calico, or they're banning Hayes. I don't know.
You guys are Pocket haters. It looked pretty good to me. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not hating Pocket this week. I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland right now. Like, I'm willing to have my mind open to where it's at. I think it's hard to deny the level of presence you're getting on the map from Pocket right now, on top of getting the team fight utility. So look, I am more in the believer category than not.
They act similar to Lash, where you play on the high ground and you use that as information, then you majestic leap in and you look for that affliction. With the Lash being banned away, we didn't get to see Saf play in it in this last game. I mean, I didn't hate it. I just don't necessarily think it's first pick worthy, but I mean, I'm open to being wrong. I'm not saying off any basis other than
they have been
its
taking
track
it
record.
On the first 2 picks for the second pick team though, right? It hasn't been going like first overall in either game. It's been the team with second pick that grabs it in their first pick. It's the team's
first pick. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's like not the end of the world. It's like of your 2, like, hey, they have a Calico. Maybe you really need the Pocket in terms of having that character that can go in, do a burst of damage, and actually disengage and get out for that almost like a scouting role, rather than it being about stunning and catching an individual hero. Just seeing where the enemy is on the map, allowing your team to make the decision. Do you want this fight? Do you want to attempt the pick off? Or should we just fall off? Like, to make that decision in the game time, in the pressure of a important fight, I think getting that info off is really value. And it's a little bit, it's like not going to show on any kind of graph in terms of the stats that Calico or Pocket, for that matter, are able to deliver. Although Pocket also has kind of monster damage too, so it's
this is pretty interesting to me. I thought VP banned Kelvin from the first pick position last time around because they didn't want Kelvin to be picked up in the 1 and 2 slot. But in this case, VP is second pick, and they are still taking out the Kelvin. So that is kind of interesting to me, where even when they have the back-to-back picks, they don't want to value getting Kelvin. Either that, or they fear a Kelvin first pick, which I don't really think is the case, given the fact that Calico has been the perma first pick all day long. Now for VP, the moment of truth here, particularly for Jason, is it going to be Pocket first pick? And if it is Pocket first pick, what goes along with it? It's been kind of a subpar day for Warden, but we've seen that teams have valued frontline, and the most valued frontliner has not been Shiv this week. It's been Geist. So you get Pocket, and do they go Geist? Because if so, the beginning of the draft here, Jason, is kind of hit a rhythm.
Yeah, Swap has looked really powerful in both of the last couple games, right? It's turned around these fights, allows guys to stabilize a lot in the face of some overwhelming damage. If you fail the kills, or the CC chain, and Geist is going to turn the fight on its head.
But if you're Abrahams, on your next ban,
Let's have fun,
do you ban away Holiday? Because Virtus.pro aren't going to play Paradox now because of Pocket being picked from a KLS. And then they have no initiator, and they maybe force D-Mob to go Bebop instead.
I think that'd be smart. I think with where you're at, particularly I will say if you do want to go for the mid-stage ban onto the Holiday, you probably should pick the Lash before the mid bans, which they may do because Lash got banned in the mid bans last time. So you get Shiv here. You could do another frontliner alongside the Shiv, or if you're Abrahams, you could grab the Lash now and prevent the ban play coming out from VP, because I think for Abrahams, if you don't pick up the Lash now, based on what we saw in the last draft, it's a pretty darn good likelihood that the Lash will be banned and you won't have the ability to give that to Saf. But
I like the Lash pick. I mean, Kelvin and Viscus are gone. Those are 2 of the stronger answers. They're going to prio the Haze. They just really feel like Taz, I mean, he was an impact player in that last game, setting up a lot of openings, a lot of pickoffs in the mid game, and putting a lot of that pressure onto VP of whether they even want to go alone ever, right, when Haze is off map.
It's tough though, because in last week's matchup when they did this, when Abrahams played Lash, Virtus.pro played Pocket, Michaelis was able to bully Saf on the high ground quite a bit and wasn't allowing Saf to play from the high ground position to look for these great death slams. So I'm a little bit worried that if Abrahams go for a Lash, the same thing's going to happen, and Saf won't be as effective as we saw him in a one-win match.
As I look at this though, I do kind of like the Warden more when you have the Geist on your side. I feel like we saw a lot of team fights where Warden would go in and just get swapped. But now you have like the upside of Warden being able to go aggressive, and you don't have to worry about swap ruining your day. And frontline wise, I don't think you really dislike either the Shiv or the Calco matchup as Warden. Now, the ban coming in for Abrams is interesting. To me, this goes, VP just wants to limit the amount of frontline power that Abrahams is going to give, and they would rather deal with a weaker frontline and Lash than deal with a stronger frontline and no Lash, because coming here on the flip side after the mid-stage bans, given how they played earlier today, I do expect Abrahams to like go for the Lash.
Like we see a Sinclair ban of Abrahams and we're all like, huh?
That's an interesting ban, because I would have thought like it's not a great pick for VP, but it is still a great pick for Abrahams. And so I'm kind of surprised that they banned it. Maybe they just thought VP would grab it right here. I mean, I guess there's like, you could copy the Haze ulti, and maybe I guess the Hex is probably pretty potent against the comp they have already to be able to like Rabbit Hex and counter initiate. I love the choice of Ivy though, having like a very consistent hard stun for Haze to get her out of the ulti is I think super important, and it's one that they didn't have anywhere else in their draft, and I'm not sure where else they were going to get it with Abrams and Viscus, you know, both already taken out.
I'm still a little bit mind blown at because they were banning Ivy before, which I thought was a good ban. Banning Sinclair is a little bit weird when
you're looking to summon a god, right?
You would think they would ban something else, but in this case, they do decide to go for the Lash. That part makes perfect sense. So VP, they kind of were architects of this year. They said, we fear you having a stronger front line over you going Lash. And Jason Abrahams goes, well, you know, it's funny you say that because we're still going to pick up the Lash, but, you know, you may be right.
I mean, they had to run Kelvin with Lash in the one-win match to make it like extra effective, ignoring the fact that like Saf had a great 2-man ult on the Walker. The Kelvin was also a massive reason of why they beat one win, but they're not going to have the ability to pick it. Maybe they actually go last pick Dynamo to have the extra sustain, and then also have the extra wombo to the combo of Death Slam into a singularity. It also sets up Haze of having a relatively good job. You also do prioritize then Obikim, who's most likely playing Ivy, to decide, do I stone form the Dynamo or do I stone form the Bullet Dance? Because you're most likely not going to get both in this situation if they go Dynamo.
I don't hate the idea of a Dynamo here for Abrahams. I think it's actually pretty powerful, especially for being able to Black Hole the Warden when he tries to cast his ulti. You can cancel it. I mean, Holiday, you can have Lasso on to cancel it right from out of range. I think that should cancel Black Hole, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about that, but and then
I'm not sure either, actually. Do you just pull the Black Hole to your towards yourself?
I think Lasso is considered a stun on the target who is lassoed.
Yeah, because you grab sevens out of the air all the time, which is
exactly.
Yeah,
so maybe that's puts a little bit of pressure on Dynamo, but I agree. I think the Wombo combo is very real here. It would be an interesting draft for Abrahams though, because I think Dynamo is pretty weak / useless on the lane, and I think that's kind of a big problem. You end up falling a little bit behind with the Dynamo most of the time and trying to make a comeback play, which could be just too scary for them to go with. The 7 is a really surprising choice to me here. I thought they had plenty of gun damage and carry, but they say they want more. I wonder if is this ever going to be like a stun maxing 7 or something, like a sort of a support build that it's been a long time since we've seen people play that, but it's possible. It just feels like such a weird game to have like one more gun carry, especially with the threats of, you know, Holiday to jump on top of you. Mirage can be a problem.
It's a lot of damage Abrahams have though. That's a lot of damage.
I just worry, is it too much though? Like this is very late game, very greedy into a VP draft that could play quite a fast tempo with Ivy and Mirage giving some global presence and a lot of lane pressure from the rest of the cast.
Also, picking 7 into the Holiday at times has not been great for the 7 player because, I mean, it kind of depends on how the Holiday is being played, but the Holidays today in EU have not been turbo aggressive the way that they would be if played by something like melee creeps. So they're more willing to be reactive. If you're more willing to be reactive with the Holiday, that means you can just kind of save it for Stormcloud and where you're at. But regardless, it's definitely unconventional. We haven't seen a whole lot of double carry
I want to see a stun max
at the same time.
Stun max Echo Shard 7. I'm calling it. They're bringing out the OG support 7 build.
On the note of Lasso, by the way, I don't think there's a world where 7 doesn't build Unstoppable as like the first 6k item, considering what he's gonna have to deal with.
Stun maxing and going Echo Shard. You got to consider the possibility.
I mean,
it seems crazy to me to have
right?
Infernus and 7 right on the same draft. I don't see that, especially with Haze being your ganker. I mean, you have a lot of farm consumption on this Abraham's team, and are they going to have the space to farm like that under pressure in the early game with this greedy of a draft?
That's the problem they're going to run into, is that they need to farm. They need to farm 7 Infernus, Haze. I mean, Haze not so much necessarily. Shiv, Calico. Like, there's 4 heroes you need to farm, and there's only realistically 2 lanes to do it in, unless they're going to send one of these players strictly in towards the jungle, which actually might be 7 to be fair. But that's a very good point. I think that also then to me says, Abrahams, if you're going to want to win, you have to do it early, because you're not going to be able to out farm Virtus.pro with having so many heroes that need it.
Here's the other thing I'll say when I look at this. The one thing I think Abrahams is going to have a really big edge on through maybe about the first 15 minutes. If you're a Virtus.pro, do you want to take earn fights versus Abrahams as a general rule? I feel like you don't. Like, between having to dodge Death Slam, Storm Cloud, even Bullet Dance, and like how you can set that up, how Calico can get really good dives in at the beginning. Even with Affliction and Last Stand, I don't love a lot of the ways that the earn fights are going to transpire here for VP if they haven't already picked someone off. So
I do think, though, for VP, Pocket and Ivy can both kind of like walk out under the lash because they have the reliable dodges for his ultimate. So there is, for me, like a bit of playmaking potential for Virtus.pro to get active around the earn fights. I agree. Like, I think walking under when there's like 7 ulti or lash on the skybox, like ready to counter you, is going to be really, really scary. And so if Abrahams gets the earn control and threatens the drop off, they've got great tools to secure that. But I think VP can also just kind of play their ways through it with Mirage, putting global lane pressure on, forcing some of these heroes to leave the earn fight. And then, of course, he can join, and then Pocket and Ivy and Holiday can look to make their plays on, heroes that are trying to set up and trying to protect that area. I think there's a way through here for VP. They're less reliant, and there's no Kelvin in the game to secure those drop-offs.
Also, Jason, we talk about how much has changed in the last few weeks, where this is the first era of Deadlock where we've seen Mirage not be picked in the upper half of the draft at all times, period. Going all the way back to the beginning, when Mirage was first entered into the game. Always first ban, first pick, or at least picked in the first half. And in this case, Mirage picked at the very end. It's a changing of the times.
I think for Virtus.pro, it makes sense. But in general, like across EU and A, it is quite a big change up. I think the reason I say for Virtus.pro is that it makes sense because normally they want to leave Zergy just farming and not really team fighting. With a Mirage, you want him to be the one farming just so you can split push and then he can ult and Traveler in towards a fight. But yeah, it is kind of surprising. But then again, is it as surprising as seeing Paradox not being first pick ban or first pick banned, the same as Holiday? Like, we've had a massive switch around in just the last few months of like what the priority heroes are.
Yeah, also on top of that, I think it's worth noting high priority at the beginning of this patch and just quickly devalued to the point of not being picked nor banned is Wraith, where also when Wraith was picked today, Wraith is lost 100% of the time today. In the sample size of 2, mind you, but conventional wisdom changing pretty rapidly week by week on the new patch. Jake, we're getting a little bit more insight here as to how the lanes are breaking down. Anything wild to you as you take a look at it?
I'm just super curious to see the 7 build, honestly. That's like my #1 question about this game. I genuinely think this is going to be a support 7. Like, I just don't see that you can play for carry potential. I think it's like early support maxing and then maybe eventually getting Lightning Scroll on the ulti to be able to be just like a really powerful team fight stun control with, I mean, you do need to stun that ultimate. So if a couple of these stuns go out, like especially Holiday, the 7 could become a real problem, being a space creator really for the rest of the squad.
Jason, I think there's some wisdom to Jake's theory here, if nothing else. Look at who's playing the 7. It's Saint, who you would expect to be playing support heroes for Abrahams in the first place. So, yeah, I'm kind of on board with this idea of support build 7.
I mean, it makes the most sense theoretically, based on obviously ignoring the fact that Saint's on it, but just because you have so many heroes that you farm, like someone has to bite the bullet. And oh my god, it's going to be Tass off the get-go as Listic catches him trying to go towards the shop. I think he catches him while buying.
That was so sick from Listic. Listic cast the nade as he was flying over from the zip. He like read that play entirely that Taz was going to go try to buy in that moment. Huge punish from Mystic.
All right, so VP, first 2 kills of the game heading their way as they pick one up on the Saf. Abraham's rougher beginning to game 2 than what they had here on game 1. And, you know, the other thing too, you think about comp and where things are going to be at. Falling behind versus Mirage comp always doesn't feel great, Jason, if that's ends up being the case here, just because of the ways that you can manipulate the macro game via Traveler.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it's not in the mid lane, so they're not going to be too punished by it, at least. But, I mean, the first 2 deaths isn't going to be that big of a change-up, to be honest. It's just about see if you can get a follow-up kill when you get your ultimates online and they don't have it. I mean, Demov's at 2.3, and, I mean, Tass at 1.8, and same as Saf. They're not realistically that far behind, though it could transition into another kill or 2. It depends on, I guess, how the lane plays out. But yeah, I mean, I'm still like taking a look at this left-hand lane, keeping an eye on, you know, what Jake's been talking about here. As you can see, the aggression once again out of Demov, trying to go for the initial damage and initial catch.
Take a look at the left lane here, where in Mirage Pocket, I'm not sure who I'd favor on paper on the actual lane here. I think you can make arguments either way. I'd still probably favor the Mirage Pocket over the 7 Calico, but man, I look at the middle. The middle lane feels like it's going to be a problem for Abrams, both in how it started and you look at the pressure in lane. It is constantly pushed up to the Guardian right now. And also, you stop to think about it. If this leads to a lane where Tass ends up a bit behind, it's going to limit the ability to get to your power spike where Hayes is super good in the mid game if Hayes is still stuck basically doing lane chores and behind at the same time. So, I mean, middle lane really could put Abrahams behind the 8-ball here, Jason.
Yeah, they've got no wave clear. It's only really Flog to do that. And you don't necessarily want to be using it on towards the hero or the minions. You want to be using it on towards people. As you can see, Saf goes down once again. Virtus.pro really proving that first loss might have been just a fluke here, as they've just been completely dominating this middle lane. And this is where you can look to see them take down the Guardian and start to rotate out. I believe it would be Demov, since you're going to leave listed there just to continue to farm up on the Geist. And we were talking about like a Mirage getting ahead, but imagine a Geist ahead, which is already hard to kill as is. And with listed playing there with a lead, it's going to be even more difficult to deal with.
But also, I do wonder right now how much the benefit of having choice of first or second pick is at the moment in the draft, where second pick has been valued all day long by the team with choice of side pick, and the fact that you can open pocket Geist also just seems to be kind of a big edge right now. Because if you see VP come back massively in this game, and then Abrahams, you know, theoretically to come back in the 3rd game with the same draft, you kind of look at that, and a common denominator there is like, wow, the second pick actually really, really strong right now.
Another kill out of Listic and towards the mid lane. Stun going to come through onto KLS as they're trying to get the kill on towards him. And he actually shouldn't really be able to escape, should he? Oh, looks like he will. Saint actually just took the launch pad away.
Yeah, McKellis is going to be able to get out of there, and you know, VP, decent lead starting to develop here between both ends. Hasn't developed as much onto the Guardians, though. Jamside able to punish Obikin. Wow. Take a look here at Listic. Super bloodthirsty this entire game. Still looking for Jamside. Still has the tether up and running, and Jamside is just barely going to be able to slit the pressure, get back to base. And Kayla's falling in turn. Abraham's starting to claw their way back in some of these trade-outs.
Yeah, Listic went for gank on the right lane, considering they lost a player over there. I think he gets 1 kill, and then they actually just do send Obikim over towards the mid lane now to assist Demov. It's a little bit of a switch up happening. But that right lane Guardian's already low. The mid lane's Guardian's already low. The left lane relatively untouched at the moment. So Binding Word is going to be outranged here. But Together trying to get aggressive. I mean, the thing is, Together, he can snowball games really well when he gets ahead on Shiv. But I don't, off the top of my head, remember games where he's just kind of even and Abrahams has a good result.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges for Abrahams in this game is going to be finding a way to manipulate the game state enough so Together gets not just like a little bit ahead, but seriously far ahead. And a lot of that's going to fall on Tass into the mid game. I think that's part of why you picked the Haze here, is to try and, you know, give a really good, safe mid game state for Together to get ahead on the game. Is that going to happen quite the same way with the rest of the draft? Maybe not. We take a look here back into the mid lane, and VP really ramping up the pressure onto the mid guardian. Saf just getting caught off to the side. Dima, 50 HP though, gonna get punished perhaps in turn. Yep, goes for the parry, and I love to see some of the self-control. We're not seeing as many last-minute parries where people can just finish you off with bullets.
I don't think we need to see Saf rotate out of the lane, to be honest. I think they need to give him a different lane. It's just not working out for him at the moment. Constantly being punished in this middle lane, allowing Virtus.pro to get further ahead. Currently 3K in the lead at 7 minutes in. As the ground strike had come through, the infliction to be used to punish Saf. To force him to retreat, you can see Michaelis just almost playing with his food here. And Saf's gonna have to go back to base already.
And that was Saf taking your advice and swapping lanes. It has not been a great day for Lash right now. Saf having a much tougher game than the games earlier today when we've seen Saf on the Lash. So, a bit problematic for Saf here. And also, you stop and think about conditions for Lash being an impact on the game. Lash can't get that far behind because Lash isn't really a character that could be an ult bot. He still has to be threatening on the damage on his ground strikes, or really you don't get much out of him. So, and this is a real problem for Abraham, especially because at the point in the game you can't really funnel a ton of farm over the Lash either. A lot of that's going to be reserved for Together and Jam side.
If I'm not mistaken, he actually had the highest damage on his team. Yeah, 28,000 in the match first one when he had the highest damage on his team at 28,000. He was about 2K ahead of Hoot, who was at 26,000. I mean, it was just kind of insane to be able to pull off on Lash, but at least the upside for Abraham's here is Hoot's having a decent game, able to get onto a 3 kill streak, currently at 8.5 thousand souls, leading the game at the moment. Ooh. As you see the Storm Cloud with the combustion being used, they get the kill onto Listic as Zerg is on 1 HP as well, just trying to hide around the corner with that last stand. And I think he's going to be finished off here. They lose the Guardian, but Abraham's get the kills they need to take a lead for themselves.
Kind of one of the highest value Storm Clouds we've seen in a while. Meanwhile, Lasso connecting Dimov, looking for it. Death Slam though, in from Saf, desperate for a little bit of farm and follow through. And may not be finding much of either here off the Death Slam. So, at the very least, Death Slam does stop the threat of Lasso as it was coming on in. But Saf still in search of farm. Take a look at though, Hoot nearly at 10K. This is where you kind of have to look at Hoot and look at the rotations coming on in, because you expect Calico to buy you some time for the rest of your team to kind of stabilize when you're this far ahead.
He's taking jungle. Must have correct myself. Actually, it was Abraham that took the guard on the right-hand lane. And Hoot was trying to farm up on this left-hand side enemy jungle. He's now going to look for the chase onto Michaelis. So, not... Actually, no, he does get the kill onto him, actually. So, Hoot is really having a big game. And honestly, a game they're going to need if they want to be able to get themselves a 2-0 victory here. It's only 2K in the lead, but Hoot at 11,000 souls. I don't think really anyone can 1v1 him anymore in this point in the game. So you almost have to just gift him a lane to just free farm it and continue to apply the pressure, looking for a walker. As Saint going head to head up against Zergy here, and actually might be able to get the kill onto him. The backup's going to be here, and they do trade 1 for 1.
Well, yeah, and you still see the importance of timing parries at the right time, where Sharik basically, or rather Zergy kind of goes for the hope of the parry. Doesn't happen, ends up being a meaty melee and turn right on after, and what could have been a clean pickoff ends up being a trade. Up and over.
Hoot is tired of having 0 wins in his stream title, man. He is carrying this game on his back. The pocket in the last game, the Calico now had a very lukewarm performance in their match versus 1 win. But he is really be the saving grace. 12,000 souls now, picks up a double kill in the mid lane. Together's going to fall up against Dimov here as the backup of Zergy will be there. But it comes down to this earned turn-in now as we have Saf with control.
It was closer than expected, but this is potentially a power point here for Abrahams. As we kind of call down the draft, is that they're going to be able to go for earned turn-in here. Back it up with Stormcloud and Death Slam. Ideally, they wait. Like, if you're Saf, you give Death Slam a moment, and okay, they actually said, we think we can force it in. And they make the proper call. They're able to go in there. The response is not swift enough from VP, and you take a look at that. Oh my god, I can't believe he didn't get jailed. Meanwhile, Saints providing cover for the escape with the Storm Cloud, but honestly, that felt a little bit uncharacteristic. Usually VP will not give up an earn for free like that. They were in the area, they mistimed it, Jason.
Yeah, maybe that's what they expected, was a little bit more restraint out of Abrahams. Instead, they're like, you know what, we're just going to call your bluff and we're going to full send it in. Because also, while this was happening, they did have Hoot Together pushing the middle lane, getting a Guardian down, getting all 3 initial tier 1 Guardians down for Virtus.pro. Abrahams now on a 5K lead off the back of the earn turn-in. I mean, Hoot's at 14,000. I'm getting a little bit worried for Virtus.pro right now. Like, he is starting to get so far ahead. You can see here some camps that they were able to take on the right-hand side of VP's jungle. He's now taking away their center sacrifices. ZP, I think there's a good chance you might have a new winner here in DFN and EU.
Well, that's a possibility, and good time to bring in Jake. Jake, Calco's getting a little bit out of hand. If you're VP, what are you thinking at the moment when you kind of look at the state of the game?
Yeah, this is a particularly scary hero to have a lead on because it's so hard to focus fire and punish, right? You have so much innate escape and survivability on your skills that when you're able to get a lead on the game, you can really be explosive. You can really push the limits because you're not so worried about getting turned around on off these plays. And that's why they're parking Calico here in this side lane, trying to protect that last Guardian, denying some of that map control, keeping one of those shops open on the map for the team, and really just allowing Calico to stay on the map more and more, especially with this fortitude. So she's just looking to get even bigger to snowball that advantage for more.
Look how fast he is. My God, Shark, you're dead. Who picks up another kill? He's on a 7-kill streak here. Task sets him up and he knocks it down. ZP, this is getting quite insane. 17,000 souls for him now.
VP is in real danger. Despite how the opening lanes were going, the damage, the leak that has been caused by Hoop getting ahead has just been too much to bear. Another one falling. Again, the combo between Hayes and the Calico. You can see the rescue beam coming out from on top, but VP is a little bit shaken at the moment. Now, if any team can make a comeback from the situation, it would be VP. Take a look at Turkey, having the last stand, taking down together. That's a big old bag that just gets secured there. Look at all the souls on the Zergy. One of the last heroes you want to transfer farm over to, Jason.
Yeah, but he's still 5K behind Hoot, funny enough. But I may agree, you definitely don't want to feed over Zergy. He's going to be currently sitting at the top of the table for his team. Even Jamside trying to apply some pressure on this left-hand walker. And does pull 3 VP players away towards it, getting it down to about half HP. And Hoot's still going back to farming. And we do have a check-in here on Saint, by the way, for Jake. Stormcloud maxed his stun. Currently the second highest level at level 2.
I see Mirage.
I didn't actually take a look at his items there when we had it up because I was more focused about the abilities. But it doesn't seem like we're going to see that support. Yeah, 7.
It didn't go full on the support. I don't think there was a lightning scroll either. I may be wrong.
I mean, it's probably a ways off lightning scroll, right? It's such a late game item, but I do think it's one that he will eventually build into almost certainly. And I think it's really going to up the potency for the rest of the team, giving them that moment to help connect in and follow up with some big damage.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too. I think we're a little bit, I'm not gonna say spoiled, but a little bit shifted on that, because when Melee creeps ran 7, they like ultra hard rushed it. But I think this approach is probably a little bit better from Saint, where you could get the support end a little bit later in the game, but you know, play more standard, perhaps into the mid game, is where we're at. But
yeah, Arcane Surge. So sorry, just the Arcane Surge we've seen also take like a massive resurgence. Not even a massive resurgence. It's literally like the first coming of this item. I feel like we've never had it as popular as we do nowadays, given that extra range to his abilities. Like for the Stormcloud or even the stun, depending on how you want to throw it down there, can be extremely deadly. Listic gonna be stunned up. Here's gonna be finished top 4. He can even teleport away. And Abraham's again getting another kill advantage. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a world we're in where they actually go for mid boss relatively soon, especially if they get an early pick like this.
yeah, I mean, I think it could be likely. Also, the problem is that no one can fight Hoot in open combat, where, by the way, Chad has gone full aliens guy conspiracy in saying that Abrahams and VP are just colluding to get Calico nerfed in all these games. I don't think that's actually the case, but when you have this level of performance, you know, sometimes it does lead to nerfs. Meanwhile, though, we got Zergy under pressure, drops the last stand, and is the world's loneliest last stand, is what you have there, Jason, where you take a look, Abrahams looks at it and they're like, nah, we're good. They just leave.
I mean, they get it out of the way. Look how fast Hoot is, though, getting around the map. Just protecting Jamstar right now, hovering around him. He's going to get the information that Listic's going to be here. He's got to be careful. He does not want to get caught up by a lasso.
I see Holiday.
And he does get away to safety. So again, he's hovering. He's helping protect his teammates. Still trying to farm up at 19,000 souls. I mean, it's if anything, it's not like his lead's growing, right? Like he's still staying within like 4K ahead of his opponents. It's not like he's spiking up to 5, 6, 7,000. But the fight here for this urn actually could be a very pivotal point of this game. Oh my
I just don't
God.
think you fight it right now if you're VP. I don't think you go into this. I don't think you can fight this. You have a 7 in the air. You have the threat of the Death Slam. You have raid boss Calico. Unfortunately, you have to find a grittier way to get back into this game, and I think that right now means giving up urns because, yeah, I mean, Listic was kind of in the area, but you know, if VP had full committed there, Jason, I think it would have been a full VP death into losing mid boss and losing their championship spot.
Yeah. So that was a funny sleep dagger into taking the draft over towards the left or to the right hand buff spawn. Yeah, this is getting very tough because one big concern we had was like, how are you going to feed over farm to the right players? I feel like Hoot is getting most of his farm off of hero kills. So that's freed up the lanes for others to farm up. I mean, Jamside's still keeping up at 19,000. Even Saint's actually ahead of Together. And look at the minimap. What has Tass found? Gives information that D-Mob is over here and probably spots out Shark as well. And they actually might collapse onto this for a kill. It's a 2v2.
Oh, quickly turning into a 3 on the cat, perhaps. D-Mob sees that. And also, that's kind of the problem is that even when you do see Ava running around, it's not really the easiest lasso to hit in that situation, even if you're in range, given the speed and hitbox that you're dealing with. But, you know, there's a part of D-Mob that's saying there's like, do I go for it? And it's like, no, just not a good idea.
I want to see something really quickly if our lovely observers are listening. If you hold tab, I'm not sure if you can see it, but normally the bottom left-hand side, you can see the amount of boons picked up by a player. Like when you're in game and you hold tab, you can see how many boons you've been able to get. So we can see Geist here has 9 boons picked up. I'm more curious about Hoot. How many boons does he have picked up? Because he's been all over these center sacrifices.
Boons are just your level for that. It's not the...
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, it could be. Never mind.
Yeah,
For some reason, I thought it was...
It's like, what level are you at? So
I don't need to see that. Never mind. But he's level 13, though. That's something.
Well, now level 14. But yeah, either way,
I learned.
Hoot pretty far ahead at the moment, and yeah, I mean, I think for VP, this is where VP kind of has to rely on the fact that they've historically been a patient team. They've gotten out of worse situations than this. Zergy right now immediately going off to the Walker, able to get out of the line of fire. And I think if you're VP, you go here. Abrahams has made mistakes in this situation before, and you kind of look to the sky and go, please, make them make another mistake here. Because I don't think you get through this with just your own gameplay alone at this point.
Another Lasso not connecting. Previously the crack shot not really do much damage to Hoot. And again, I don't think it's really leveled at the moment for D-Mob. Got a long time to go for his next Lasso. We can see Saint off to the side was even looking for potential Storm Cloud. Yeah, this is tough. Like, I feel like you just don't want to be fighting if you're Virtus.pro, like team fighting, but you also don't feel safe in farming necessarily because a cat could just appear. Oh, a cat and a terror from your nightmares just appear out of nowhere.
On the same note, though, as I look at this, I think this has actually been kind of bad for Abrahams the last like 5 minutes. VP is getting back into this game by virtue of just not giving up kills. I think it's quiet, but we're seeing a kind of a masterclass by VP of just getting this game back into their point of view.
Yeah, the combat mechanics help quite a bit, especially when they're able to get their own jungle. Gives them a lot of extra souls. I mean, Abraham's like they really need to utilize, take away as many camps as they possibly can from their opponents. And to be fair, for the chat, I don't know why I knew Boon was levels, but for some reason I did think that also meant like buffs you're picking up in the game. That would have been a cool thing to have in the game.
There are ways of getting at that info, but it's a little, you have to like hover into the stat graph to get it. It's not aesthetically pleasing on broadcast. You know, there's a world where maybe able to script it up, but right now it's more on the unknowable side. But BP able to trade out on the Saint, and okay, the Lightning Scroll comes on in, so Jake's original prophecy of, hey, they're going to go more of a stun control 7, very much coming into play, and Abraham's now converting their lead into some big 6K pickups. However, you know, again, I take a look at this. You know, Jake, if you're VP, aren't you a little bit happy with the last little bit of this game, the fact that you've been able to keep it relatively bloodless?
Yeah, they've certainly been slowing down some of the bleeding, but that Walker going down is already big, and the Walkers in general here for VP have lost a bit of health. That left one is below half. I think it probably is going to go down here in a moment. Seems like Abrahams want to put together that push. I'm also worried because I think we talked about how greedy this draft is from Abrahams. I think once they get to like the ultra late game, 7 is going to become a carry. Like he's already got his ulti max and is playing for that, you know, just that value from utility. But at some point, the 7 can start buying more and more as you get the refresher, get escalating. And this ulti is like a you know, almost a guaranteed team fight victory once you're really hitting those high net worth counts. So I think VP are actually under a bit of pressure in theory. I think Abrahams are actually very happy to go into the late game. In the end, it's basically 4 late game carries on this draft, and that's not counting the Calico, who is herself so far ahead that she's going to be a late game threat.
On the same note, though, the rotations work out that Abrahams ends up giving up the urn to VP because the tournament was back in VP territory. And I just think, as you look at this, Jason, Abrahams was very significantly far ahead. Hoot was a raid boss to the game. Hoot's raid boss status, while still ahead, has kind of been diminished a bit here, as VP just continues to avoid ganks. I mean, it's been such a quiet last 5 to 7 minutes, but I think it's not been quiet by accident. I think this has just been quiet, and VP is playing really safely, but they're playing safely in a way that I think they could team fight some of these fights a lot more effectively than they could, say, about 5 or 7 minutes ago.
I mean, I don't think Hoot is necessarily like falling, his lead is falling behind. I think he's still keeping relatively, like he's still at that 4 to 5K mark. It's not been growing, but he's been still keeping this lead going. Just hasn't transitioned to the kills that you're discussing at the moment. As you did see a potential push on this left-hand side. Jam side's behind them. This should be 2 kills if they just turn it around and go for it. But VP are in hot pursuit. Jam side is he gonna get away from this one? Looks like he will be safe, but Hoot comes in from the back. Another miss lasso. But as you mentioned, it's very hard to hit an Ava, but still, keep that lasso on cooldown is really preventing VP from locking down any of these kills. Not to mention we have Rescue being paired in with this one. And now Saf's trying to get onto the high ground position. They want to fight towards this Walker. They want to look for a Death Slam.
You know, with lasso being on cooldown, I wonder if you're VP, how hard you look to contest this at the moment. Abrahams would love to get a full open air fight where they get max value out of Stormcloud, Death Slam, and go from there. And there's worse things for VP right now than giving up a Walker, which would be, giving up a Walker and losing a full team fight. But to me, again, as I look at this has been probably one of the biggest rope-a-dopes we have seen in DFN history. To see VP go behind and just go full defensive for this long. I mean, we're nearly going on now of like 12 minutes of effectively no kills going through, which really does not happen.
And I think this is where Abraham still has a lot to learn as a team. If this was switched and Virtus.pro had a lead like this or had the start that Hoot had, I don't think the game would be as slow as we're currently seeing right now. I think Virtus.pro would know, like, how are we going to actually attack, use this advantage to our, advantage, and push objectives, force fights, and force more kills and a bigger lead. And I think Abraham's is still maybe too new as a team, considering they're up against a team who's been together for basically 8 months, if not longer than that, since we started DFN.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because I think Jake had a really good point when Jake talked about the pressure that Abrahams has really been putting on VP, but VP has kind of effortlessly been dealing with it, roaming around the map, getting farm, not getting picked, keeping threats up with DMOV on the holiday where needed, not getting caught by Tass off sleep dagger ganks where, Tass has been running around and for the most part, the pressure has been sniffed out. Maybe in this case it won't be. Looking here for the Mirage, looks for it and no. Mirage not going to get hit by the sleep dagger. That was
he wasn't even stealth.
Yeah, that was also going to be a tough sleep dagger to land, given that you're already on the vents. But now, perhaps the lull is over. A little bit of back and forth here near the urn. Is VP going to get the first urn pickup? Right now they're looking for it. Stormcloud going to come out here from St. Abraham's. They've been thirsty to fight for a long period of time. Now maybe it's going to be the case. Urn pickup coming in right now from Saf. So they use the Stormcloud as cover. They get control of the urn. Ivy, though, gonna force the drop. VP still kind of in the area. More coming back in. They lose Obakim. And VP, is this a fight you want to engage on right now? Zergy gonna go for the last stand. Gets pummeled before the last stand's able to come on out. And now Abraham's taking advantage of the fight together on the cleanup. And VP finally go for a fight, but does not work in their favor.
This was like a 4-on-5 or like 4-on-6, and Abraham still come out with the 3 kills, only losing 1. Like, look at this. Tass has been pushing with Jam side, getting a free walker on the left-hand side. They pick up the urn, and they get a bit of retreat to actually turn it if they wanted to go for it right off the bat. Instead, they're going for a mid-boss here, and that's finally the cracking point in that dam that Virtus.pro were able to put up. Abraham's cracked it away. They chipped at it eventually. The water's going to leak forward, and they finally got that burst they needed with the 3 kills, urn pickup, and a rejuve.
Listic's in the area, but I don't think Listic is going to make an attempt to go for a steal here. That would be unlikely coming from a Geist.
By the way, guys, I just wanted to come in for a moment. Taz just picked up Curse. I think this is like a game-changing moment for Abrahams. It's going to be so much harder for VP to escape these ganks with Curse set up into sleep. And if there's any kind of follow-up on top of that, the team fights are about to get a lot more difficult for Virtus.pro, especially those backliners who Taz is going to be hunting down.
Yeah, and the important thing here for Abrahams in the last few fights, not only did they get a team fight win, they got the mid boss. VP had nearly brought the game back to even. And now with like one major team fight, suddenly VP is back in the scrounging for just crumbs slot. Not impossible to bring back, but again, just to remind everyone the stakes here, because it has been on the quiet side. If Abrahams is able to win this game, that's it. We got a new EU champion. The VP reign is over. Mikhail S getting caught here by Tass. Curse, of course, being used. And yeah, right now this is coming on in. Bullet dance up, over, down goes Geist. VP down a clean 3 with the Rejuvenator still up, and we may be on the way to the birth of a new champion here in EU.
Jeez, even Hoot has Phantom Strike here too to really close the gap even further when needed. I mean, Shark, yeah, you're gonna get the Walker. Okay, you are gonna escape as well. Taz didn't actually get the close on you. Oh no, he got the catch on you on the zip line, but he's still just delaying the retreat from him. This mid lane Walker's gonna fall. It should be base gardens off the back of this too, considering the time we still have for Virtus.pro to respawn back through. Nobikim, he's not long for this world. He falls, and Abrahams, I mean, ZP, I don't want to call it just yet, but man, I'm thinking that we're gonna have a new champion for sure. With the way Abrahams are playing, I think Who can finally change his stream title.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this. The options VP have to bring this back, I mean, they've just gone completely by the wayside. What was once a game where they were within 10K has just ballooned to being down nearly 40. Refresher being brought here by Saint. Using Refresher 7 in comp in a while, but the double Storm Cloud now on the menu. Shrine's going down. Oh, dear Lord.
You gotta be
damage
careful.
being dealt on out there to Abraham. So you take a look. That is the biggest affliction of all time for Mikhail S. Walk out for Dimov on the fall through. Everyone for Abrahams just need to get out of there. That was Mikhail S. The last gasp perhaps from VP, trying to keep this game even. The kills are going to roll on through off of what sets up from Mikhail.
Well, it's still, at least at the moment, a 30K difference between the two teams. So Abrahams, yeah, you lose 3 players, but you got a lot of damage done with this Rejuvenator. You're also gonna have the urn spawning in 1 minute time, and now Virtus.pro, like, it's gonna be a tournament in their own territory. Do they set up in a position to try to secure it right away, even though you do have Rejuve minions pushing your base? Do you try to contest it? If Abrahams go for the turn-in, there's a lot of choices to be made in this next minute for Virtus.pro that will determine how this game plays out.
Well, okay, I think based on how it's spawning, it's gonna be set up on the left. And yeah, I mean, Abrahams is gonna be fully up. You probably cannot get control of the urn here, barring some other mistake. Also, it's worth noting here that the Mikhail S affliction was so enormous that first stage patron didn't even go down there. So it gets brought back within 30K. I mean, oh man, if they catch Saf here, that'd be massive. I don't think it's gonna happen. And also, I think if you're VP, you have to play for jungle. I don't think you can go for urn control here. I really think it's a bad idea.
Look at Tass and Who in the minimap. They're behind enemy lines. They're gonna get a catch. Nobikim gets cursed up right away. No stone form, at least at the moment. He does die before he has a chance to use anything, and the rest of Abrahams are going for the push in as well.
This is gonna be cleaner intake from Abrahams here, or potentially more. I mean, if 2 down, you think about how the last game ended, where they just decide to go for patron. It's not quite ending the game in this case, because they still have to go for first stage. I think
they got time to turn in and go for first stage, though, for sure.
Yeah. Well, also, I think if you're Abrahams, on some level, you're probably feeling the nerves a little bit at this point, where you've been working really hard to this moment for quite a long time now. You have VP down. You're already up 1. Like, this is a match point situation. I think Abrahams may play this one a little bit more safely at this point. But even still, they drop the Storm Cloud, go in, grab the patron, and now they just get the walkout with the urn and patron in tow.
Man, this lead, 40K now. It's so imperative right now for Abrahams to deny away as much jungle as possible from VP. I'm surprised to see no one go left side to take out that jungle, because that's a lot of free farm for Virtus.pro to catch back up, because the comeback mechanics are now, I don't know if they're like maxed out at this point, but they are damn close to that extra 25% souls. And is there any big purchases for Abraham's coming through? And we can see Hoot at another 5K to spend, but he's got no slots. He's going to start to upgrade some items, maybe sell off some items as well. Jam set at 4K is Ricochet and Infuser and Spiritual Overflow.
I think the other problem you run into here too is that if you're Abraham's and you got double Stormcloud, you could just push up and go for Patron. And
Wait,
use
does Saint have Refresher
as a backdrop. Yes, Saint has.
Oh, wow.
He's had for a while now, in fact. So yeah, I mean, they went all in on just Stormcloud presence. Now they're looking for a pick off. They're able to get Demov, and this could be the beginning of the end. One pick off, enough to get more here for Abrahams, on the verge of being a new champion here in EU.
Oh man, Saf gonna get caught up here a bit. Stoneform not gonna connect. Death Slam. It's going to be used. I'm not sure how he's going to catch it. I think it caught about 2 players, but is the follow-up going to be there? And he doesn't need the follow-up. Saf does it himself. That's 3 more kills coming through. And Abrahams, they already have the stage 2 Patron vulnerable. They can just push in for the win here. Or do they want to put the final nail in the coffin of Virtus.pro, take it on Shark? It's all on Listic and Michaelis. And they're going to continue to chase for these kills. Listic trying to take him down. They'll ignore Michaelis for now. And they're just pushing the Patron here. ZP, Abrahams are finally going to do it.
Yeah, Abraham's well on the way. Virtus.pro falling bit by bit. It was a long run. The GGs have been called. The Patron now under assault. Michaelis, the last one, about to fall. VP, you had a good run, but Abrahams, you are the new EU champion here at Deadlock Fight Night. The streak is over.
Damn, and what a way to do it. This is this Hayes Calico combo. Abrahams was the first team to do it. I think it was 2 weeks ago. Or was it last week? I don't remember. They all kind of bled together after 28 weeks, man, that they started to do this whole roaming as a pair. Tass and Hoot holding hand in hand, looking for catches in the jungle. As Jake mentioned, once that curse came online, that kill potential went through the roof, and they were able to consistently give a man advantage to Abrahams every single time when it came to these fights because of the pick potential they were doing. Ridiculous stuff here for Abrahams, and a well-deserved win, honestly.
Yeah, gotta bring Jake back in here. And Jake, I mean, this is an interesting game where it felt like, here's the progression of events. Abrahams got ahead early on, and VP had a really, in my mind, actually very good mid-game of trying to bring the game back. Like, one of the best times we've ever seen of a team trying to get back in, and relatively speaking, they brought the gap very close, but then they just had one bad team fight. Suddenly they're down 30K, and it was beyond repair at that moment.
Yeah, Abraham's just showing real mastery of the game, with a major strategic diversity across the different matches that they played today, winning all 3. That first game of the day, they looked amazing, playing around team fights, looking great around the objectives, and making a comeback win over 1 win. And then against Virtus.pro, they play some very different styles, playing very pickoff oriented, playing for that individualism. And the fact that they're able to showcase these very different styles here on the same day, I think bodes very well for their future in Deadlock Fight Night. They may have taken a long time to finally reach this position, but this was a convincing championship win.
So right now we're asking here if we need an interview from the other side. And I'm going to tell Parzival, yeah, we want Hoot. Okay, he actually, before I even said Hoot, they have offered up Hoot. So we're going to be getting Hoot here for an interview where, those are wondering, is like, we don't do interviews every week. It kind of depends on, the state of the show, who wins, etc. But this is one case where we will. But also, we got to talk about the MVP here of the match, which also matches up pretty well with who we're going to be interviewing. That's right. Player of the match presented by Intel. Jason, it is Hoot. And given the fact that you are very much in the Hoot fan club, despite you saying otherwise, tell us a little bit about why Hoot got player of the match here today.
I mean, Hoot was... he's not the only reason that they won these matches today, but he was the person to carry them forward. Thinking back to his pocket play in match 1 of this series, he got them so many kills in the beginning of the game that he was able to snowball himself so far ahead that Virtus.pro really had no answer for how he's playing out the pocket. Then you think forward into the Calico match he played. They were losing. Their mid line got absolutely destroyed by D-Mob. And yet, his Calico picking up kill after kill, was on a 7 kill streak here, is what kept them in the game, what gave them such a big lead. The amount of invades he was doing, taking away boxes, pair him with Tass later on in the game. They were this constant like human ward rotating around, giving themselves so much information that you have to give it to him. And not to like to toot my own horn or pat myself on the back, but I did say like a couple weeks ago when Abrahams wasn't looking too hot, saying give Hoot more of a carry role. let him be that number 2 player in EU that he is at the moment in our leaderboards, in our global leaderboards, and let him try to pull off some carry potential. And I feel like the last 2, almost 3 weeks now, he's been really able to grow into that role and be an exceptional player that we always knew him to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think players that show a lot of flexibility, that can succeed on very different styles of heroes and in very different matchups are people we're always looking out for. I think Taz, it's got to be another one in this game with, you know, the Haze is really just adding to the level of heroes that he's always been so good at. Like having top damage back in the day on Paradox in some of these games is like completely crazy to me. So seeing him on, you know, the Haze makes sense. I think he's one of those players you would really trust to be an innovator in the space and to push new styles, new metas into the game.
Also, real quick, I want to say thank you, Metro, for the raid, where the funniest part about Metro raiding us is that you would think that would lead to more positive Metro commentary. But also, I've realized most of the people viewing Metro will also flame Metro. So it's like, we're actually going to get more Metro flaming in the chat. It's a little bit unreal how that works. But thank you so much, Metro, for the raid.
Bro, look at the soul breakdown by Hoot here. 18% of his souls came from breakables. He had 46,000 souls. That's insane to have such a high number. Like, it's more than the neutral camps he was taking. That's how proactive he was being around the map. As Ava, constantly taking out every single box or pot he possibly could.
Yeah, I think this cat farm just opens up new opportunities for farm on the map that it's not like consuming farm that other people would use, because a lot of times those early games, no one would be willing to go so far afield to break boxes. So Ava just adds like a new, essentially free soul income. I think, was it first pick every single game so far? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see people banning this if they don't have first pick with how consistently getting farmed it has been.
Well, we can get some info straight from the tap. That's right, we haven't done an interview in a while, but we are going to do an interview here today. We got Hoot of the new champion team in EU, Abrahams, to give us a little bit of perspective of how this all went down. First off, Hoot, I want to say congratulations on your win here today. And yeah, I mean, it was great watching you out there. First off, how did this come about?
You mean how we won? I mean, yes. we kind of we decided to play for pickoffs mostly and play for team fights a lot as well. I really wanted to play Calico and Pocket, especially. That's where we first picked both of them. I can just farm throughout the game and catch people off guard with Calico and team fight as Pocket.
I'm just curious, who, you know, you guys have been grinding for a while here in DFN, been competing and putting up challenges, but this week something seemed to be different. You guys were really playing on another level. Do you think it's you guys just having a really the better read on the meta right now, or is it just like the many weeks of work paying off? Like, why now? Why was this the week that you guys were able to win?
I think our macro has been getting better every DFN. Like, you can really tell the difference between our first scrim together and this today, because we're all individually good players, like everyone on the team. So we just have to know how to play together. And now that we figured it out how to play together, me and Taz just running around killing people, we really like made space and I think it won us the game.
All right, Hoot, I got like 20 questions to ask you, but I'll pick my best 17 of them. So first question, one thing I've been saying about you guys as a team is like, I want to see you in more of a carry role within the team, because I think you have a lot of depth as like a player. You have a pretty big hero pool. You can play quite a few different things. Has there been a shift in the way Abrahams approaches the roles on the team? Have they made you in more of that, okay, we're gonna give Hoot what he wants to play and let him carry games?
Like, not particularly like given me the role. It's just basically been me. Like, I think I want to say that I started the Calico trend of she being very strong in EU, because I tried it in scrims and it worked really well, and I just became kind of the Calico of the team, and so I continued playing her and continued doing well, and we realized that she's the first pick contender.
Okay, question 2 out of 17. Are you happy to finally change your stream title now to the one-time winner of DFN?
I am extremely happy, and I will be streaming tomorrow and celebrating with playing Viper.
Oh, okay. A man after my own heart. Last question here. Are you going to finally upgrade that raccoon painting you have behind you to something else?
Okay, first of all, it's not a raccoon. It's a red. You can see over here. It's a red panda. And second, no, I'm not.
Okay.
There's no upgrade to a red panda, man. Who? I just want to give you a shout out for your Twitch stream. Where are you streaming? Where can people find you if they want to watch some of your games over those next couple of days? Whether it's Celebratory Viper or some more of your favorites.
It's only on Twitch right now. Twitch.tv/utdl. That's where I'm gaming.
All right. Well, Hoot, thank you so much for coming in for the interview. Enjoy the win. It was hard fought. And you know what? EU got new king of the mountain here. So thanks so much, Hoot and Abrahams. And, Jason, Jake, it finally happened where you're kind of wondering here in Deadlock. It's like, had we hit equilibrium? And the answer was we did for a time, but things are always changing. And, Jake, you always talk about that. It's real difficult to stay on top because everyone is planning for you specifically, and eventually someone's going to find the answer.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Abraham's showing the power of determination there. Like, who talked about this team leveling up over time? And I think although the first couple of showings against VP, they got 2-0, they got kind of, blown out of the water. We were wondering, okay, is this team going to be a real threat? But they stayed confident in each other. They continued to build that trust and that coordination. And even this week, it was able to overwhelm Virtus.pro, who've been a many-time champion and one win, who have been the other probably most winningest team here historically in DFN. So for Abrahams, it's just great to see a new contender on the block and one that really adds to the depth that this EU region brings to bear. We've kind of been waiting for that third team to come out of the woodwork, and now maybe they're the number one.
Can I maybe poke one slight hole in their win that I'm kind of concerned about? Is, remember we had Kelvin banned by Virtus.pro as their first ban in both games. Last week they took away Calico and Abrahams got destroyed in game 3. I don't think a Kelvin would have the same level of impact that Hoot's Calico had in that game to make it work as well as they did. I'm kind of thinking to myself, like, Virtus.pro, I feel like they didn't really necessarily try too hard when it came to the bans. If you take away his Calico and you first pick Pocket, what are they going to do?
I think they probably had reason to be afraid of the Kelvin, but yeah, I tend to agree. I think if you run this back, or if this were a 3 out of 5 rather than a 2 out of 3, from here on out, VP would probably not be letting Hoot get the Calico ever again. But, it's lessons for VP to kind of reflect on for the next week. I will say this from the production end at Fight Night across both our programs. This is probably the first week in something like 14 or 15 weeks that on either one of our programs we're not writing a check to Virtus.pro, because Virtus.pro got taken down in Deadlock and their rivals team is not participating this week. So the rare anti-check to VP week is all I gotta say here. But all that being said, that has been EU here at Deadlock Fight Night. But guess what? If you're new to the program, we still got so much more left to go. Coming up next, it's going to be our North American part of the broadcast. Hydra Nation taking on Valhalla to once more see if anyone can dethrone Melee Creeps, who's been top of the heap for quite a while. Stay tuned. We'll be covering all that and more in just a few minutes.
We're back here at Locked In for another match of the week from the Deadlock Fight Night, week number 27. Now, the match that really caught my eyes was going to be the EU money match between Abrahams and Virtus.pro. The reason for this is we got to see a little bit of a change up in Abrahams and how they approach the game, mostly seeing Hoot play more of a carry role on a particular hero of Calico. But they're up against their toughest challenge yet, taking on Virtus.pro, who are getting more settled within the meta, and it definitely would be a tough match indeed. A lot of kills were traded in that left-hand lane between Zergy, Michaelis, Jamside, and Hoot, but the real focus turned towards the mid lane, with Demov making plays happen.
Ooh, Demov finding Taz. I feel like Demov could have a really big game on this holiday here. Oh, fine, Saf.
After some small skirmishes and the initial gardens being taken for both teams, Abrahams managed to get 2 earned turn-ins courtesy of Hoot. VP managed to get their first at the 20-minute mark. This all led up to a split push from both teams, with Shark and Demov taking the right lane base guardians and the mid lane walker using Obikim and Michaelis to stall for this all to happen. But it's got backdoor protection. Minions are going to be coming up here in a few seconds though, so they should be fine to take this here for Virtus.pro. It's about whether or not they can defend any of their other lanes. As the retreat immediately coming out of VP. The lead, Tass is being chased down, but in the meantime, we see Michaelis on the pocket trying to get this high ground control. And to be fair, if you're going to try to get a catch on Jam side. I feel like Pocket's one of the best heroes to do it on because you're going to be playing from the high ground anyways.
Really nice presence shelter there, keeping Pocket safe. And I do love the macro here actually from Abraham's, what they attempted to do, but actually they're gonna be losing. Abraham's gonna be losing that mid Walker. Oh my goodness. VP with the hit squad across the map.
VP pick up the next urn to deny it away from Abraham's, with it being a turn-in on their side of the map. This leads to the longest fight in DFN history, so I decided to speed it up a bit.
Seems like getting caught, and VP all coming back into this fight. Looks like they want to take it finally. Both teams on a big team fight. The ability is flying across, and it's going to be together. He goes down first on Abraham's side. Sharik is now taking the punishment, but still staying up for the moment. Okay, finally gets taken out thanks to Jam side, and Abraham's. It's looking like very difficult for both teams in this fight, but right now Abraham's doing better on the health and the overall positioning, and it might be an opportunity now for VP to try to start disengaging. It looks like they're trying to do that. They're trying to back away. This is a perfect moment for Abraham's to turn the game. Frozen Shell is going to be activated there for VP to allow them a defensible position, and that might create a scenario here for Abraham's where they have to also consider, do they keep committing into this one? There comes the Death Slam, can't get a connection with it though. The ground strike to earns position forwards here, and Taz on the chase down, able to take down the KLS. So 2 players down for VP, 1 down for Abraham's, and Mystic is in a pretty forward position right now, still chasing on these kills, and that might be another spot there for VP to keep this one rolling on through off the back of that pick onto Saint. And indeed, they are pushing further up the mid lane here, all as a pack, and that's a problem for Abraham's. They're trying to disperse and fall back here, but the damage output, the single target damage is huge, as we see Zergy coming in on the Infernus with a massive afterburn. Keep pressing the issue here for VP into this mid position. If they get more kills off this, they will have a mid boss waiting behind them, and now we have Who coming back into the action. He is causing problems on the peripheral, and so VP having a really interesting time here. For Abraham's, the fight still raging on. They're not willing to disengage fully just yet. They're now trying to chase the kills down. This could go either way still at this point. And fall back, and Jason, you gotta give me a break on this play-by-play. Please help me. I don't know how this fight lasted so long, but Obi-Kin got a second frozen shelter off in that fight. That's how long it lasted. The first one used to just try to sustain Virtus.pro so they can continue to fight. They go on the counter push because they have so much healing. Shark trying to last stand up, and Hoot disables it before he has a chance by killing him. The Scourge doing some decent work here to Hoot. The constant swaps happening. I don't know where the hell Zergy just went. But he's gonna die eventually as the fight still rages on. Another retreat at Abraham's.
As Demon's come back into the mix here, takes down Tass, and maybe we have a second take a breather here. It's only left on together. The 35-minute mark approaches, and that means another urn as Abraham's have gotten the last 2. With 30k in the lead and the patron exposed, VP strike knowing they have their opponents on the ropes. With the last stand, and the urn has been picked up, it hasn't been turned in.
Another big team fight here. Everyone is present. However, VP, again, holding that formation, falling back a little bit. Although with that said, there is Zergy on the side of the battle who is trying to pump damage into anyone he can find on that peripheral. Again, positioning super important here. If you can find someone to isolate, he's going to do that with the concussive combustion coming on through. Big damage out from the afterburn, and there is a fantastically timed death slam, and you've got Zergy getting knocked around, but is so healthy still, and the damage is being pumped out here. VP are crushing this one. Abraham's just simply do not have the single target damage that they need. They can't find any way to have any go of this fight, and they're getting forced back completely. Wiped, 4 players down.
The refight after the reju take by VP led to the map advantage in the series.
I feel like they can just stay out here. They are 50k souls ahead. Oh, there's a lasso. It's found a Geist.
I think they're going to commit to it. Also, confirmation from our observers. Demov has yet to die in this game. We talked about it being a pivotal point in this match. You talked about it in the earlier parts of the game as well, Dan, that he's going to have an amazing game, and he has as well. 52,000 souls for Demov in particular, but Virtus.pro are going to able to close out the first map in this series. The early game involved a lot of pressure out of Abraham's, getting the first 3 towers while only losing 1. Tass and the Haze started to roam once they got the mid tower and started to create kills across the map, all while Who had been building up a massive lead. I mean, the thing is, like, they should be able to get a confirmed lock into this. It's whether or not they escape their lives. And Listic won't, at least.
Wow, that haze damage is nasty. We wanted to see what the haze could do. At the same time, on the left side lane, three heroes could still actually pressure that Walker potentially.
Tass has been a menace in the jungle of VP, acting as a human ward and opening up kills with sleep daggers into slowing hexes. The value Tass is creating opens up not only 3 kills for Abraham's, but also a rejuve. That could be up for the fight. And actually, I mean, he should be going down from this. A great shoulder charge comes through using the ice path to get up there, and the Abrahams are still picking up kills constantly around the map. The urn picked back up. It's going to be a turn in for VP side of the map, though.
Yeah, and the chase is still on around this urn. It seems Zergy trying to get whatever he can, but there's just too many players, again, just isolated. And it's going to get actually pulled in, I think, and it's going to be up on the roof. And 300 HP, getting just punched in the face by the Calico, the ult to finish it off. And the urn is in the hands of Abraham's. And they honestly can there is a world where they're going to be able to get the Walker into the urn drop-off if they're going to win another one of these fights, but they instead decide to go for the mid boss, which I think is definitely a very, very good choice. And this is something going to force a response here, Jason. You can't give this up for free at this point.
It looks like they're going to have to. I think there's one player they might throw into it. Maybe Shark. Actually, no, they're going to throw in multiple players. Opekin comes through. Virtus are going to buy some time. But I mean, he's just buying time for the rest of VP to get there. They still have to go for the steal. The trade going to come in early, though. And the go ball being used just to stun up left, right, and center. Not to mention the Regenerator going to be confirmed out of Hoot. With an initial catch on Listic out of Saf, both teams converge on the last remaining Walker for VP.
Force defense from VP as they bring everybody across. And this fight in from the top. The affliction is massive there. Beautiful affliction from Michaelis. Just taking chunks off of absolutely everyone from Abrahams. But is it going to be enough, though? Jamside is still able to take down Michaelis, so his efforts may be in vain as the Walker is still under assault. And the fact that Abrahams can tank through this, take all the kills, get a full team wipe, and the Walker spells massive problems here for VP as they try to escape, but it is impossible.
With the push out of VP trading a Walker take for them and losing the urn, it turns into 2 deaths and a reju for Abrahams. Off the back of this, the next urn gets contested, only for VP to lose 4 players and the map.
And here we go. Abrahams bringing in the full force, looking to finish the job again. And it looks like the seismic slam is just going to be positional seismic slam as they continue to press forwards.
Gonna say Virtus.pro can retreat away without losing too many people. They're gonna get an urn turn in, but this cube is just gonna be pushed into a corner, and yeah, that's gonna be it. You might get the urn, but you're not gonna get the win here. Abraham's gonna get a map 3 in the series. Very well done to them. And the rough part is, like, I don't know how I rate the haze necessarily. Like, it's done work, but they've also basically won flat out for a majority of the games. So I don't know if I can really rate the haze necessarily, but hey, when it came to getting some pick opportunities with the sleep dagger, it definitely worked out. Abrahams are once again off to a strong start, and it began in the draft phase as they forced a Calico ban out of VP. This start continued into the early game, taking the mid tower 5 minutes in and creating a 5k soul lead 8 minutes. Abrahams get the first turn in on the urn without contest, but the second go around, VP don't want to let it go for free. There's really no world when Michaelis should win out in that 1v1, and Hoots rotated towards this left-hand side to force this fight now as we do see the urn being dropped. Rascal swap looking to be used, the last thing to come through, and he's actually left the urn behind.
Got to be done here. The bunny work coming on in, able to dodge that one, but oh my god, Taz on like 10 HP, unreal. Oh my goodness, Obi-Kim and Sharik getting all the kills there for VP. So, you know, you said never count VP out. They're now in a soul lead as they continue to try to pursue for these kills. There's the bird in though, falling on top of Sharik.
VP go for a counter push on the right lane after securing an urn just a minute before. A prior push out of Hoot. They're just going for the chaser. They're going to catch out Task. Telekinesis is going to be used. Can actually push Zergy up into the sky and disarm him for now. Listic also going to be hexed up right next to him. And the last stand directly near the Walker, trying to cut off the retreat. You can see Sharky needs the help, but there's the first assassinate coming through out together, looking for even more as he does have that full level max ultimate. But he needs his teammates here. He needs some help to get them low before he can actually go back in, and his teammates are all falling by the wayside. The game started to snowball as VP get reju from the previous fights and get down the initial base Guardians while turning in an urn. The lead had extended to 40k 30 minutes in, and another retrieve takes this close series into its conclusion as VP lock in another win here at DFN. Getting very lucky here, he doesn't get caught out. From a jam site going down, I mean, we're gonna see the Shrines fall, we're gonna see the Patron Stage 1 fall. Not sure if we're gonna see the finish of the game, but with Rejuvenator, why not?
Yes, it's time. It's time to reclaim the throne for VP. Once again, getting in there. And you can definitely see that more defensive value with the new base changes, but again, this is a bit overwhelming. It is overwhelming. The Shrine's going down. Patron's getting absolutely melted, incinerated, disintegrated.
More adjectives.
I ran out.
Obliterated.
I need to reload. Eliminated, obliterated, liquidated, defamated, defecated. There you go.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that wasn't the word I was expecting. Well, the Virtus.pro taking very convincing wins in the 2 maps that they did secure here in this series. It was still nice to see Abrahams take a map, but obviously they have to build their blocks even further. Seeing Hoot on Calico was a thing of beauty and did eventually force a ban out in game 3 of the series, but they need to deepen his pool a little bit more. But I would hope to see Abrahams keep him on more one of these carry roles to help his team excel. That's going to do it here for our match of the week of DFN number 27. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, because I did hear once we hit 1,000 subs, finally, Deadlock, Yoshi said himself, will go open beta.
With a new champion crowned in Europe, we now move on to North America here in Deadlock Fight Night number 28, presented by Intel. ZP here with Jason and Jake once more. Today, of course, marking the return of Hydra Nation versus Valhalla, who looked quite good last week and getting into fight melee creeps. And it's been interesting to watch evolve. Jake, starting with you.
I mean, a story of a team like Valhalla is got to be bright, especially with somebody like Abrahams achieving, pretty similar results in Europe. I feel like Valhalla has been that team that kind of came out of nowhere and that impressed us, that looked good and has started to put up stiffer fights against some tough competition. Hydra Nation, meanwhile, have been lacking, honestly, in the last few performances. I mean, it's tough for them to live up to their storied past of winning. I don't even remember how many Deadlock Fight Nights in a row in North America, something like 20, some ridiculous streak. But so far, they've been out of the championship match for quite a while, out of that winner spot for even longer. And so for Hydra Nation, this is a big moment for them as a team. Can they pull it together? Can they start to, seize some of that former glory back?
Yeah, and I mean, that is going to be the question coming on forward. I mean, Hydra Nation, they're not usually a team that stays down for too long. I think generally the Hydra Nation cycle is very repeatable at this point, which is, they get knocked off the perch, they make roster changes, they come back, they get back on top, then they get knocked down, they make roster changes, and the cycle repeats. It's actually been very, very predictable over 28 Deadlock Fight Nights, but so has the addition of Jason Kaplan, who's coming back in here to be analyst in the North American version, where I thought we were opening with you at the start, but no, we just put you in the closet for a little bit, and now we're bringing you back out to talk a little bit about North America.
Are you saying I'm out of the closet now?
No.
Because I'm here on the air?
I was saying we just put you off on the
only
side of
if
the
you want
broadcast.
to be, Jason. Only if you want to be. We love you no matter what.
It's good to know. It's good to know, man. Yeah, I'm kind of excited about this matchup. I think if I'm perfectly honest, this is probably the weakest iteration of Hydra Nation, I would say, with what Flick just quit the game. Young Calc is out at the moment due to I guess wrist injury. Not sure if he's gonna ever be coming back, to be honest. But we saw them, not play the week before this last week. But I mean, Hydration Leffa, I mean, still kind of the core of the team, bringing Vegas back after he was dropped, bringing Rokane over. That was when Young Calc joined. I feel like maybe for them, having that week off has allowed them to kind of come together as a team and really figure out the way they want to play. But their opponents, I mean, they took melee creeps to a 3-mapper, and even melee creeps said themselves, they don't really feel necessarily too confident to win. They feel like it's going to be maybe a 60-40 instead of anything more favoring the melee creep side. But it comes down to how these two teams are going to kick off the initial match.
Also, this may be on me for not saying no to production. I don't believe Purity is coaching Hydra Nation anymore either. So, there's been change on the back. There's been change on the back end too, with where we're at. But weakest version, strongest version. I'm not entirely sure about that. I mean, on the upside, Hydra Nation, they are packed full of talent. I'm not saying Flick is necessarily replaceable, but on the same note, I feel like if you had to have a meta without Flick, who, historically gave them a lot of power playing heroes like Paradox, well, Jake, you're in a meta right now where Paradox doesn't seem to be as impactful, which is kind of a first for Deadlock. So, Hydra Nation might have just kind of stumbled into a meta that's even better for them now with some of the recent changes.
Yeah, I think it could be a strong meta for them, but I think the problem that I've seen with Hydra Nation recently has really been their macro play. I feel like other teams in NA have leveled up, have taken their game to the next level. They're playing the objectives better. They're playing for team fights a little bit more intelligently, getting farmed, much the way that Hydra Nation had such a big advantage on that front for weeks and months in NA DFN. Now it feels like that playing field has leveled out quite a bit, and maybe Hydra Nation are in a little bit of trouble, especially going up against somebody like Quig, leading the team of melee creeps. Their opponents, though, in this first match are going to be Valhalla. So I'm especially curious to see if players like Zerbzy and DMB can have as big impacts as they did in the previous few weeks for Valhalla.
Yeah, and Jason, you look at this new Valhalla roster, and I mean, they've had their ups and downs, but I do, again, kind of feel like hero pool-wise, things have kind of gone a little bit into their wheelhouse, where you got Lash being relatively decent again, which is good for Lord NM. You got Pocket being a force, which they have incredible versatility on, whether it be Scout who plays it or, more often do. I mean, this is a team that has looked competitive. Neither team in recent memory really being quite at the level of being able to deal with melee creeps, but similar to EU, where I feel like it's been getting closer, I also feel like in NA it has been getting closer too.
Well, I mean, looking back at last week's games, DMB was a big portion of their success when it came to taking melee creeps to a third map. His Warden play, which, funny enough, the fact that he got Warden over like a John was kind of crazy, but for him to do that, which is kind of a different style of what DMB's used to be playing within like the Hydra Nation crew. We saw Zerbsy on a hell of a lot of Kelvin last week, but then like Dual Pocket is definitely in his wheelhouse, and that's definitely something that we almost should see him, go to. The thing is, like in theory, I think this patch and this meta can favor Valhalla quite heavily when it comes to the setup up against Hydra Nation, but it's not about necessarily all the pieces. It's about all the pieces coming together and them executing things properly, because Hydra Nation are still going to be led by a team or by individual players who know exactly what they're doing. They've been on the highest echelons of Deadlock in North America for such a long time. But it's great to see like another team like Valhalla come out of the woodworks here and start to put on some big moves and potentially be like the number 2, maybe even after today, the number 1 team in North America.
Now moving on, we got our Mo and Krill 1v1 likely coming on up. I say likely because we try and get them recorded a little bit before the match so the players have time to draft and everything goes smoothly. But like classic NA, it got recorded maybe like 2 minutes before we came online, so it may or may not be here. If it's not here, I know the reason. If it is here, the production is goated with really quick turnaround. Is we're at right now. So
I'm also curious to see like which draft spot do you guys think is better right now, because I kind of feel it's very tight, especially with like Calico's being the super priority first pick, but we didn't see a first ban, or rather banned by the team who does not have first pick in the last couple of games in Europe. I wonder if NA has a similar read on the meta. Historically, though, NA has really played a different game in Deadlock than EU has for the most part.
I think it's second pick, because even in the matches last week against Virtus.pro, Abraham's when Virtus.pro would lose, Virtus.pro would then go for second pick, and when Abraham's had the ability to choose, they would give first pick to Virtus.pro. And then as we saw, like if they pick Calico, then you go Pocket Geist. If they pick like Pocket, you can go Calico.
Bro, what is this meta? The blue Mo is just quick melee only. I don't think he heavy meleeed a single time there.
Yeah,
wait, that looked kind of good though.
That was Vegas versus Lord NM, and yeah, his entire thing was just consistent quick melees and hope you don't hit the parry RNG, and it worked out. So Hydra Nation gets choice of first or second.
I kind of like it. That was kind of sick, actually. Like, he was like out DPSing the heavy melee. It seemed like I guess the heavy melee is too scared to just overcommit over and over again with the threat of parry.
I think Vegas just thought his opponent was Metro or Deathy for losing in the Deadlock game show. Whichever one is up to him in his eyes there, coming in last place. But yeah, I would assume like Vegas and Hydra Nation, they're going to take second pick. Like you get two big heroes under your belt. I don't think there's necessarily one hero in the game at the moment that you like 100% want to secure off the bat, like we had back in the day with like Paradox being the only like pick potential.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the metas evolve, especially as we get deeper into the game, as like some of these new heroes, end up getting released and further complicating the draft pool. I agree with you. I think the recent box changes have made, for me, Calico just looks insane, right? Like whatever you want on the map. Do you want a frontliner? Do you want somebody who can get farmed up a little bit more quickly than other options? Do you want somebody with a ton of mobility who can scout the map? It's like, it feels like Calico kind of offers everything, because not only do you have all those things, but the mobility allows you to get more farm than the competition, and then you end up being a damage carry as well. So for me, from my perspective, Calico has just remained on top, regardless of a few changes and nerfs she's gotten. Just foundationally, what she offers as a character is just so valuable, especially in competitive play where, that ulti doesn't last that long, but a few seconds is all you really need if your team is ready to come and assist you and turn around that team fight. You're going to have opportunities to do that. It's kind of like that old ethereal shift, being available just at level 6, of course, for Calico is amazing.
Also, as I look at this here, I do wonder for Calico, if Calico gets nerfed, which feels like community-wise, there's a lot of outcry for Calico getting nerfed, but more importantly, Calico is being really highly valued at the top end, which for Valve games can be the death knell of, oh boy, you're gonna get the nerf bat. I just wonder for Calico, do they just do the on paper small tweak, but actually catastrophic tweak of going, you know what, you can't actually run in the boxes in Ava form anymore.
I feel like that's such a cool soul of the character. I really feel like I would love to see them not touch that and instead just maybe nerf some of the spirit scaling on some of her abilities. Just take down some of like the nuking threat that she has, and I think that will, for me, look better. I mean, they nerfed some aspects of her gun damage. Calico was being built for a while as like a gun damage dealer, which is a little silly when you think about what her spells actually do. The opening Warden ban from Hydra Nation, interesting choice. We'll see what Valhalla responds with.
CP, I thought I was the only cat hater here. If we're talking about nerfing the box pickups in Ava form, you're straight up just murdering our feline hero. I don't think you'll ever see her played as much.
You heard it here first, everybody.
Well, look, I mean, that canonically not necessarily true. With Jason, though, it is true. Jason is full team dog, but also first ban Vindicta coming out for Valhalla. We are not in Europe anymore, given that no one gave Vindicta any looks in Europe, whether it be for bans or picks. But I do think when you look at overall power, I would be a little surprised if Hydra Nation did not follow the way of EU with the early Calico pick. It seems to be community-wide, but we'll see. It is NA.
Okay. I will say NA loves farming as well. So, you know, Calico is like perfectly fits in that mold for both styles, whether you want to farm or you want to team fight. Maybe it is just always that first pick. Now is the big question. Will Valhalla diverge? Like the meta in Europe would have been straight up right now, like pocket Geist every time, no questions asked. So those picks are available. You can also look at the Shiv Kelvin though. Both of those are open and is another very strong opening too. Even heroes like Viscus got banned a lot in Europe. So there's more considerations, a lot of choices for Valhalla. Geist doesn't surprise me at all. You know, delivers very stable, consistent performances. Even if you're behind in souls, you can definitely make plays without health swap and kind of turn some of these fights around. And you're always great at wave clear and nuking and just giving a lot of value in terms of carrying and frontlining.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get like a thumb on North America, because I know they still value Shiv so highly. Seeing as Sinclair as a second pick, would I rate Sinclair as a second pick? Probably not. There's nothing on the enemy team yet for you to even like value Sinclair as a hero pick at the moment. I think Kelvin would have been a much stronger pick coming in second, because Xerxes been playing a ton of Kelvin this last week.
Well, one thing I do like about Sinclair, just the immediate synergy in these first two, is it's actually pretty sick at bailing out the Geist. If people are trying to initiate on Geist and like nuke her down, then you can kind of turn that around by just rabbit hexing people. It creates like the perfect opportunity for Geist to get a free swap to break some of those combo setups. It also kind of threatens a lot of the picks you might want to go for in Hydra Nation. Now you have to worry about the threat of something like the Sinclair copy. I do love the Mirage though. Hydra Nation looks amazing with the Mirage. I think this is a really great hero for Leffa, who has always been one of the better farmers and the better like late game carry players in Deadlock. And Mirage allows him to really focus on that aspect of his game, and he doesn't have to worry. He can show up to team fights just with the ultimate, right? So he can be playing a very selfish style and yet still be participating in the macro plays the team is looking for.
Also, speaking of participating, it's going to be Viscus participating for the first time today, not getting banned like Viscus was in EU on permaban status. But now you've picked a Viscus too. You think about ways of rounding out your front line. You're a little bit less likely as Valhalla to go for something like a Mo and Krill. Now that you have the Viscus. Okay. Oh,
never mind.
You know what? Okay.
I mean, Viscus is an answer to Mo and Krill with the cube and with the roll. It's like, it's a good matchup. However, you can't be everywhere all at once on Viscus, and the cube is a skill that often needs to come out somewhat earlier in the fight. So I still think Mo and Krill is not crazy, especially if it can have a strong lane and can just be an individually strong damage dealer. You can get that Torment Pulse online. You can have like a decent farm in the mid game and start to threaten and steal some of those camps.
Jason, that was probably the biggest curse I've thrown out there, but it is a little bit weird to me, given the fact that usually people would pick Viscus in response to Mo and Krill, and this is one of the rare times we see Mo and Krill get picked in response to the Viscus.
I mean, we did see him picked twice out of Valhalla up against the melee creeps. It's not too crazy, but I definitely say in this circumstance, as we're discussing, is a little bit interesting to see it being used against a Viscus already being picked up. But then also to see like a pocket ban and a Shiv ban. The Shiv ban, understandable. It's been banned a lot in North America. It's been played a lot in North America. The pocket ban, I think that one I kind of find interesting because, you know, like Duke can play pocket. I'm surprised to actually not see them commit for a Geist pocket matchup right off the bat, considering we've had that in EU whenever it was available.
Wouldn't hate a Kelvin here. For Valhalla, they've got a lot of frontlining. They're gonna go Yamato, another hero untouched in Europe that gets picked here in this game. So clear NA has a very different read on the meta as usual here in DFN. Very curious to see how Hydra Nation responds. I mean, still nobody taking the Kelvin. I think if just Kelvin like being a great rescue beam user, being able to ulti and drop urns, like for me, the confirmed urn dropping is like so valuable that Kelvin can offer in some of these team fights.
Right?
I'm really surprised to see it not going, especially with Hydra Nation taking Lash. You got to imagine this really does make the pick, the Kelvin, more attractive here for Valhalla, especially unless Hydra Nation grab it right here for themselves, which they very well might.
Yeah, I mean, interesting enough, I think the reason why you see more Yamato on the NA side is that it comes down to NA is still a region that is very comfort pick dominated, and a lot of players have just kind of made their bread and butter off doing a whole ton of Yamato, regardless of the situation. But on the same note, Great Talon coming in. I mean, you talk about comfort picks. Great Talon, another character that, you know, on the EU side basically got, you know, exiled away from everything here, Jason, but comes back into play here in NA, and you have to imagine, given that Hydra Nation picking it, it is purely to give Vegas a top-tier comfort hero for him.
It's kind of crazy. Like, Vindicta's banned, which is a target to Vegas, and then he gets Great Talon. I mean, he plays Great Talon.
Whatever they throw at me.
I mean, it's so weird because a lot of people say like they think NA can be is not that far behind EU. But when we see like picks like this and we see like drafts like this, we get really confused on why people think North America could probably take EU in some of these matches. Then again, it might just be playing the picks to the region and to like what's kind of popular at the moment. But as you said, Jake, like Kelvin, give me Kelvin Abrams, man.
Kelvin has to be a god tier finisher here. Oh my god, they don't. I'm so surprised. I mean, I just feel like you have so much front line, so much ability to like follow up on people. The dome is great for breaking the Lash ulti. Can deny Viscous completely from the fight when he tries to roll. You're just like dome and isolate somebody else away from the ball. I think it's really awkward on Viscous to like re-engage if you're outside the dome.
Is this Loki messing with us and it's actually a Kelvin ban, not Vindicta?
that would be interesting. Surprise! That was the case the entire time. Also, Wraith gonna be the final pick for Hydra Nation. So in terms of who's playing what, there's also a world where, you know, it could be Lefa on the Wraith instead of the Mirage, and then you put something like Rocane onto the Mirage instead, or vice versa. So they've kind of opened things up here, but you have a really big difference in how both teams are approaching this, where you have frontliners, you have like Calco's a frontliner, but not like ultra tanky unless she gets ahead. Viscous is kind of his like quasi frontline that he always is, but also part support. And a relatively squishy team against a team that is just full of tankiness between Geist, Mo, Yamato, Abrams. So there's a pretty distinct, different approach here from both teams here, where you got one side going full in frontline and the other side just going much more finesse on how they're approaching the game, Jason.
Echo Shard Cube coming out of Viscous here. I mean, you need to keep your backline safe. You don't have much of a front line to do so. That you're just going to be walked over. You know what? I'm almost, if you were so hyped about like seeing a support 7 in the last match.
I actually like Echo Shard Cube this game. I think that is the meta skill to empower with Echo Shard on Viscous, especially in this game with a lot of single target lockdown, right? Like Sinclair has AoE, Abrams theoretically has AoE, but right, for the most part, you're grabbing one person with some of those skills. And then of course, Mo and Yamato tend to be like hard focusing one person down, chasing them super hard. And so I think Viscous is going to have a great game this game. I think it's a wonderful Viscous game. I think also though Sinclair has some really impactful copies this game. Lash ult, Viscous ult for me are two of the best in the game. And then you always have Wraith. You can sort of counter Wraith by just copying her ult, Wraith ulting Wraith herself. And she's super vulnerable, of course, when she's disarmed like that. And so for me, I like all the catch and the front line that Valhalla has. I'm like you guys a little bit worried about some of the squishiness of these backliners on Hydra Nation. Will they be able to actually stand and deliver that damage when people are getting locked down left and right by all the options that Valhalla has?
Well, Jason,
you know what, ZP? It wouldn't be NA and it wouldn't be Hydra Nation without someone being in the bathroom from the Hydra Nation side.
Is that actually the delay that's going on, right?
Whenever we have delays with Hydra Nation, that's what I assume it is.
Unbelievable. This has been going on for 10 years. 10 years in North America. And
it's going to live for years longer.
Look, the most well-hydrated players on the planet. You know, I'm not going to bait anyone into saying anything else here, but you know, Jake, it's an NA tradition.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, you know, after our momentary delays, if we're able to get into the game. It looks like, hey, you can't blame them too much. They're rolling out. There's no EU pause at the start of the match. This is North America, baby.
North America, head on in. Jason, you're seeing the lanes take for him. Any quick thoughts?
I see Mirage.
Yamato Abrams against Viscous Mirage. Okay. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the lineup that Valhalla is actually sporting. I don't hate the Graton Lash. There's a lot of poke. Again, Death Slam into the trap can be extremely powerful. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of favoring Hydra Nation's matchups a lot better. I kind of can understand that the Abrams Yamato can do a ton of damage, a ton of decent poke as well, but that cube is going to be such a hard counter to you, especially if someone gets charged and Vegas does play back. And actually, funny enough, it's not even going to be Vegas on the Graton. It's actually be Poppers on the Graton, and Vegas is playing the Viscous.
Yeah, this is a little bit... I mean, actually, it's not that surprising to me. Vegas has played a lot of Viscous in recent memories, so it's not that ridiculous. So on the same note, it kind of surprised me that they would go Great Talent if it wasn't more of a comfort pick scenario. But, you know, look, I mean, hero evaluation is so in flux right now, Jake, where you stop and think about it. Even just 1 week in EU, things changed heavily. So, you know, for the most part, I look at this and try and keep an open mind of where it's at, even if it is wildly different than what we just saw in EU.
I'm also interested to see how DMB does in the Infernus. I mean, Jamside put up some very impressive performances, but got to a ridiculous farm level. So the team has to create a lot of space, I think, for Infernus to hit that late game. I feel like Infernus almost doesn't even really want to fight until he gets Infuser online. So for Hydra Nation, they would love to kind of tempo the game a little bit earlier than that. I think that is a timing where you're going to have some problems dealing with Infernus, especially with your lockdown being pretty limited. I think also Fishcake on the Lash is going to be someone to watch this game. I mean, you don't have a real strong answer to the Lash ulti other than like a copied one by Zerbzy. So a little bit of interested opportunity here for Fishcake to really show what he can do here on the Lash, set up some of these team fights, because he really feels like the one who needs to get in there and make the most of these Viscous initiations.
Well, the upside for Hydra Nation is that it is a big comfort hero for Fishcake. You look at Fishcake's history in Deadlock, and I think to this day, over 50% of his overall Deadlock game time is on Lash. So that part, when you're looking at playing a hero like Lash, is a little bit comforting. Also, talking about early pressure, having a tough time of it right now here on the right-hand side, where it takes enough damage that decides, you know what, time for an enforced box run, because I cannot stand lane.
I mean, this is a heinous harassment lane. Like, Mirage Viscous is probably one of the strongest lanes in terms of just like pumping damage. I mean, Abrams, maybe one of the few characters who can tank through it, but they're wisely putting all the pressure on Yamato and really trying to deny her any opportunity to step up in the lane. She kind of needs to be dominant to continue throwing right clicks out, and I think that the pressure from Viscous at the close range and Mirage at the long range makes it very awkward to try to position around.
Also, for Valhalla, I'm curious, the interesting thing that we didn't really bring up in the draft is, you know, there's no Paradox, no Holiday for either team. And neither were either of the two banned, but you still go with the Mo for frontline and a bit of disable. But most of the times we've seen Mo work out well, when you think about recent memory, usually the Mo is paired with a Paradox or a Holiday. And this is, you know, more of a free flow in Mo that's just gonna walk into the other team here, Jake.
Oh, nice catch here from Abrams, starting the fight off with the cube, of course, denying any true potential here for a fight. And I mean, meanwhile, this game just incredibly even. I think neither team is trying to force any kind of major issues here in the early game, and both just happy to continue to take those trades. Surprise is not the... What is the Mystic Regen? I mean, I think that's just so powerful on the early game for some of these Spirit nukers. I think Mirage in particular gets so much value out of some of those spell damage based regeneration tools in the early game.
I also think Hydra Nation is probably going to really ramp up their aggressiveness in about 200 souls, because this is where Poppers is likely going to be sending owls across the map, even from the left-hand side. You know, looking to get pickoffs in the middle. A lot of power spikes come in for Hydra Nation as you get to ult stage. It's also going to be where you're going to see Hydration go a little bit more freelance on doing box runs. I look at the setup here, Jake, and I feel like Valhalla is kind of in an objective survive from about like 6 to 12 minutes, where they have to play very, very cautiously to not let things run away from them.
I feel like really neither of these teams is looking to do too much too early here. Maybe Hydration can get a bit active with the box running. The Owl here chasing to the back line is going to find that kill in the DMB though. So Poppers, the global presence from the Great Talon, paying dividends early. The lane has been difficult for them. They've lost half the Guardian HP already.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at here is that, so, I mean, you're going to have Poppers who's going to be doing Owls on cooldown. And you still have threats with Death Slam and everything else. Getting caught. So, you know, overall, Valhalla right now is trying to lose steam as also become more of an emphasis here on the map. And, you know, it's not the end of the world here. It's just, you know, 1 to 2K at the moment. But I do feel like this area of the game is like Valhalla's going to have to play very cautiously up until, at the very least, you know, first turn.
It's a very greedy build from Rokane there, getting both of the Battle Vest and the Enchanter's Barrier early game, but that's going to give him pretty ridiculous buffs as long as he can stay high HP. He doesn't really have any regen to keep him high HP, but I mean, this Wraith actually has a very greedy build, and Wraith has always been that hero that tries to snowball, that tries to get ahead of the game and become this ultra-active ganker in the mid game. So maybe Rokane is somebody who could, you know, off of a hot start to really up the tempo in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Rokane going far enough to pass. I mean, Rokane used to play quite a bit on the carry role, oftentimes Love and Furnace, before becoming somewhat of, not a one-trick, but, you know, I think we went through a period where Rokane was on nothing but Geist for a very long period of time. But, you know, it's kind of going back to the basics for Rokane. But take a look here. You look at the HP. Valhalla's getting crunched across the map right now, Jake. League, DMB, Lord NM, all super low, and, you know, off to the side, it's League falling the fish cake.
Yeah, space created. Looks like Temp there at a stolen ulti from Zerbzi.
Yeah.
Doesn't find any connections on that one. But Lord NM is the mid lane in particular is really starting to struggle for Valhalla. They did a lot of tower pressure here in the early minutes, but Hydra Nation kind of stabilized it, and now it's their turn to continue to strike back. Especially Owl as well, coming into the back line, continuing to just pump pressure. They're trying to ensure that they do not lose this mid tower. Ends up running to a wall, was just searching for Lord NM, who did juke away down to that pit. Hard to get the Owl down there.
What I'm keeping a close eye on here is also the income allocation. Now we've gotten to a point where you have a little bit more room to do things like box running. Is when does Hydration decide, okay, it's time for me to go do a little bit more of this route running, give Rokane the lane? I think part of it right now, ideally, is that they would like to get middle down first. You take a look at the rotation that's coming on in here. You got Fish Cake coming up and over. I think they would love to get a gank on middle, get down mid lane, and then let Hydration roam and let Rokane front.
I don't know if you want to take this fight against Viscous. Nice jukes, though, from the Abrams, slipping away for the moment, but ultis have been deployed. Now Mokrill catching the Wraith, overextending here a little bit in mid, but Rokane manages to just walk it off. Didn't have enough damage for the follow-up. Both teams low across the board, though, so everybody backing to lick their wounds and heal. DMB wants a little bit more action. The Zerbzi is able to find Hydration in the chaos, so blows being exchanged. Still more fighting here on the mid lane as well.
Yeah, and that was something Hydra Nation kicked off. They brought 3 to the lane first. They weren't able to get any kills off it. They invested things like Death Slam. You know, it was off camera because we were looking at the fight going on the left at the same time, but it was pretty significant engagement that happened there at the time, and it did not go the way Hydra Nation was hoping for, to kind of set things up to free Hydration from the shackles of mid lane, which is, I think, ideally what they want to achieve with that play.
So far, Guardian advantage here to Valhalla, but it's pretty small. Vegas finds that nuke. Yamato, ulti still down. That's a big pickoff to be finding. Bird as well now free to go search for more targets and is able to nuke down DMB pretty hard. It's going to be scary for Infernus to stay in this lane. May just need to head on back to the base. Has also gone for the double barrier build, so really does need to be on high HP to make the most of those items.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of greed going on build-wise in North America where, I mean, look, while you have good HP, it's hard to argue with the benefit, but also it does limit your ability to stay in some of the scrappier fights that can account. And look at middle. I mean, middle is just continually being stacked to the gills with players where you got Abrams potentially rotating back over, 3 to 4 for Valhalla, Hydra Nation. For now, it's 2. And we're seeing Hydration, you know, even with mid lane not captured, you look at the rotations now, you are seeing Hydration do a little bit more box running, but it's not getting ahead of the game for Hydration the same way we saw Hoot get ahead in the last game.
And that parry for DMB allows him to avoid the puddle punch. Tries to jump over Vegas here on the Q ball, but Vegas tries to head off to other targets, going very, very deep on the Viscus though, and the ball is going to be running out pretty soon. The copy ball as well, chasing him down. And I think Viscus could be in a bit of trouble here. The dive comes in from DMB, who's going extremely deep for this one. I don't know about this. Great Talent is right there looking for the finish off. Asbird seeking, hunting down this kill. Can DMB juke away? Okay, the corner is just too tight there for the Owl.
That is the anti-owl spot, if there ever was one there, where it just, there's not enough maneuverability. Well, in theory. I feel like it's one of those things where, like, 2 years from now, Jake, we're going to look at that play, and people will have, like, the exact owl angle down the chase there somehow. But we're not there yet.
Well, we'll have to see how this mid lane continues to break down. Both teams really bringing a lot of numbers to this engagement. Earning control here for Hydra Nation, but it's pretty scary. Do you want to try and go for the earn this early? Rabbit Hex there sets up the charge. And yeah, somebody like Popper's a Great Talent. You're hopeless when you get caught by those CC connections, right? Like, no chance to play your way out of that. And that's the threat that Valhalla brings, is massive stun follow-up. Still, was it worth it, right? You got a kill, but giving up an earn, I think at this phase of the game is not a good trade for Valhalla.
Yeah, I think if you're Hydra Nation, you're pretty happy with that sequence of events, especially because, okay, Valhalla, they're putting more pressure onto the left lane, but it's early enough, you're probably not going to get Walker here, even though you're overloading a little bit. Mirage is good enough at clearing some lane, and also, it's the Lefa off in the left, and Lefa, I think more than anyone else in NA, has kind of been the historical Mr. 1v2, who like is actually surprisingly hard to dive regardless of what hero he has been on. So no real threat to Hydra Nation there, as things get a little bit of stability. But speaking of things, we got Lord NM going to the back looking for a combo here. Now combo activated here by Lord NM off to the middle, and the fall through's going to be there. Zerbzy taking out Poppers off what Lord NM set up, just sneaking to the back there, Jake.
Yeah, so far that 1v1 in the side lane, kind of going neither team's way. Kite out here from Zerbzy. He's able to reset that one, and both teams just, you know, really trying to get fights here, but no one really getting the connections, right? It's continued to be scrappy. In the chaos, though, Hydra Nation has managed to farm up, right? Both their side laners are getting pretty massive. Brocade and Lefa getting extremely farmed, and both really do have some mobility to come participate in the mid lane fights. I think that'll be a key moment, though, when these teams start bringing in these greedy side laners towards the mid, and who starts getting active first, who is willing to take the risk and to try and just get more farmed up.
Kind of interesting where, hold the phone right now. Right now, you got Scout just using Seismic Slam to try and get away, but here's Death Slam.
Oh, the rescue. Oh, yeah, rescue him, saved him from Zerby. And the Rabbit Hex as well, but Abrams is too low. Yeah, they know about this. He's on the chase down. Feel like Lash should be able to get this one dead to rights. Ooh.
Well, he's looking, he's dead. And yeah, I mean, still the attempt of beaming him out of there, not the worst, but okay, Duke coming in full HP a little bit later for cleanup. Looking for Fish Cake. This is where you'd love to start getting ahead on the Amato. Cube though, gonna fade. Channel transformation used. Still got Lash jumping up and down. How long can Fish Cake live? Not long enough. Now just gonna be running away as a goo ball on pursuit. As I take a look at the amount here going, okay. Well, can I get out? The answer, almost certainly gonna be yes. And now, in fact, may want to go in for seconds.
Lord and I'm so low. Viscus continuing to bot this one out, but no cooldowns left. Here's Rocane though coming in, starting to get active, participating in the fight. Had already pushed out that side lane. Is he gonna profit from this? Needs to find maybe another kill here. It's a little bit of a worrisome spot. Is gonna try and teleport out, slipping away to the high ground. At this point, we'd love to just cut your losses and get back. Valhalla starting to get a little bit better, but once again, the trade is just extremely chaotic. Neither team getting the big edge. Geist has the swap, but Bird chasing her down is gonna miss. So hold on, you gotta be careful with this Poppers. Could get swapped here.
Yeah, meanwhile, things have gotten a little bit scrappy off. It was a very long middle fight as Poppers is able to find League towards the very end. Does not end up dying to a swap. Swap still off cooldown. Meanwhile, Mo looking real low, throws some sand in their eyes, but 170 HP, unlikely to get out of this one. Chased on down. And you look at the income allocation here, a few surprising things to me, and you know, maybe a good time to bring in Jason is that, Jason, you look at this here, Hydration not really getting far ahead of the game. But on the same note, I mean, Rocane is looking mega farmed, and Lefa not that far behind.
Yeah, they've left Rocane in the side lane for a very, very long time. As you mentioned, he got involved with the fight, and he's getting involved with the telekinesis on Abrams here, taking down Scout under the Walker. I think they're just allowing him to farm up, and maybe they're going to allow Hydra Nation now to start getting some farm, and maybe we'll use Rocane in some of these engagements. But then you look on the other side of the line here, there's really no one as farmed, even close to as farmed as he is.
swap available. Oh, but they dance away. Fish Cake able to keep League at arm's length there. And now Hydra Nation have started to open up a little bit of a gap here. The mid lane still being pressured heavily by Valhalla, though. They're keeping these lanes out, making it difficult for Hydra Nation to actually capitalize and turn these fights into objective takes.
You know, one thing we didn't really touch on in the draft, Jake, that I think is kind of hurting Valhalla pretty significantly here in team comp-wise. They have too many heroes that need farm. You stop and think about it here. You want your Yamato to be further ahead than she is. You need your Geist to be where she is or more. And on the same note, like, you need your Infernus and ideally your Abrams to be at least above average in the game. And the reality is there's not enough farm for all the heroes to go around at the moment for Valhalla. And I think it makes their late game a little bit trickier. And I also wonder if that's part of why we haven't seen Do get enough clearance, just because almost everyone in Valhalla has been trying to get a piece of the pie.
Yamato is going to ulti into the action here. Wraith has already used the ulti as well. Both teams now bringing a lot of resources into this engagement. Mid lane, though, being pressured by Valhalla, so they're going to attack this one a little bit, not bringing as many characters to the fight. Abrams fighting it out. Slugfest here with Leffa. Midwalker is going to be going down, though. I mean, Lord and League are ratting this one out, so Valhalla, even if they end up losing this fight, are still in a pretty nice position, and Leffa's continuing to fight despite being incredibly low.
I don't know if this is worth, Jake. They got the
Three
Walker,
kills
but
is
it may be
expensive.
three. Yeah,
Four?
3 kills is very, very expensive. This, look, I'm all for objectives, but this was too high of a price to pay. In my
Unless
mind.
you get a couple kills back here, hold on. So Geist and Mo, they came back to this one. If they, like, Wraith is caught here, if they can figure out where she is, and I think they know, they've got a read on this.
She's gonna teleport back up
in
to
the back
second,
calls
though.
here. Yeah, but I mean, Mo catches her one time, you could be dead. Needs to
Mo's
grab her.
supposed
There it
to
is.
get it.
I think she's supposed to TP, but the pressure is just too much. Surely she's down. Yep. And the follow-up is there. And grabbing those 2 kills back starts to make that one look pretty okay here for Valhalla. Getting that mid walker is pretty powerful. The fact they have all 3 walkers still defended for them, their side. I mean, they are at a bit of a soul disadvantage, but I think they can play with the walker advantage and try to get just a little bit more out of the map. So not the worst trade in the world.
I still think I look at Valhalla right now and I wonder what was the point with Yamato with where you're at the moment, like, and how they've kind of allocated things at the moment. I mean, again, the upside is that your Geist is in a pretty good spot. Infernus isn't bad, but you've kind of pigeonholed yourself into battle Yamato, and you're not going to have the impact on the game that you would if you had drafted a comp that would have funneled a little bit more farm over and in. And I look at Hydra Nation right now, and I feel like their end game, on top of being ahead a bit right now, how they've been preparing for the end game has been superior in my eyes. And I look at here, I feel like it actually means that Valhalla needs to make something happen pretty soon here. Otherwise, like, I think it's going to get too out of hand.
Arctic Blast is pretty big here, setting up some massive damage on a DMB, who's now in quite a bit of trouble. Hydration snuck in a few melees there as well. Bird gonna come in, look to assist this goo ball, diving very deep under tower, but this is an Abrams, a pretty challenging kill to get under the walker. And yeah, I think with this skill running out, but hold on, the fish cake, the lash hole catches him again, so they're able to even chase and get that kill. So Hydra Nation wasting absolutely no time in turning around, starting to pressure the opposition, starting to take some of their walkers, trying to get a trade of this Valhalla, but still a bit of a healthy walker here. Opportunity here for Hydration to come back if they want to make the defense. Seems like Left with contention just deny what he can.
And Valhalla, they're going for walker trades at the moment, but again, the trades have been more punishing, where they gave up a walker for a walker and kills in turn. It wasn't super ideal when you look at the back and forth, and you look at what they're getting in turn at the moment. Hydra Nation, I feel like they have not only a clear lead, but they also have more map control. And you know, for Valhalla, you take a look at the comp they have now too. Short of Lord NM just walking up on someone for a raw combo, they don't have the greatest initiation at the moment now, Jake, either.
Yeah, I think this Arctic Blast is actually a very big power spike for Calico. It makes her such a problem in terms of disrupting you in the initiation moment of the team fight. So you can see Valhalla a little bit behind, looking to make some kind of a play here to get back into the action, see if they could catch somebody like Poppers. That would be your ideal target.
Yeah, they're moving forward, and combo comes out. Is Fall Through going to be there right now? Looking for Vegas. Vegas super low and down. That's one way to deal with the goo ball. So quick gank coming in for Valhalla.
Copy goo ball.
Exactly what they need, and yeah, they get Poppers as well at the very end. So really nice, and now I think they go straight mid. You take a look, everyone's immediately backing on out. They are going to go for mid boss. They have a small window to do it, but you're also going to have Fish Cake coming in here with the Death Slam. This is not necessarily free at all.
Still, I think it's your best opportunity to get back into the game. We've seen how mid boss can turn games on their heads. This could be no exception. Hydra Nation, do you want to contest this? If you contest and fail, I think your lead is gone completely. It's a risky one. Fishcake thinking about it, but I think they are going to elect to back up. I actually think that's the right decision. With something like Rabbit Hex, with Yamato ulti, there's so many secure threats for Valhalla. Better to just back off and cut your losses. So while the game is even, I think Hydra Nation can definitely still play their way out of this. Fishcake trying to be greedy here and snatch that movement buff away. I think he's going to get away with it. So that's a nice little consolation prize. And Valhalla's trying to do the earn, but I don't know if they have enough players to do that. The lane's also pushed against them. It's pretty scary here in the side lane.
Also, Shadow Transformation is gone if this turns into a larger scale fight. They had to burn it to basically deter the Rejuve contest. It's kind of one of those ups and downsides of running Yamato, is that the upside is that you can make Rejuve a lot more reliable, but weirdly enough, you get the Rejuve and your team fight feels bad for about the first 30 or 40 seconds after, because your Yamato is, basically half the hero that she otherwise would be in that situation. So earn control for Valhalla and Rejuve control, but still a bit behind Hydra Nation. Also, in terms of comps, Hydra Nation's running a team that is a little bit scarier for open air earn fights.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody like Poppers, especially Fishcake, can really be dealing a lot of damage, causing major problems from range. Now Valhalla's bringing everyone, though, to this right side, and they're going to get a free earn turn, and Hydra Nation just a little bit too slow to stop that one.
That's a little surprising. That's one of those things where you think you would go in a little bit earlier, but Hydra Nation decided, nope, not worth it, and the gap closing.
With Veilwalker is actually super scary, but Hydration has Scourge now too, so the front line is going to start to really evaporate from Hydra Nation. It's kind of a sick spot actually from GT here. I'm going to steal that for some of my games. It's just a combo. You counters for the moment, and I mean, Lord NM is just dying to the Scourge. Massive threat from Hydration in the front line. He hasn't even ulted yet, so he's going to be able to continue to dive deeper. And the copied Goo Ball just forces Zerbzi to full retreat. Valhalla just seems like they can't fight anymore, ZP.
The fight engage was really tough. Yeah, he's done. And yeah, I mean, the general power of the open skirmishes right now have just gone really in favor of Hydra Nation. And I think a lot of that just comes down to like how the income has been allocated. Vegas, though, perhaps overstaying a little bit, getting a Rejuve benefit. Kind of being felt a little bit here for Valhalla, but DMB is real low, 200 HP, a little bit parkour here on the rooftop. Rescue beam coming on in, turning in and around, still getting chased down by Hydration all the while. Here comes the Mo, though. The Mo might have been the bouncer required, as that's going to give enough clearance for DMB to get out of there.
It's a huge kill for Mo.
Yeah, he's still chasing down Hydration. Hydration desperately trying to get away. However, might have got enough. Mo still chasing, but Mo super low. In turn, Hydration may have done just enough. The combo comes in. Is anyone going to save Hydration here? Please, he's underneath the combo for the parry. And he actually gets saved at the last moment with the parry. That is ridiculous.
That was so insanely close there. Lord NM just desperately looking for some follow-up, but it wasn't there. And Hydration escaping on it's just a sliver of HP. The Rejuve has kind of slipped away here from Valhalla. They really haven't gotten so much value out of it. However, it has reasonably stabilized the disadvantage in terms of souls. They're only down 9k, 10k right now, so still not the end of the world. And you can see actually it's Valhalla with most of their map to farm should they want to take their side of the jungle.
Huge power spike, just got hit. Rocane just got Mercurial Magnum, so this is definitely the moment where if you're Hydra Nation, you would love to fight with Wraith at the moment.
Less convinced about this item now because it doesn't give you like the infinite reload. It is just a massive amount of like spirit damage with your gun, which I guess with Tesla Bolts, I mean, you are going to just do massive left click damage. But I guess that's nice for like burning somebody like Lord NM when he tries to, combo somebody down and makes himself super vulnerable to being counterfired.
Good time here to call on Jason while we're in a lull. Jason, you've seen this go back and forth right now. It feels like things are kind of slipping away from Valhalla the further we go into the game.
Yeah, I think Hydra Nation's like team fight capability beyond what they're currently running hero-wise is still something that's not easy matched when it comes to North America. Like the calling of the fights in game, Hydration and Lefa, since they've been such a duo for such a long time, know exactly what they're doing in these skirmishes. And we saw Hydra Nation there. Hydration, that name always confuses me. Able to just kite for such a long period of time that like Fishcake was able to come in, they're able to back him up. And they still have like the pressure of Poppers. Like Valhalla, I feel like a lot of their success came at a cost earlier because they were grouping for fights a lot earlier than Hydra Nation was, leaving Rocane to just continue to farm up.
Zerbzi in trouble. Early initiation hasn't gone well for Valhalla. Hydration running in with the Scourge, diving in on top of everybody, has the ulti as well. Continuing to just pump damage into the front line. Trades have done 1-for-1 with both squads though.
Cube though, pretty nice. Getting the pressure off of Hydration for a moment. Still gonna be able to re-engage here on the Ava for him. Hydra Nation still working on the outskirts, looking a little bit for Sinclair.
Arctic Blast, he could get this.
Into the back, finding the Infernus up over DMP, just caught. And the backup's gonna be there for Hydration, so Hydration's not gonna get immediately punished for the dive either. And on top of it, they're able to use the rotation, get the walker. Valhalla's kind of peeking on the outskirts, but they're a little bit too weak here. You look at DMB just getting pummeled down. That is brutal. Shadow Transformation wasn't back up yet. And I just feel like Valhalla, again, I said at the beginning, I'll say it again here, Jake, too many mouths to feed for their team to get max usage out of the comp they drafted.
Okay, that spirit damage is kind of insane from Wraith when she pops all of her stems and just goes full building breaker. So the first set of base guardians is going to drop there. And Hydration looks to be getting an urn turn in. However, Valhalla collapsing on his position. If he goes, this could be very risky. Baits out the Rabbit Hex for now and is going to maybe fall back and just try to bait Valhalla out of this room. I think going in is so risky here. No one's here. Okay, they back off. Okay, sure. I guess the rest of the team had just shown up.
Yeah, even still though, that, you know what? I respect the aggression. And, oh man, they get a catch on top of it. Hydration getting onto League, and Valhalla, things have gone out of hand here. It went from a solid 15K Hydra Nation lead, now 31,000. And you have to wonder for Valhalla what they even need to get kills at this point. They have no long-range initiation. It's all kind of based on the bow combo, and they're getting pressured all the way to Fountain.
Vegas just tanks every single stun on the team of Valhalla and just managed to live and tell the tale here. Meanwhile, that created opportunities for Rokane to clear out more and more of these buildings. And with 2 Valhalla members down, it seemed pretty difficult for them to put together a team fight. Here's Fishcake, wants to end the game, grabs DMB. That's the highest value target here on the Infernus, getting absolutely melted. And Hydra Nation on their way to another chance here in the money match.
Yeah, and right now, nothing's gonna stop them getting the Shrines. 5 dead for Valhalla. And frankly, I know Hydra Nation historically is a little bit on the conservative side on finishing out games, but you can get first stage Patron here. Maybe you decide to stay, but
solo mid boss, I think, on Wraith. Maybe they're okay. Yeah. It's actually, they probably should do mid boss before dropping Patron. This is objectively a good play because there's no reason to reduce the enemy spawns. You could grab the mid boss, and he might be able to even come back and drop Patron before these players spawn. And that's maybe asking a lot, but this Wraith DPS, I mean, that's insane. The mid boss is gone.
Yeah, and actually, you take a look at, even if Do is back up, Do actually won't have Shadow Transformation up. I don't. Actually, it's kind of.
Well, they're going to push. You can push in like 15 seconds. I mean, at least they're going to be able to get into the base and take positions, which I think is more important than the drop itself, which is just going to come naturally if you're able to stand in the enemy base.
And you stop and think about it for Valhalla, they don't really have great ways of coming back here as we go into an, oh man, right now you look at guys in a tough spot, getting hit by the Arctic Blast. Rescue beam going to be used, and he's down. League can't get away, and this is the beginning of the end here, Jake. I think Hydra Nation will get another shot to throw in versus melee creeps because, again, I take a look at this, and there's just so few options for Valhalla to even engage and get a pick with the comp they have.
Yeah, it feels like you've just hit your scaling point for Hydra Nation. So many powerful items up. Hydration making a lot of space. The Patron is falling. Lepa keeping that side lane pushed in as well. For now, Vegas just making space with the ball as well. Continuing to force a lot of the attention on himself with the amount of backline damage he has. It's just not an option to try to shoot this goo ball with the rest of the team helping out. Patron drop is going to mean Valhalla are going to be fighting at full strength. Very conservative choice here for Hydration to back off. In the end, I don't hate it. I think they probably should just, you know, wait for their ultis and then re-engage with the ball. But
they're not fully out.
They're going to be looking for picks on the outskirts. And you can see Valhalla's only safe in the base. And they're out of the base now. DMB.
Are they safe in the base though? As you get the death slam up in Origin, he's like, well, I wish I was safe in the base here, but not quite the case. Cards coming on in, and there's just nothing Valhalla can do to prevent the inevitable here. Patron soon to be under the gun, and this will be Hydra Nation getting their crack at the money match once more. Valhalla gonna be falling here as Hydra Nation perhaps have found their own style here on the patch. Looking better than ever. As Patron goes down, and it is Hydra Nation over Valhalla in our best of one.
yeah, great outplays this game. I think especially Vegas just really understanding his role in this game as the disruptor, constantly initiating fights. And I mean, it's scary for Viscus, right? Even Viscus Ball getting Abrams pinned, getting Mo ulted, like there's a lot of control for you on Viscus. But Vegas at some point in this game just realizes like, look, all I have to do is create chaos in the team fight. And Rokane is massive on the Wraith. Lepa is huge on the Mirage, and they're both delivering hybrid damage. So you just can't stand and be shooting at the Viscus while those immense backline damage dealers are threatening you. And at the same time, trying to actually catch those backliners proved to be impossible. Wraith and Mirage just too mobile, constantly staying out of the fight. And then those Lash ultis felt like DMB could never really stand and deliver on the same level.
You know, I take a look at this game here, Jason, and, you know, in addition to, you know, all the points Jake just made, I kind of look at it, I wonder, did Valhalla set themselves up for glory here in the draft? Because so much of Deadlock, especially in the new patch, has kind of come down to not just the heroes that you have, but how you get them farmed, how you allocate who is getting what. And I just look at it here, and I just feel like there was no chance with the comp that Valhalla picked that everyone was going to get the farm they needed unless it was a blowout. It didn't feel like the best comp to me when looking back on it.
You're muted, Jason.
You're still muted. It's a Discord. It is not your mixer. You have hit the button in Discord.
Bro.
It's still muted. Like, look, chat may have redeemed the mute Jason Kaplan button. Oh, wait, I think.
All right, he's unmuted.
No, now you're muted on your mixer. But
No,
not
I'm
on
just not
Discord.
talking. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, okay. That was funny, actually.
Let me ask you the counter question, ZP. Did Abrahams win the second match in a landslide, in your opinion? Because I think the Abrahams match had more mouths to feed than this match here, but obviously that game turned out to be a little bit more one-sided.
I think though some heroes can function a little bit better with lower farm than others, and I don't think Yamato is in that camp. I think when you go Yamato, it's a character that like you actually have to hard prioritize as one of the biggest heroes on the team, and I don't think that was the case in this game.
Not a big believer in Yamato right now in the meta that I've been seeing. It just feels like there are better choices that are more consistent. And like you said, Yamato really needs to be blowing out the game to be feeling super effective for me in this patch right now. And the way Hydra Nation was playing this made it so hard for Yamato. I mean, the engage and disengage, like you could never really just hard commit on the fight, and Yamato ulti and like continue to chase people down. Mirage is tornadoing away. Wraith is kiting back. And then, of course, so much mobility on the rest of the squad. They were able to just evade the threat of that Yamato, and she could just never actually stick on and kill a target, whether it's Viscus saving them or just the goo ball denying the follow-up from the rest of the team.
Well, Jason, this was a difficult one, but who do you got for our Intel player of the match for this game here? There's a lot of ways you could have gone. It wasn't a one person necessarily taking over the game, but we forced you to choose a player. Who is that player?
No, this is a bait. This is bait, bro.
For sure, bait.
No
100% bait. Yeah.
I would have to give it to Hydration. And the thing is, I feel like there was nothing that insanely stood out in this game other than like Hydration playing Calico well without a ton of farm. Like I think they gave Rokane like a majority of the farm, giving Lefa a majority of the farm, and he kind of was the poverty player of the team. But the impact he had once he got Arctic Blast, as Jake pointed out, like he was able to 1v1 DMB. He was constantly applying so much pressure and having that kill potential of 1v1ing quite a few different players. I think he kind of bounced back in Calico in a different way than we saw Hoot play Calico in this game, and that's kind of why I wanted to lead it towards him, because he still seemed to be like the focal point of the team, and it felt like they're mostly playing around him. Because honestly, how many like big death stuns did we see at a fish kicks? How many like big owls did we see like hit 3-4 players for stuns? It was mostly just Hydration, the one to go in and like force the fight onto him and the rest of the team to clean up.
You know, Jake, one thing that I saw there that kind of reminds me of our early talk of the draft too, that I think happened in multiple highlights here, is that Lord and M, of course, would go in for a combo, and combo would get responded to by Cube. And I still think back to like the confusion of the draft of like, usually, generally speaking, teams don't always pick Mo when a Viscus is on the board, and oftentimes people in the past would pick Viscus when Mo was picked. So I go back at that pick, and it seemed strange to me even now.
Yeah, I don't love the Mo this game. I really did like Hydration's build, though. I think like the Arctic Blast Scourge looked pretty insane, right? Like especially with Scourge as an item on somebody like the Calico, right, when you're already building Torment Pulse, you're already ulting and standing right on top of people, you're actually doing massive damage in this game. I mean, look, he's not that farmed, right, compared to most of his teammates, right? Like Vegas is on pretty much the same amount of farm, and that he's still keeping pace with the top damage in the game with a huge activity on the map. And a lot of that comes from just Scourge, Arctic Blast, like standing on top of people with Torment Pulse. And like, it just feels like Valhalla, you have to run away from that. But falling back is the last thing you want to do, considering you've got Great Talon, you've got Wraith, you've got Mirage, you've got massive damage threats that you need to be as attacking and killing with this comp, with the stuns, the control they have. And yet you're trying to fall back. You're trying to run away from Hydration in Vegas. So those players really did their job from my perspective. I think Fishkick also looked great on the Lash. And so congrats to Hydration, a big win for them. And like you said, one that they've done really in their own style that does bode well for them. I think teams that try to just copy what the team on top is doing, it can work, but it puts you in a difficult spot, whereas playing to your own comfort maybe is part of the recipe for success.
Or look at Hydration's Souls by Source breakdown. 18% from breakables, 16% from troopers.
More from breakables than lane creeps is actually actually crazy. I don't think I've seen that yet. Oh my god.
You know what it is though? I think this is an instance where Hydration specifically, as he broke into mid game, was ignoring neutral camps and saying, nope, other people on my team can get that. I'm just all about the breakables. I know what I'm good at. And it kind of brings me back to the age-old days of like Hydra Nation being on top, where there's certain things they did economy-wise that were kind of ahead of their time in terms of how they apportioned who was getting farm and why, and actually making the decision of, no, I'm just going to ignore some of the neutrals here and go specifically more for this. I think it's smart. I mean, yeah, you're doing that with Calico kind of naturally anyways, but it's almost taken to the next level by the fact that we're looking at the breakdown here and be like, hey, wait a second, you just got more breakables than in lane, but the rest of Hydra Nation was capitalizing on the souls in lane and the souls from the neutral end, which probably helped in getting the big gap they had over Valhalla by the end of the game. So, I mean, honestly, smart from the soul allocation end.
Yeah, I mean, and also you just got to think about Rokane and Lefa. Look at those stats. Those are like dream stats. 1 death each on these like hard carry rolls and just big kills, big participation, big farm, big damage, just doing everything you want them to be doing. And that double carry threat in the late game ended up being potent. I feel like Valhalla, in hindsight, maybe really needed to snowball this game and blow it out very early, because once Rokane and Lefa were online, it felt like too little too late.
Still wonder where was like Kelvin in this combo for them? Like if you drop out, I don't know, I would say maybe,
I think in fairness, just that last pick should have been Kelvin in my opinion, or maybe it's anywhere in the draft, right? Like Kelvin would have been good against Lash. It would have blocked GT's follow-up damage, could have isolated some of these targets, allowed you to fight into them. But I think maybe by that point they were too focused on the cover pick. Maybe the Yamato is the most glaring hero of like that just didn't bring the value I think it was meant to for Valhalla.
Well, the champion fell earlier today in EU. Can the same happen here in North America? Hydra Nation looking good after the challenging match. Now into the money match, looking to reclaim the throne here in North America. But to do so, they'll have to get through a determined Melee Creeps team first. Will this be the night of Hydra Nation's ascension once more? Join us in a few. We'll find out.
I don't bow to the seventh moon.
Laying the trap. Stay on the ground and die, guys. Killing us. Memories have been fought. One less threat to worry about.
You're mine.
Deadlock Fight Night North America continues on. Number 28, presented by Intel. Of course, rejoined here by Jake and Jason, respectively. And Jason, you are probably the #1 Melee Creeps fan going in, but for good reason. They have been consistent in North America for weeks now. But is this the day that they meet their end to the new and improved Hydra Nation?
No, not even close.
Okay.
By the way, you say I'm everyone's fanboy. I'm Ido's, or sorry, not Ido's fanboy. I'm Hoot's fanboy. I'm Melee Creeps fanboy. Like, who am I not a fanboy of?
Deathy. I think pretty clearly, not a TF2 Boomers fan
I walked into
at
that
all.
one, to be fair. But TF2 Boomers is dead, so I guess my constant hatred eventually got to the team.
You won, bro. You won.
Wait, they died?
Yeah.
They just
they
played
died
last week.
They're not team anymore.
Well,
rest in pizza, bro.
Yep.
Look, it's early in the game. You know, teams rise, teams fall. Hydra Nation, maybe they're on the rise once again, right? They've fallen from grace. They were our many-time champion. And I do think that was a very strong performance they showed in game one. And I think if there is a week for them to do it, maybe it is this week. I do agree. I think Melee Creeps are the favorite. I think they've looked maybe like the most solid in terms of team play. I feel like Quig's influence on this team has been pretty heavily felt, honestly, in the last few weeks in particular.
Well, we should say this, though. Quig is no longer on the team. He was kicked off before last week due to certain reasons that I'm not going to say why on air. If people want to know, they can go ask Melee Creeps. But no, the fact is, though, Jake, I think he actually did help them quite a bit, to be fair, and gave them maybe a little bit more structure than the team and helped them develop where they wanted to go with it. But
maybe they're ready to rise above and spread their wings now. They took his lessons and they can just, you know, put a nasty deathmatch carry in his seat.
Hey,
they did win the 5v6 the week before last. They won the 5v6 after he disconnected.
Oh, true.
Every team Quig's been on though has been like a DFN champion, so you definitely can't complain about like the caliber of teams he joins and the quality he brings to teams. But for them to now maintain this position is going to be another testament to how good they are as a team. But it's still going to be, I don't think it's gonna be necessarily a super easy one, but I still feel like Melee Creeps just all in all are the better team at the moment compared to their opponents. Like
I'm ready for Hydration to make the comeback, baby. I think this is Hydra Nation's week, Jason. I'm taking the wild prediction.
I mean, you did bet your house before
like,
he came
I
out
think
on
Melee
top.
Creeps are going to do it to like, actually, no, I've been convinced it's Hydra Nation. That was the quickest flip-flop of all time. But also, I will say in terms of landing spots for Quig, Deathy is in chat saying they will return. Look, I mean, if you want to bring your team to the top, clearly just having Quig on your team for a little bit is the way to go. You know, TF2
Deathy's
Boomers,
recruiting
Quig,
Quig.
Arc. Yes, exactly.
That's the future, baby.
Quig Nation or the Quig Boomers. I don't know. We could get something like that happening. Yeah, it's I still think it's going to be a very heavily favored for Melee Creeps. But the thing is, I know Melee Creeps have been very vocal about like Hydration are grinders, and they played the game a ton more than they did initially when the patch came out. I don't know if that's still true, but I know Hydration and like Leffa are always playing.
I played Hydration and Leffa like a few times, I think, in the last few days, just playing ranked. So I think it's pretty. I saw Hydration playing like a McGinnis build, which is pretty funny. So I wonder, I mean, McGinnis, I actually am curious about this character. I feel like it's like almost viable. It's like on the edge of something possible.
It's funny you mentioned that because McGinnis is now in the weird like zone for any Valve game, which is that the character is really good in pubs, but seemingly like really bad in scrims. And that always leads to an interesting part balance-wise, where sometimes heroes can stay in that spot for a long time where they're good in pubs and then never picked in comp because, you know, historically the balance in Valve games tends to be more targeted at the high end. But we'll see if like the McGinnis in pub play does start leaking into competitive. I mean, at the very least, we got to see Naked get back on the team. It didn't happen last week with the TF2 Boomers, but Naked is kind of the eternal bellwether to me of McGinnis, where if Naked isn't playing it in competitive, it's probably not good. But if it's going to come back, it'll probably come from Naked first. But take a look at the Melee Creeps roster that they got here. You know, they got some high-quality subs on top of it, where Rocker still available to sub. I believe it is going to be Ido here today. But, you know, it's a team that's made some adjustments over time. They've made John into a rising star in North America on top of AVG and, of course, Saya, who's often most known for play on the Holiday. But I think the Holiday is actually a good thing to bring up here, Jason, as I'm looking at it, in that I wonder if that hurts Melee Creeps, the fact that Holiday seems to be lower and lower in value at the moment, when historically they've been one of the best teams with it.
You know, I'm going to take that point and ignore it because I don't think you can call it Saya for like the Holiday losing value. I'm going to call it more John and how with the picks we've seen them do last week and the bans, like he still has yet to show he plays things beyond his normal 2-3 heroes. Beyond his like Warden, beyond his Bebop, like he still seems to me to be like one of the weaker points of the team. Yeah, I mean, Holiday not being played as much is you know, kind of crappy for Saya, but he also wasn't playing like the playmaker role originally for the team. He was like more on the Calico, so he can definitely adjust to where they need him. I think for me, it's more about like John and what he's been able to work on in his hero pool, and more about like how Ido's going to be slotted in to this team.
Yeah, I mean, think about last game, Hydra Nation banned Warden out of the gate first ban. And it feels like, why not just run that same ban philosophy back against John, another player who's really known to specialize on the character. And if you wanted to ban it against another team that wasn't even as hard committed to it, then yeah, why not take it out of the field against Melee Creeps? I think that has been the decisive player-hero combo for me from John. It's just Warden has looked amazing, but we really haven't seen as much versatility out of him. So maybe today's the day to start to showcase some of that or see what's possible here out of Melee Creeps.
You know, though, Jason, there's a lot of temptation where if Ido's playing, a lot of the times teams will go, we'll ban Pocket, take Yamato, and put Ido on the Ido's rougher heroes, which, you know, may mean you get Ido on an Abrams or something. Or you could do the opposite here, go for John, ban Warden, take Geist, which means John has to play Bebop, who, even though Bebop worked pretty well earlier today, is not the greatest. And okay, they have first pick. Jason, is it a statement if Hydra Nation comes out here and first picks Geist after banning the Warden?
Is that good though? Because you give up Calico +1. Like, is it? I'm so skeptical that this is actually worth to like try to hard pick deny people, especially because like you pick Geist, then okay, then they could just, you know, like I feel like they could play around it. Like I feel like it's not worth griefing your own hero picks in order to put a player off their comfort. At least from my perspective.
I mean,
unless it's that bad in terms of their next pick.
It may be that bad because they had to go to Bebop, and those are the only 3 heroes we've seen John play in recent memory. And
but
I don't think
Bebop won today, right? Bebop won in Europe, and so is it that big of a deal that you put a guy on Bebop? It's like, from my perspective,
his Bebop didn't win last week though when they played against Valhalla. They lost that match.
They did it. They are full on APB. They're out for John.
All right,
confirmed.
Pocket. Actually, no. Give us the Calico and the Haze. Saya, come on, play the Haze.
Wouldn't hate to see the Haze. I mean, I thought Taz really impressed me on the character, the way they played around the invis, setting up gank opportunities for the team. And it feels like once you get that curse online, you are such a huge threat. Anybody going alone when the off map is just too scary. First pick Mirage, pretty interesting. Melee Creeps has been one of the teams that has continued to highly prioritize Mirage, where other teams have maybe pushed it down a little bit in the draft prio. I also feel like Lefa's probably going to be the Geist player. I feel like most often I've seen Lefa play quite a lot of Geist, so I'm not 100% sure about this Mirage pick this early in the draft, but it's not a bad character.
Jason, they actually, if you're Melee Creeps, you have to pick Bebop third. Otherwise, if Hydra Nation look at the beginning of the draft being anti-John, they'll probably ban Bebop.
Play 7 or something and just like press his ult in the air, right? Like, like how can people not be able to, like, there's heroes in the game that are just not that hard to play, that like, or their macro is difficult, but there's no way, right? Like there's no way you can't go the 7 ulti build and like jump in the air and press the ulti, right?
No, it may be more hard luck than you think, Jake. Look, I'm not disagreeing with you in principle. I'm just saying this appears to be the strategy for better or worse, you know.
I just can't believe we had Calico get through.
Yeah, I'm super surprised the Hydra Nation grabbed Calico. I would have much rather seen Calico Viscous out of Melee Creeps as the opener. I agree. I think the Calico has looked super strong. I think that build, the hydration showed off last game was amazing. They get the Holiday as well. I'm not as convinced about the Holiday with the Rescue Beam, being such a popular item. I feel like Melee Creeps could easily just build one of those and kind of break the lassos a lot of the time.
And Cube as well if you don't have Rescue Beam, like at the time.
Yeah, it's such solid save. Viscous is such a great support for like the saves, for the counter engages. Maybe that does make life a little harder for Calico because you go in with your hard burst combo onto a target and then they're just cubed and they're like waiting out your skirts. They're waiting out your ulti and they are going to take the Paradox, which this is the first time we've seen Paradox today. Kind of insane that the hero has fallen so mightily from once being like decisively the best hero in the game to now this is the first time we see it here in the NA money match. See how it ends up going against Hydra Nation.
Jason, does the Bebop ban come in? Does Hydra Nation just continue to assault John's hero pool and make it go to depths never before seen? You don't think a Bebop's ban's coming in?
There's just no way he can't play like Infernus or 7. Like, I'm sorry, but those heroes are not that complicated. Like,
I would ban,
you don't need to really grind them that much.
I was gonna say I'd maybe ban Lash, but they have like I think Lomin gonna be on the Viscous, or maybe ban like Shiv because you kind of target AVG a bit. But there's no way you're gonna ban Bebop right now. Like you wouldn't run Bebop and Paradox together.
They go for Shiv, which also
don't pick Bebop, please.
I think it may be coming.
Or like,
I mean,
maybe John can just play Mirage. Mirage is another like one button character, right? Like realistically.
I love how your entire process here, Jake, is just like you're rejecting the narrative from the last week. You're just like, what are the easiest heroes in the game? Surely John can play this.
But it's like the role of being like, I will farm and carry the game. The hard part is actually understanding how to like survive your lane, to be in a decent position and to like get farmed. Like that's actually the hard part. And, something like that as far as like how you actually pilot it in the late game, to me is not so difficult for a player who's experienced, who's playing the game at the highest level. Yeah, you'd rather be on Warden or Geist maybe, but you can do much the same thing on some heroes that, don't take the most experience to play. I'm not a fan of the Yamato though for Melee Creeps. I didn't like it last game. Maybe they can funnel tons of farm to it. Maybe this is like grabbing the idol here, but I'm also very surprised to see Pocket untouched so far into the draft.
Yeah.
Please don't show me something besides Bebop. I'm still on this like topic right now, like because I've been like harassing on the broadcast
Bebop,
about he needs to have a deeper pool. Like you can't be this many weeks into melee creeps now and not have other heroes to show. What are you trying to save it for? The Cosmopolitan in July? Like, come on. There's no need to save any hero pools.
Where did people come up with the name the Cosmopolitan? It's just no. I mean, it's kind of, sort of, but dude, I feel like it's gonna have a different name, whatever it ends up being. You know, that's all I'm saying. But I look at this also. Look at this here, where NA used to really highly prioritize Kelvin. Where's Kelvin?
No one builds an empire.
Is Kelvin coming in? Does anyone know what happened
Kelvin's
to Kelvin?
resting in pizza right now, man.
Did Kelvin get lost in the Arctic? What is happening right now? It is
melting in summer, man.
He got banned all VU, and in NA, he's just gentleman's agreement, gone.
All right, so what I will say, though, about this Melee Creeps draft so far is that they've grabbed the Wraith Mirage, which I think is a super potent combo of like double ultra scary long-range damage dealers. And then you've got Viscous and this time Yamato to hold down the front line and create space. Lash can make some of the initiations scarier. And so I actually love the Lash pick as a finisher here for Hydra Nation. I actually would love to see Hydra Nation take Kelvin now. It's really good at dealing with the Lash ulti. It can save people, can disengage from the Viscous ball. You can like isolate your teammates away. And I think they could use the heals, especially for Geist and Calico, who want to be frontlining pretty aggressively. Hell, even Infernus could start to push the limits a little bit more, maybe with the help of the Kelvin to save him.
I think we're seeing John Viscous, by the way.
John
Viscous. I think it's going to be Mirage. Because I think back to some of the earliest times of DFN. You can look it up, Jason, but I think there was a time where John was like filling or something and was playing Mirage. I think Mirage is in his pool. He just hasn't played it in a long time. But if you want to go into the database on that, I'd like.
I will say, Jason, if you're right of us, that's crazy because my hero pool is also 2-trick Viscous Warden.
1 game Bebop, 6 games Geist, 1 game Lash, 3 games Mirage, 5 games Warden.
Okay, so Mirage, surely, right? It makes so much sense. There's no way he's that committed to one-tricking Warden that he would like that he can't play, a hit scan, basically aim hero, like Mirage basically just an aim hero, right? Like you have global mobility, so you can farm alone. I feel like Mirage is actually one of the easiest characters to play in a competitive setting because you don't need to actually pay as much attention to your team's movements with the global TP compared to other characters who maybe need to hedge their farming pattern and be ready to follow up to a team fight, make some complicated decisions there. So I think Mirage does simplify things a little bit from the carry perspective.
It's funny because I have AVG in my DMs right now saying like, why do we keep flaming John? He's a flex player. LOL, poor John. And AVG saying he plays everything, but not according to like his pick history here in DFN.
I mean, also not according to how teams draft against him. Like the way that Valhalla got mileage against them was John looked really good on Warden. They took away Warden. Then John started looking really good on Geist, and they made it a priority to take away both. I mean, it was clearly targeted from Valhalla at John specifically and what John was playing. So it's like, it's not just us from a commentary perspective here. It's also how other teams have been reacting. And Hydra Nation picked up where Valhalla, ended last week by opening Ban Warden, pick Geist.
I am innocent, all right? I have been defending John. I just want to state that for the record, for the people. Melee Creeps, though, I thought, after watching the game, I thought, okay, Hydra Nation, like maybe this is their week. However, after seeing the drafts now, I really like the Melee Creeps draft. I think they've got basically, a very similar draft to what Hydra Nation won with in the last game. And I just really like that style. I thought it looked super effective. And I think they maybe have even some better options as far as the tools. I do think the Yamato's a downgrade to the Calico. See if that ends up paying dividends. Hydra Nation do still have a very strong core playing around the Kelvin. But I feel like late game, if this Wraith and Mirage both get online, you're in a great spot for Melee Creeps.
See how this one pans out here, Jason. But as we take a look at everything as it sets up, where you get confirmation is going to be John the Mirage. What are you thinking of the lanes here between both teams before I let you go for a bit?
Well, I think it's kind of interesting that we're actually not seeing Ido on the Yamato, and we're going to be seeing him on the Lash. Because I remember last week after DFN, or was it like 2 weeks ago when we, I think, hosted No, it's like a day after they won. Lowmain said he's actually playing support now for the team. He's like no longer going to be playing like the big playmakers like Lash that we see in the past. So I think it's actually an interesting adaptation. I'm curious how he'll do in that role for the team long term, because it could definitely be like a role that you don't really get many props in, and it's a very selfless kind of role. See how that works out for Melee Creeps. But look at the lane matchups, Yamato and Viscous together. I think if we're talking and comparing the last game Yamato, I think this is definitely a way to give AVG a stronger start on the Yamato, having that safety net of that cube.
Also, on top of that, Jake, I'm looking at the comp here. It's not actually Hydration on the Calico. Hydration has gone back to his slow bullet roots and is on the Kelvin. I mean, that's the old Hydration lore coming on in, and it's Vegas on the Calico. So, swap up that isn't all that expected for, hero pools that people play. I mean, it makes sense for Hydra Nation, but it's a more rare swap relative to other teams in Deadlock.
I mean, they don't have an obvious Kelvin player on Hydra Nation. So if anything, I mean, Hydration has been a lot of times the player who has just taken the leftovers, being a super flexible player, has been able to kind of fill on whatever the team needs. And so it's not a huge surprise, but I am curious to see how he pilots the Kelvin, right? Conventionally has been more of the carry role for the team, and I do think Kelvin is just drastically at its best on a true support setup. And look at the way they're punishing. The Calico went for a little bit of a box run, and they are just monster rounding, shoving waves under tower, starting to put a little bit of threat on that. I think it's a potentially good way to punish what the Calico offers to the team.
I think it's a little bit risky, though, because you still give a little bit of initiative back to the Calico, where the Calico could be box running, or the Calico could just turn back around and flank you at the same time. Obviously, it depends on, like, the power level of the wave, but I feel like there's a little bit of a, mind game element there that the Calico could start abusing if a team was predictable, where it's like, oh, Calico left, shove lane.
I mean, getting Guardian damage this early on, though, is solid, especially somebody like Wraith going rapid rounds, monster rounds. And look at him, he's just instant killing creeps as soon as they come into the wave. And then Pocket's doing his best to kind of keep the waves out. But I mean, the way this is looking with Lash as well, Lash sending nukes in, making it scary for you to walk up, and then Wraith following up with the tower damage. It's a good start. This side lane, though, looking a little bit scarier. Low main and ABG needs to stabilize, but they're taking a lot of damage from this guy.
Low main nearly falling, and whether it be a deny pick or not, Geist early pick I don't think is that ridiculous. I mean, I think giving up the Calico would be bad. In this case, they happen to get both, so I think it actually worked out really, really well for Hydra Nation at the beginning of the draft.
He buys Enchanter's Barrier? That's like crazy to me, the Enchanter's Emblem, because he's like 1 HP. Is he really going to get away with that? I feel like he should really have bought some healing items there. No? Am I crazy?
Jake, plan for the future you want to be, not where you are right now. Except,
I don't know if guys in your lane are on 1 HP.
Maybe not in this case, but hey, it's where we're at. I mean, clearly that's the idea, is that, you get a cube up later, you'll be over the threshold. But you're right, is that you're not going to
heal you that much, man. Cube is like 100 heal. Like,
I know. Look, nothing you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying, they're very optimistic in lane right now. And look, he's potentially about to get full heal here from the Holiday in the back.
Okay, there's the heal. You're up to 200 HP. Now you're dead. Low main. Somebody buy heal right. And the lasso, just barely misses. That would have been almost certainly a kill onto ABG. So the fact that at least the tower doesn't take too much damage. So Low main just going to sack his life to protect the tower HP. But this side lane is going very well here for Hydra Nation.
I think every now and then you just get an example of, at times, MOBA players are a little bit too allergic to going back to heal or focusing on healing, and sometimes it is the right play, but now,
I don't know about going back, but like, just buy a heal right, bro.
Yeah. Well, the Guardian's down now.
Geist, and Geist gets the swap as well. Yamato dying in the side. Both of them are going to die here. Low main is incredibly low. Trying to just roll out with the Viscous Ball, and this side lane has gone from bad to worse, man. This is about as bad as it can go here on the side lane.
Well, also because look at Fishcake and how this is going to affect Fishcake's movement around the map. Fishcake's going to go back to heal and very well might end up in another lane and just say, okay, Rokane, enjoy. That's going to be problematic for the rest of the game, where Hydra Nation is also crushing in mid lane at the moment. So even though you look at the aggregate, it looks a little bit close. The reality is, Jake, is that this is close to getting out of hand. If
I will say they're not crushing the mid lane. They got that kill because Pashipop full committed for the Guardian. And so they have like 100-0 Guardian HP lead here in that side lane. That was going to pop the ulti just to zone off a potential counter engage on him. And let's see how this third lane, we have kind of been ignoring this third lane so far. We'll see how John and Ido are faring here, if they're able to get some Lashal connections. But of course, Hydration does have that Kelvin ulti, making it very difficult.
You look at Guardian HP, it's pretty much been a wash between the two. Neither side is... And also, just look at the minimap. Every time I glance over there, it's effectively in the middle. Meanwhile, though, Vegas getting chased on down. The side actually hit!
Just barely.
Hit Jake. Through the underpass. Somehow, some way, Vegas gets caught and slammed to his demise.
Yeah, just a little bit too far. Lasso, it seems like it went wide there. And Lash just artfully juking his way through. And the absence of this Guardian in mid lane makes this a little bit of a scarier place to be. Geist is continuing to try and throw her weight around here in the side lane, but AVG is looking like a real threat on the Yamato, so he's starting to chase this one down. Has ulti if he even needs it. I don't know if he's going to. He's just staying on top of this one. Visca's going to come in and should be an easy kill. That's a nice cleanup to be grabbing here, especially after losing the lane. That's a nice comeback kill, really getting you back in the game. We've talked about how Yamato needs to have a strong early game, needs to be in a good spot in terms of souls, and that kill could be just what AVG needed. I think it's kind of surprising Rakim is out there all alone.
Well, it's less the all alone, and then also just, you know, looking at the entire map where it's like, it's not like anyone is even remotely close on the map either rotated in, because guys can delay a decent extent, especially when you have swap up, but not in that case where there's no blue on that side of the map at all. But now, a little bit of engage here near the garage.
And this Holidays could be in trouble if he gets caught by the slam. The cold front as well. I'm not going to dive under the tower though. Threat a little bit too big from the possibility of a rotate.
I think
nice camp steal though, or mid lane creeps. I think just getting a couple of these big camps away from the other side of the map is a nice eco change.
I think what you have to worry about here, if you're okay, and you know where melee creeps is at the moment and how this can escalate.
Oh, he missed ulti.
Look at the right hand. Yeah, the affliction didn't hit anyone. However, there's still enough pressure here that side can't find clearance to get away. Pocket. A little bit on the low side, just gonna back on out. Still nothing but blue here on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, you know, talking about Rocane getting dove. Rocane is in the thick of things at the moment on the left. And for now, actually, still okay.
Looks like melee creeps. He's gonna try and trade the Guardian now, try to take the other Guardian down on the other side of the map. If they're able to get this, it looks like a decent trade for them. However, the Guardian proving to be a little bit tanky. Maybe the rotations aren't gonna come in. Rocane can't get that done solo. He's gonna lose the game before it as well. Nice swap in though, tries to catch one of these retreating players. Calico caught, is in the tornado now potentially, and nothing left in the tank. And that's a pretty big bag to be grabbed, especially by John. This Mirage, not the fastest farmer, but a very powerful user of farm if you're able to get ahead.
The thing I don't love for Hydra Nation in terms of comfort, relative to Hydration, Vegas probably has not played as much on the Calico. And also, you've been seeing like several missed lassos here. I feel like Holiday is one of those characters that you really do have to play a lot, Yeah,
it's very much the opposite of like the sevens, the Mirages, where they're more about the gun. I mean, this character is all about really intelligent skill usage, and especially, of course, hitting that skill shot lasso is always awkward, especially with how good players have gotten at kind of dealing with the threat.
Yeah, and I feel like them taking the Holiday was less about them wanting it as the best pick at the time, but more so wanting to deny what has factually been Saya's favorite hero that would have been picked instead of the Paradox if they didn't pick it when they picked it. But so far I think it's been like 2 missed lassos out of like 3 or 4. So I do wonder for Hydra Nation if that was maybe overthinking it a bit if they weren't as comfortable on the Holiday.
Hydration's here, but he's very early for a rune secure there. I mean, it's still not going to be up for another 10 seconds.
Lasso just got used again. I don't think it got hit.
Yeah,
I
another
think that
miss.
gets added to the counter. So, yeah.
Seems like melee creeps are going to dominate on the left side, though. There's going to be some contention for that rune pickup. Seems like melee creeps are getting into the fight. Lash definitely loves to have that spirit buff. He's built pretty much pure spirit damage for now, so this could be a bit of a problem. He's able to fight with that buff. Yamato tanking the ulti just as he would want to. Big nuke damage onto everybody. And already finding that kill onto Hydration, who couldn't even get the ulti off.
Ido being some of the allegations, like when we saw Ido on Lash, there was a few people in chat going, I was like, ooh, Ido Lash. It's like, hey, looking pretty decent here so far.
What I will say is, like, if you take a player and you tell me he's like a pocket one trick, I just think you're crazy. Like, I feel like if you can play pocket at a high level, you can play any character in this game. Like, pocket has to be one of the most complicated heroes in terms of execution and skill timing of anyone else in the game. Lasso attempted as well in the side lane. Seemed like it missed. Wait, did I hear the lasso? Am I crazy? Infernus, though, over the top, onto the Wraith, trying to get on top of it with the stun, just a little bit too late. Here's this big Death Slam, finding 2 in the frozen shelter, though, so now it's going to be Ido, who maybe has bitten off more than he can chew.
Oh, man, that's an interaction situation. Death Slam into the mid-air frozen shelter, and the Ido just getting ripped apart from the ground. Oh, man, that is Uno reverse card onto Lash. So Hydra Nation able to stabilize a bit on the right-hand side. We'll see where they decide to push the swap. Meanwhile, here onto Holiday, not going to result in much. So nice sequence of events here for Hydra Nation. They'll let them just about even things up.
And AVG was trying to get a bit of value here on the side lane, trying to clear out that walker. Did take about 2/3 of its HP, so nothing to be too upset about. Has Torment Pulse online, should accelerate the farming pretty significantly here. And he's going for that Spirit Nuking build as well, which actually, it could be interesting in this game. He wants to maybe be that super dominant frontliner who can take it to enemies like Geist and like, especially the Calico who want to match him there. I think Scourge is definitely going to be very potent against this Hydra Nation lineup with a lot of the heavy front line that they're building.
Melee Creeps, meanwhile, still in control of the urn. And yeah, I mean, you look at the allocation, it's so much better for Melee Creeps and AVG than it was last map for Valhalla and Do by comparison. This is basically where you want your Yamato to be a force. And fish cake, getting caught. So now with one down, I think they can just run this urn in, and they're not really going to face much in the way of resistance. I mean, yeah, there's guys in the air, but what are you going to do? Well, yeah, Kelvin's going to get swapped and killed is what's going to happen. That
everyone here is going to die, man. Melee Creeps have so much resources here. There's a Guardian, but that's just not that relevant at this phase of the game. The swap comes in, but not the most impactful. Yamato ultis as well, and that's going to be a cleanup. So Melee Creeps bring heavy resources here to this engagement. They always had the threat of John teleporting in well, but Hydra Nation bit off way more than they can chew, trying to contest that without the needed resources, and they end up brutally punished.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know why you're hanging out there at that point. You know you're outnumbered. You're likely to get out-initiated. On some level, you want to buy time for the rest of the map to do their thing, but you're not really holding a strong hand. I feel like some of the urn contests, or almost fake urn contests at times, just seem misplayed by teams where they don't necessarily accurately gauge the level of power the other team's gonna bring the bears.
Also gotta call this out, Hydration is at 8k souls. I mean, that is egregious. I know Kelvin is like support and doesn't need that much net worth, but 8k is really nothing. Hydration trying to get a bit aggressive here, trying to force the fight maybe with that dome that they do have online here, but Melee Creeps fall off of it well. Forced to use some ultis though, so with low main and AVG, no ultis, maybe they kind of don't want to fight for a while. Those are very important to their frontline capacity.
I think it's a fair point to bring up too, because when you look at the maximum amount of healing that Kelvins can actually output if they're even with the game, it's very beneficial. It's not like, yeah, it's not the end of the world if a Kelvin isn't farmed, but by any metric, it's still not good. It's all one of those things where it's like he doesn't.
You want to get to like the healing tempo, right? Like for late game, I think healing tempo is actually a pretty insane item that it stims up your already super farmed carries to like basically give them an item.
Or just general healing power overall, right? Like, again, you're not going to get the crazy Kelvin numbers in contribution if you don't have all the things that normally go with it. You look at where the farm is going right now. I mean, we didn't talk too much about it, but it is the El Clasico Lefa back on Infernus. When you think back to Hydra Nation's glory days.
Caster Curse, Infernus in a bit of trouble.
Infernus getting a little bit under trouble here on the left.
Maybe dueling this one out. They're bringing more in. They're trying to double down into this engagement. This time it's Melee Creeps who have way fewer numbers here. Maybe biting off more than they can chew. John is already down here, and with the Kelvin ulti, yeah, you're rolling for the moment on low main, but will you be able to escape this one? Needs to live just a few more seconds and get out of this situation. Maybe has enough duration to do that. Meanwhile, the other side of the map, both walkers being pressured heavily. Beautiful parry, though. Both players parrying each other, but Brocane just doesn't have the skills to continue to fight into that one. And it seems like it's going to be potentially a 2-walker trade here. Cost you a couple players' lives, but in the end, I think Melee Creeps are going to get a lot out of this.
Jake, that was what happened there. It wasn't on camera, but they used Death Slam to force out the swap and still pushed the guys even after the swap and made it work. So Brocane used everything and still fell to the wayside. Meanwhile, Fishcake right now getting hit with the telekinesis, working their way around, just completely outgunned, has to give up the walker. And you look left-hand side, Hydra Nation, they don't get a trade at all. Instead, John punishes Lefa in turn. 20k lead now for Melee Creeps, and honestly, probably a good point to bring in Jason. Jason, Hydra Nation, the wheels are falling off at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I've been kind of watching Hydration even before you mentioned he was only at 8,000 souls, and I'm just thinking to myself, what's happening? I mean, I think he's trying to be a little too selfless, trying to get the farm to his team so they can, do the damage they need in these fights, but he's got to be a little bit selfish at some points because he needs to get his max level dome for the extra healing. Obviously, the Frost Grade leveled up would be helpful quite a bit. But they're so far behind, man. It's almost approaching 20k 16 minutes in. Everyone in Melee Creeps is doing their job efficiently, even though like AVG kind of lost his lane very hard at the beginning with him in low main. I mean, AVG's at 20,000 souls. He has the most value in this game right now. They've been able to bounce back and feed farm to him in particular to make him effective. I think this game is almost over, like 60.5 minutes in with this kind of lead. As long as melee creeps don't throw any like massive mistakes, going for a rejuve and having it stolen, then getting wiped out, something like that, I see it very difficult for Hydra Nation to get back into this, even having a frozen shelter out of hydration.
You know, Jake, you look at this here and you start counting up win conditions, and one of the best win conditions for Hydra Nation is Fishcake landing a great lasso, but the holiday play has been a little bit spotty so far this game.
You do have a plan, yes?
Yeah, I think there's been a couple of holes in the Hydra Nation game plan where melee creeps have looked very solid, getting the most out of the macro trades. And now I think this is Hydra Nation's, I mean, is it too dramatic to call it a last stand? They're bringing a lot of numbers this side of the map. As long as melee creeps just back off and allow John to force the issue elsewhere on the map, they're in a great spot. But fighting here would be a pretty costly mistake.
They got Pashi. It was a great engage by Leffa. Got the concussive combustion over and in. The fall through was there immediately from Poppers. So is the exploding affliction, as it were, as a combo that leads with 2 down. And AVG, Shout Transformation already gone. Getting chased on down.
He's dead.
It's right behind him. Shot from afar. Leffa tag teaming up there with Rocane. And melee creeps, they lose 3. And that, you know, it wasn't all on camera, but that was a ridiculous engage coming in from Leffa. You could just look at the alt bars and then look at the health bars in turn. So they got the engage they're looking for, and they get to bring it to mid-boss, Jake.
That's such a huge mistake for melee creeps. They did not need to fight there at all. I mean, John was forcing the issue, taking base guardians, was able to take those down. But you didn't, if you just fully kited out in melee creeps and disengage that, John probably gets the base guardians for free, and then he's going to be able to TP and come into the fight. So melee creeps may be overconfident, and it looks to be a free rejuve take. I think wisely, melee creeps aren't going to go for a desperation contest. Instead, they're just going to pick up the last remaining walker on the map. So now the ball is definitely in Hydra Nation's court. You're down 10K, but you've got 3 walkers to potentially clear on the map, which could very much equalize the game state. So for now, push out lanes, but you've got a lot of objectives to accomplish here in the next few minutes with the rejuve.
I gotta say, I really do adore Leffa's consistency as a player, where I feel like even in games where Infernus has done well on the stats, you don't see Infernus regularly making game-changing plays. And we just had one right there where Leffa actually sets up the concussive combustion, gets things set up with Poppers right there, and it leads to the team fight that gets Hydra Nation back in the game. It's a little bit refreshing to see, where I feel like, you know, I don't know if passive is the right word, but it feels like Infernus, while effective, takes a little bit of a back seat in the playmaking department at times nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. And for now, melee creeps just trying to keep as many of the waves pushed out. They've gone to a 2-2-2 setup. So just signaling an intent here, I think, to hunker down and just defend as many of these walkers as they can. Hydra Nation is not going to be clearing their own jungle. Instead, they're going to be trying to force this and start to pressure walkers. Kind of would like to see them clear their own gambas out first, but they're just trying to bring it in and immediately start pressuring this right side lane. Still, this is a Colossus Yamato you're talking about here. I mean, this is going to be a pretty scary hero to dive.
Yeah, I mean, AVG with the level of farm they have is not something you want to deal with directly on top of Walker at the moment. But Hydra Nation, I mean, they're up and around in the area enough that they may be keen to do something here. You know, they got everyone over here aside from the Geist. Although on that note, with Rocane being 24K, I actually don't think they should fight without Geist if they can avoid it. I actually think they need Geist in these fights with their current spread.
It's going to be mid pressure for the moment for Hydra Nation. No one there quite yet to respond. And okay, luckily Hydra Nation didn't commit to that at all. But I think they could have maybe gotten a bit of damage in there. I guess they didn't want to take the risk of a devastating Lash ulti, punishing them for an overextension. And Geist is going to get earn control. So Hydra Nation just going to be trying to spend this rejuve to just equalize as much as they can. But the fact that they weren't able to put any objective pressure on is pretty painful. And the rejuve has got to be running a little bit low here, a little bit below half. So, I mean, I feel like unless melee creeps force the fight right now, which I hope that they don't. I mean, I think that would be really, really crazy. This rejuve should probably expire without any major objective takes. They're threateningly close, though, to this earn drop.
They're going for it, and okay, right now, Frozen Shelter.
Oh my god, they're going for it.
Yeah, Frozen Shelter dropped, and here we go. Melee creeps looking to engage. Geist and Mirage not in the fight at all. Poppers gonna be first one to fall. Meanwhile, priority for Kelvin onto the earn mid-fight. Ends up getting stunned here by Viscous. Might have been a mistake. Pressure coming in from all sides. Meanwhile, Death Slam in from Ido. Looking big. Sets up AVG. Melee creeps punishing the earn attempt and forcing the rejuves out of Hydra Nation. Jake, I'm all with you. I don't think they should have gone for that at all.
I mean, that was super risky, but it absolutely pays off. You know, they proved that they were right. Their ABG took so much aggro there, with his ulti was able to hold this down. You strike back for 1 kill, and yes, the rejuve is going to allow you to get back up into the fight, but that's a devastating economy loss there, and especially because the lane's still defended. Paradox is still here, even just time walling just to zone the creep damage here. But I mean, melee creeps, they take a big risk and it pays off big. Now the game is almost insurmountable for Hydra Nation. Rejuve, gone. You go ahead, Ricochet on Leffa on Infernus so you can maybe try to keep up with this AoE damage, but I just wonder if they've got enough single target to actually burn through people like Wraith and Mirage.
Well, what blows my mind in the middle of that too is the hard focus on turning in the urn from Hydration mid-fight.
I just don't think they expected the contest, honestly. Like,
also, the problem is that I think they need Geist for these fights. Like, Geist being off in the other lane, even if Mirage doesn't teleport in, is still a little bit problematic. Like, I think splitting without one of your main frontliners is just not doable. Also, Fishcake is in so much trouble. Super low HP. Frozen Shelter, though. Gonna get
Leffa down first.
Isolated. Yeah, it's getting worse here. In the lead, now back up to our 30k from melee creeps.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty over ZP. John, though, hold on, he's low. Mirage needs to escape, needs to get out of this fight. He's so incredibly low HP. He's just hiding away. And the rescue beam gets him back up to health. The fortitude, I'm sure he has fortitude. I don't actually see that, but if he doesn't, that would be wild to me. And I mean, this is a patron drop here. If you want it for melee creeps, you are very low on a few players, and so it is a little bit risky, right? Some of these respawns could come in. Vegas could maybe assassinate somebody and then escape with the ulti. But you gotta imagine, like, there's a real opportunity to at least clear shrines if you don't want to drop the patron.
Yeah, I mean, shrines are gonna go down here. First stage patron is gonna get
oh my, the Wraith DPS. Paradox dealing with your lanes, like 40k lead. ZP, this one is honestly looking kind of over to me. As long as melee creeps don't make any critical errors, they're in fantastic spot. Divine Barrier on Viscous. Divine Barrier on... Oh, man, this is so cancer for Infernus. Like, double Divine Barriers cleansing people. That is so broken.
Dude, Leffa's just sitting here being like, let me play the game. Let me play the game.
I mean, for trying to, like, for carries like Mirage and Wraith who aren't that tanky, right? This is kind of insane because you're going to be getting so many saves. You got 2 Divine Barriers and a cube. I mean, that is absurd, actually. And meanwhile, AVG also finally picks up the Scourge, so the front line is going to be another major problem. There's just too many problems here for Hydra Nation.
Have I got a surprise for them?
Yeah, and you look at this again. What Hydra Nation can do to come back, it's so limited. I mean, even if you get like an extremely good like full team affliction off a fight where you open up with a lasso, I'm not convinced you win that fight with AVG and Pashi Pop rolling out like the Bash Brothers super ahead of the game, and the fact that Hydration can just peek his head out and basically instantly die being super behind the game at 16k. Like, the math on the stats here, it's not adding up at all for Hydra Nation. The only way they bring any of this back is through what would be arguably the biggest throw of all time in DFN, which probably isn't going to happen today.
Yeah, and I think melee creeps are pretty much just waiting for that mid-boss spawn to where they can find an opening pick and then turn it into more, right? So there's no reason to force anything. It's just a waiting game for now. Paradox is out very alone on the map, though, so Saya is probably one of the easiest gank targets on the field. Could be in a little bit of trouble as Hydra Nation are bringing heavy resources to bear. I think this is definitely a positioning mistake here from Saya to be this far out alone. The rest of the team is not with him, and I don't think they're coming either. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice free kill there. Saya definitely not on the same page with the team there.
The problem for Hydra Nation is that they need so much more than that. Like, that's just step one.
It's not going to bring you back into the game, but
yeah,
it's a start. It is a mistake. Like, I don't know. It's just an error, right? Like, it shouldn't be there. I think it's pretty fair to say, especially at this stage of the game where you are like almost a support on Paradox right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, in terms of plausible ways to come back, that is step one for Hydra Nation, but there's a lot of steps left on that climb, and not the least of which, you know, man, looking at AVG here, I think, you know, step two, if it's here, ideally before Saya comes back up, you know, you roam around Fishcake, get a lasso, and try to get like another stagger. But you look at how melee creeps his position here, Jake. They're not really giving opportunities for someone to get abducted by Holiday just yet. You know, maybe last year in a second, but overall they're playing it pretty safe.
And Hydra Nation trying to force the issue a little bit here, walking up to the tower. And there's John now teleporting into the backline, so it's going to be a commitment here from Melee Creeps rolling in as well. Hydra Nation need to disengage this one, but will they be able to escape away? Melee Creeps has a lot of mobility. Hydra Nation is hunted down. Now, Letha in the sights for the team, and oh my goodness, where did you go, Vegas?
Oh, so that was another missed lasso, Jake. It has been struggle city for Fishcake in this game here so far. That it is just honestly brutal. Arcane about to get cut down where he stands, and honestly, on paper, I didn't hate the draft for Hydra Nation, but I think for who was playing what, this did not feel like a good draft for me for Hydra Nation for what their hero pool and flexibility usually is.
Yeah, Melee Creeps kind of just managed to steal their strat away from them, and you know, it kind of comes back to me to like the guy's first pick. I guess in the end, the guy's first pick didn't matter because they ended up getting the Calico, so I can't even put this down to picks. This is just Melee Creeps outplaying a very clean game one from them, very solidly in control, more or less throughout. Ido certainly has defeated the one-trick allegations at this point. Looks great on the lash this game, had some very impactful death slams, some big plays. Across the board, great performances. I mean, there's like a couple macro slip-ups there from Melee Creeps where that one time John was split pushing and they just didn't wait long enough for him to force a reaction to take that fight on the other side of the map. But in the end, even the trades that are sort of sketchy for them, where they're trading things both ways, it feels like they are pretty consistently coming out on top of those trades. They're getting just a little bit more. John is cleaning up base Guardians, even if you do lose that fight, right? Like, you're still always getting something. And in the mid game, I think they're able to get basically 2 walkers and getting a few kill trades meanwhile. So the macro still looking very solid. Melee Creeps as good as ever, honestly.
Well, got to bring it back here to Jason. Jason, I think there's a lot to kind of delve into how this one went out for me. But I'll just kind of go back again to, you know, hero pool comfort, where on paper it seemed fine for Hydra Nation, but we ended up in a game where it's like Vegas on Calico, Hydration on the Kelvin, and then, you know, Fishcake on the Holiday, which is clearly designed, I think, as a deny pick that really didn't pan out. I feel like we kind of go back to the old NA standard of play what you are good at. And Hydra Nation, I feel like they outthought themselves a little bit here.
I was just kind of confused at why Hydration and Vegas swapped heroes. From what I understood, like, Vegas has been playing almost strictly supports for the team over his last couple weeks, last couple of showings that we've seen him. And we've seen Hydration know how to play Calico. I mean, the last game we just saw when they played against Valhalla, Hydration was like the MVP. Like, he put on a ridiculous play when it came to Calico, especially when he was underfarmed and he eventually caught back up. But I'm not sure why they decided to make those changes. Obviously, not to put him on blast, but Fishcake definitely missed a lot of lassos. I didn't keep count, but I definitely knew there was at least 3 of them.
Thank God you didn't keep count, bro. That would have been devious of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I didn't want to, like, really put him on blast there. Maybe I had the real number written down. But on the other side, I think, like, Melee Creeps, they kind of hit these, like, really big moments individually across the board, going back to AVG and Lone Man getting destroyed in lane. The real player that helped catch them up was Ido. Like, he got really a ton of damage behind him on the lash. We saw him, you know, have one of these ground pounds that just killed 2 people instantly inside Hydra Nation's jungle. And then eventually John was able to also, like, put on a path of pain, pushing the right lane by himself, taking on the base gardens, even though Melee Creeps went for a fight around an urn and lost that fight. Then AVG, him and Poshipop were both able to step up after that point of just putting on an insane amount of damage. I mean, you saw Poshipop just completely eliminate Vegas in a matter of a split second. I think Melee Creeps kind of all hit their own power spikes individually at certain moments that really helped carry them through and obviously into a very one-sided victory at the end of the day.
Ooh. Jake, we're looking at the stats here, and, you know, it's interesting some of the stories that this ends up telling you. But, yeah, one thing I'll say here for Vegas, you know, we're kind of talking about people are out of their comfort zone. One way or another, that is the highest breakable count I think we've seen on Calico so far, in the absolutely avoiding most other sources of farm.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, like, partly because of how much pressure they were under this game, where it was like all you could do to grab breakables. But yeah, I mean, this has been the consistent theme for Calico, that she just takes something out of the map that almost no other character can take advantage of. Definitely not to the degree that she can. So I think there's for me, a very good argument to continuing to give this hero a very high priority in the draft. But I felt like maybe it was just a little bit too difficult for Calico to stay alive into the frontline initiation. And honestly, it felt like Hydration got picked off like every fight, man. The focus fire from Melee Creeps onto this Kelvin was brutal, making it really challenging for him to play. And I mean, for as much as Hydration has shown a lot of flexibility, I feel like I have not seen him play that much support. You know, he plays a lot of different characters, but conventionally always more in the core role. And so I wonder if we'll see a reprisal rather of that hero swap and see Hydration maybe back on the Calico if they're able to draft it in the next game.
Yes, I look at this here. I feel like you're going to see draft changes from Hydra Nation in the middle part of the draft. I think, based on what we saw here, I actually don't think Hydra Nation will go out of their way to pick Holiday again. I think they will at most do a mid-stage ban on Holiday if it is available. I think it is likely Melee Creeps will probably pick up Holiday in the mid-stage when it comes down to that. So I think that aspect of the game is going to change. I think you're going to see Hydration back more on stuff Hydration's played recently rather than being on Kelvin. And the rest of it probably somewhat of the same. Meanwhile, for Melee Creeps, I do wonder how things will change up here. I think Hydra Nation, given that John was able to have a pretty good performance on the Mirage, maybe they don't open up with the draft that they did. Although I agree with you, Jake. It's that even though they opened up with the Geist pick, they didn't get punished for it because they still got Calico anyways. So they got a freebie there, and it still didn't really come back to bite them at all.
I will say, I think the Geist pick, even though it was maybe a denial pick, Geist also looked insane this game. I mean, I think Rokane and Leffa, I would say, had the top 2 games on the team, and stats-wise, Rokane is pretty solidly ahead with a massive heal stat and, you know, very, very significant damage as well, topping the server. So, yeah, maybe Geist, a denial pick, but also just an incredibly strong hero in her own right. So, not the worst one. If you're going to deny pick and ban, then like Warden, Geist, pretty good ones to be picking or banning. Like, there's still just great options for the team. So, I think there's still hope for Hydra Nation, but they've got to really, this is a tough mental test for them. I think historically this team hasn't been the most, I will say, resilient maybe in the face of defeats and losses. Like, they've done so many roster changes in the past after losing. And I wonder now how that plays into their mental. Do they think, you know, oh, maybe they need another roster change? Well, then that means you're giving up this series here. So they've got to be staying locked in, right? They've got to still be believing that they can win and then keeping the macro strong. Because Melee Creeps kind of outplayed you, especially on that macro on the team fight front, which is where you need to be competing in Deadlock. It's a team game, and the higher level we see these teams get, the more important I think the team fights become.
All right, Melee Creeps up 1-0 here in our money match in North America. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 28. Will Melee Creeps win the championship once more, or will Hydra Nation adapt and readjust? Map 2 underway in just a few minutes.
stopping me from finishing the routine. I didn't forget what you did.
Let me show y'all how it's done.
We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night North America, number 28, presented as always by Intel. ZP here with Jason and Jake. And Jake, as we look forward into what could be our final map, Hydra Nation, bit of problems in the last map. Now we have to wonder, what will they change up going into a map 2?
Yeah, that's a big question for me. I think it's beyond like a simple hero change up or a strat change. I think we need to see a level up across the board, and one that honestly makes me worried even saying that, because I just feel like Melee Creeps kind of outplayed on some major fronts last game. They had such an explosive lead in that game. At one point, they're up like 30, 40K. The game's more or less over at that point when a team is executing as well as they are. And they showed that, like two players we've talked about as, okay, what's the hero pool for John and Ido? Both of them showed that they are still looking very solid, still having great performances across the board with more heroes in the pool, which really fundamentally attacks Hydra Nation's historical draft strat of really hard punishing, specific players on the enemy roster.
Yeah, I completely agree. It wasn't necessarily like a hero pick that didn't work out for Hydra Nation. It wasn't necessarily like lane matchups that didn't work out for Hydra Nation. They won in the early game. It was just about like how the team played past the initial stages of the game, where eventually you saw Ido get ahead and have massive impact. You saw AVG and Poshpop get ahead, have massive impact. The split pushing they were doing was working out for them. And then once you hit that, 20, 30K lead, it's pretty much there's no stopping that. Even with the big play that Hydra Nation had of taking that rejuve and turning that fight around off a misstep out of, I wanted to say John, but it was actually the rest of Melee Creeps getting a fight that they shouldn't have.
For me, I just kind of want to get into the draft and see exactly where things are going to be, what is changed up, because I feel like for Hydra Nation, you were actually okay with the beginning of the last draft. It was the middle and end and how you picked your hero comp relative to the actual hero pools you had available to you, where things got a little bit messed up. So I would expect some changes here. I think, for example, if they get Calico early again, it's probably gonna be Hydration playing at this time. And it's not because I think Vegas necessarily played badly. I just think that, where they were at was putting Hydration on the Kelvin relative to the rest of the team the best idea. Maybe not. Melee Creeps opening up with the Mirage ban, though. They
really value Mirage.
Yeah.
Like, they think Mirage is just the best hero in the game right now.
Also, the interesting change up to me, too, is that it's Hydra Nation picking second here, Melee Creeps on the first pick. So the idea of ban Ward and pick Geist is out. Even if you ban Ward in here, Melee Creeps can still open with the first pick Geist of their own.
I still think Calico is crazy busted. Even though they lost the last game, Hydra Nation, I think they should ban Calico here. I mean, I just think that, like, the fact that you're pulling Economy out, and they banned them in Dicta. Really weird to me, because is Vindicta a Melee Creeps here? I guess they could play it too, but...
Well, the main plays are.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe they do value the Vindicta as well. I feel like that seems like more of a Hydra Nation pick to me, but I guess the threat of that lockdown long-range tether, pretty annoying.
Fun, darling.
And the Geist goes first again. So Calico, okay, not being true tier 1, at least in North America. It seems like Geist is valued higher. And I mean, Rokane in a losing game still had top damage on that last match. So it's something to be said about the Geist.
Jason, I look at this and I think they grab Warden as one of the two, then not give that up to John. And then I think the second, maybe Calico. Do you think it's a double front line? Oh, there's one. What do you think for the second, Jason?
I agree. I mean, there's not much to say. I feel like you go Calico or you go Pocket, and I feel like you want to play Calico at this point. I still feel like Pocket. I don't think. Maybe it sounds wrong. I don't think NA can play Pocket the same way EU was playing Pocket. I feel like you have to kind of work as a team around the hero more so now than in the past, when Pocket could just be this unstoppable force almost by himself. So it makes the most sense to me.
I think I'll like the surface.
Ooh. Jake, the Viscous coming into play.
I think Viscous is broken, so yeah. But you'll hear no complaints from me about Viscous. I think I have like 400 games on him so far.
Actually, look at this. It's kind of both our mains here, Jake, where they went the Warden Viscous. We were ever.
I'm a Warden Viscous 2 trick. I've added Warden to my pool to have some flex.
Well, Calico.
And Melee Creeps get the Calico though, so I mean, as good as Viscous is, Geist Calico +1 melee creeps onto a very hot start so far in the draft. I very much like everything I'm seeing from them. Wonder if they'll grab something like
Holiday.
the Wraith, maybe?
No, I think they Holiday, because I mean, unless they think Hydra Nation is a throw if they pick it themselves, but I think they'd be more worried about Holiday getting banned in the mid-stage draft.
I'm just not so convinced by the Holiday.
What? Oh, okay. No, they've changed. They chose
I will
Paradox over
say,
Holiday.
seeing the Rescue Beam hard counter the Holiday pulls, it's like, yes, Holiday does a lot of nuking damage and is a powerful laner, so there's good reasons to pick her. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm just as surprised to see the Paradox pick as well, I will say. Like, I just feel like I kind of like the view of deprioritizing some of these initiators. I would have rather seen maybe like a Lash.
My greatest trick.
Well, Jason, the Sinclair comes out, and that feels more of a protect our Warden pick than anything else.
Pocket still in the pool. What else is particularly relevant here? Calvin, maybe, if either team wants to go for it. Might fit better for melee creeps. I don't know. Kelvin, I think, is not a hero you want to come in and play without too much experience. You know, as much as I would say it's just not a simple or straightforward character. Even though the heal is really potent, like making the decision on those ultis is pretty complex. So do melee creeps have a Kelvin player is sort of an interesting question for them right now.
I mean, it's going to be low main, if anything, because he's picked up like the support role for the team.
True.
I was thinking maybe you take away Wraith from Posture Pop, but the thing is, I know he also doesn't really want to play Wraith. He doesn't rate that highly whenever you go ask him about it, like when he's streaming. But he always seems to play within melee creeps. And he always seems to do like a ridiculous amount of damage with it. So I don't know why he doesn't like it so much.
Yamato ban. Okay, so maybe they feel like Hydra Nation need that kind of frontliner role, and that Yamato is sort of the second best after Calico, so you take it away. So they're really, you know, valuing the threat of it. But also, I feel like with time. Shiv is through. Shiv and Kelvin are through.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, here I am.
Actually, by the way, I feel like melee creeps could take Shiv Calvin right now, and that is like a goated lineup. They've got Shiv, Calico, Geist frontlining with the Kelvin support. That is, for me, like the game is. I think that's like the god draft if they get it here. I don't. Maybe they'll value a little bit more range damage. As it looks like teams have been leaning towards these Infernuses and Wraiths and Mirages, just bigger damage dealing threats. But I just feel like it's too tempting, right? It's too tempting.
Okay, well, you got your wish, Jake. They come up the Shiv Kelvin. I agree. I mean, not only do you get the lane there, I think in general it's pretty strong.
And I think it's
Hydra
even
Nation,
better when you have other frontliners who are going to stack. And like, think about that's how Kelvin gets these broken heal numbers when he's healing multiple players. You're healing like 4 or 5 people at once with your frost grenades. It's like absurd. And now like trying to fight in the dome when Calico's on top of you, Shiv's on top of you, guys on top of you. Like Jesus Christ, it's going to be hell in there. A very cold day in hell in the Kelvin dome.
They got a Wraith. Maybe they finish up here with an Abrams. But you know, Jason, as you look at this, on paper, the draft does seem a little bit tough for Hydra Nation from where we're at right now.
It's a little bit of an understatement. I mean, at least they do have Lash for some survivability to use like defensively if they need it. They also have the cube out of Viscous if needed. They do have their own frozen shelter if they want to throw it down. So they do have like a little bit of protection. But I'm kind of like all melee creeps right now. Like this is like almost one of the best drafts you could possibly have right now. The only thing that would make it better is if maybe they got Wraith.
I like the Infernus. Actually, I think Infernus would have been my ideal final pick for melee creeps to just add some like turreting single target focus fire, because you have so much like frontline pressure from your squad that maybe you just need like a little bit more long range single target pressure in the team fights. But I'm curious to see how they close it out. There's not too many good options left in terms of long range single target left clickers. I think that's Gun Ivy, baby. Pretty sure that's going to be Gun Ivy. As we talk about single target left clicking, I kind of like it, actually. I think I've seen Gun Ivy look pretty potent in some games. I think having the Stone Form is going to be great for dodging Lash ulti or Wraith ulti, or even Infernus ulti. There's a lot of like telegraphed ulti stuns that Ivy could potentially juke out of. Not to mention, of course, just being able to fly away from somebody like Viscous or snatch somebody that Viscous has caught in a roll trap.
I will say this, though, as I look at this draft, I think theoretically Hydra Nation has drafted a lot more to what people are comfortable on. You're going to be able to put Fishcake onto Lash, which is one of his all-time favorites. You're going to be able to put Hydration onto the Warden, most likely. Wraith and Furnace, I mean, you could put Lefa on either, it'd be fine. You could put Rocane on either.
Probably Leffa Infernus, you have to think. Yeah. I agree with you. I think Leffa is one of the best Infernuses in the game. He's been innovating on the build front for a long time, and Rokane also had an amazing game. If you think back to that Challenger match on the Wraith, looked incredibly solid as well. So I would be surprised to see them change that up now.
And Vegas plays a lot of Viscous, like a lot of Viscous.
Dude, like, can they weather the storm, man? Like, the storm is coming. You're about to get Paradox swapped into a Kelvin Dome with a Shiv, a Calico, and a Geist inside. Like, Jesus Christ. On top of that, Ivy, you know, throwing the nukes on the ground. I'm curious, actually, it could even be Spirit Ivy. I mean, like, the Bog strat is going to be out of control for melee creeps if they go for Spirit Ivy. Just swamping up the ground with all these skills. How do you even play as Infernus?
Jason, while we're hitting with the player BRB bathroom from Hydra Nation, a classic here at Deadlock Fight Night. Let me ask you this as you look here. What is the ideal game for Hydra Nation right now? Where I know we're painting a pretty grim picture based on the draft, but it's not impossible Hydra Nation comes in here. And as things go their way, you know, what's the obstacle course that they got to run here, though, to make it work?
I feel bad that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it. Massive individual and team play improvement since the first match. I'm looking at melee creeps as like lineup, and it's just like you have to play so perfectly to beat them with like just the lineup they have, and then you add into the equation like their individual skill. It's going to be so damn difficult. If I were to like really single out anything, I would guess then Warden. You got to get if Hydration's on Warden farmed up, you got to get Wraith farmed up as well, and hope for some really good Lash ultimates. But I mean, you have a Dome to counter the Lash ultimate. You have your own Stone form to get away from if needed. Get into the shadows. If you get Geist in there, she's just gonna swap. So it's, I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of a world where they can.
What do you guys think Ido is gonna play? I just thinking about that. Shiv?
I would assume Calico, and then
Calico, yeah.
On Shiv.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's gonna be Calico or Shiv. I kind of agree with Jason's take on it. Paradox is almost certainly gonna be Saya, unless this is gonna be one of those weird things where Ido is like, yo, give me the Paradox, because sometimes that could be a thing when you think about what Ido has played historically, but based on what melee creeps usually runs and who's running it, I would expect Saya to be on the Paradox, and then
I really hope this is Gun Ivy, by the way. I feel like this is like a dream setup for a Gun Ivy game where you actually really do need the gun damage, and I think there's a lot of like good value you're going to be able to deliver in these fights. Spirit Ivy also could be super strong with like bogging people, but then again, there's so much mobility on the Hydra Nation side, it's going to be hard to catch them in one spot. But that Kelvin Dome, the idea of like the Ivy, a Kudzu bomb on the floor with a Geist bomb on the floor with Calico and Shiv on top of you in the Kelvin Dome, Paradox. You're just like melting in the Kelvin Dome, man. Like you just cannot play there. Yeah, the time bomb too. Jesus, it's actually so gross.
Yeah, there's 4 AoE like long range nukes coming through, and
the wave clear, just the way, like, how do you push unless they team wipe, man?
You know, I will say though, we haven't really talked about the channel points and what the users think right now. And the users right now, they're buying what has been put down on the draft. It is a 67% benefit, or 67% to melee creeps, or 33% Hydra Nation, which means if Hydra Nation does win, there's a lot of value for those who have looked at the Hydra Nation draft and say, I can see the vision right now.
I will say, like, you are banking a lot on the Dome. If the Dome is like a complete miss and fail and you don't catch anybody, you don't get any kind of value out of it, and then the Hydra Nation is just like juking away from you, you actually are in a bit of trouble, because I think you really need the Dome to deal with the Lash ulti, but you also want Dome to be setting up and catching people, creating opportunities in the team fight. I also think Paradox needs to be finding some catches, some initiations to open things up. So there's a couple of spots where you're very heavy on the front line for melee creeps, and you're going to be incredibly strong if it comes down to like a head bashing engagement. But if time starts to tick a little bit longer in these fights and Infernus isn't being dealt with, you know, Lash isn't being dealt with, then things could be a bit troublesome for you. On top of that, you're very grouped up for Warden ultis. So if you can't overwhelm Warden himself, you could also have some problems in that regard. Kind of why I would want to see the single target build from Ivy, just to be able to potentially threaten things like Warden, like even Viscous while he's goo-balling, just to have some very, very heavy single target focus damage, because I don't know who else is really going to do that. Geist can be built sort of gun heavy. I mean, you're not going to build 100% gun on Geist, but you could maybe build a little bit more towards that if you wanted to focus that single target damage.
I respect the hustle, Jake. I respect that you're trying to like figure out a way for Hydra Nation, but damn, the zone control melee creeps has, like, they're just passively going to be killing you because you have to run through the Kutsu bomb, through the essence bombs out of guys, through the frost grenades, through the time bombs. There's just so many things that you're going to take just this random damage to as Hydra Nation. And with them not having like a healer on their team, like a support, like a Kelvin, I think they're just slowly going to be whittled away in these engagements.
Here's what I'll say though, when I think about individual skill and like ways Hydra Nation can win, you're still, even with the Kelvin Shiv lane, which has been a little bit less effective as people have gotten used to playing against it, there are a few scenarios where Hydra Nation just wins lane phase. And more off individual play than anything else, but it would not be the first time that they have done it. I'm also curious who's going to be laned here up with Hydration, the Warden, where you think about income allocation. Warden does best when it's a game that Warden gets super fed, and Hydra Nation, still one of their strengths is ability to do soul allocation better than most. So, I don't know, I look at this here and I think Hydra Nation, more than anything else, is going to be a little bit reliant on making this a good laning phase. Not the easiest thing in the world, but maybe not as impossible as we have painted, because one cure-all to anything in Deadlock, just get ahead. Easier said than done, though. Jason.
Yeah, items, souls solve all problems. Be rich.
Yeah, just be rich. Yeah, goes for a lot of things in life when you go a little bit deeper. But Jason, any thoughts as the lanes have taken shape?
Let's hope for some generational wealth for Hydra Nation here to get Snowball going. These have a decent lane to set up Hydration, though, with the Viscous, like some good support for the Warden up against the Geist and the Paradox combo. Hoshi Pop is going to be in the Ivy, so I think you're going to get your gun Ivy, Jake. I think it for sure is going to be happening here, and Ido will be on the Calico as we kind of expected for the roster. But that mid lane, with already being shoved up and again with Kutsu bombs, it allows Ido to be able to roam around quite freely for boxes, considering they can very quickly push that lane into that tower.
Both teams shoving waves pretty hard, though early game. I don't expect things to really break out here. For as much as we've been criticizing Hydra Nation, I feel like you can't really question these players' individual laning prowess. And so I think where melee creeps can open up maybe a potential advantage when it comes to the mid game when they're playing for those objective team fights. I think early game should be pretty stable and maybe is the best chance for Hydra Nation to secure that advantage, as we talked about. It's like just winning lanes, just like taking these harassment trades a little bit better. They have always been solid at that.
Yeah, and also you look at who's playing what. This is a way more comfortable spread for Hydra Nation. In the sense that, like, you look at the history the players have on the heroes they're on. It makes so much more sense than the kind of mishmash that we had in the last game. So even if on the overall aggregate, you can argue Melee Creeps has had a better draft here, for them, I actually like Hydra Nation's draft more in this game than I saw from the last game. Just in the sense that I think in avenues to win, this is more to their playstyle.
Every time they think they're safe, I'll be ready to fly in and finish the
Well,
job.
we'll have to see how things break down, see if there's any different item choices being made in the early game. I think Kelvin is definitely looking to hit, of course, some of those early power peaks. Once you get that heal online on the frost grenade, I think that's where the lane really starts to take off, with Shiv being able to leverage that healing to be, preternaturally aggressive. Ivy going first item, Battle Vest, pretty interesting decision. So very heavy emphasis on the gun damage, and Ido takes a lot of pressure from Infernus.
Yeah, Ido getting pretty low, and
Lomain's
nearly dead. This is the Shiv Kelvin in lane 2. Where
is he
found
going
the way
to?
through. He's so low. Kelvin's actually so ridiculous low, and he's gone. Popper's able to fight it through, and look, I mean, you can't underestimate the impact of Sinclair in the early game. The little razzle-dazzle bounce from the Vexing Bolt. And you look at AVG getting pummeled from all ends, trying to make the most of it. No, going down. So the early Sinclair pressure actually working out well with the Lash, and this was supposed to be the strongest lane for melee creeps, so this is a very good omen for Hydra Nation. Still a lot of game to go here, Jake, but unexpected for how that lane usually pans out.
It's a nice start. Not going to convert into too much tower pressure, and I think Hydra Nation did need to give up some creeps in order to get those kills. So in the end, the advantage isn't going to be too massive, but there could be a tempo to continue to snowball, especially with Poppers. Once he gets that ult online, he could get the first Kelvin Dome of the game.
Yeah, Kelvin just wonders, like, wait, I thought I was supposed to be the freezer guy. What's actually going on here? But you're right, it's kind of problematic for them in the lane. Popper's really close to having that, and taking a look at the rest of the game too. The Viscous Warden lane has also been holding its own pretty darn well here so far.
Quicksilver reload now online for Lash. Definitely does buff up a lot of his lifesteal threat. Gonna go straight for the Shiv, immediately Lash holding him back, but Shiv is a pretty hard target. Yeah, tanks that no problem. And so the fact that Kelvin's able to juke that one away, I mean, they don't have ultis up yet, but that's a long cooldown ulti for the early game. Lash would have really loved to get some profit out of that. Instead, I think he's the one who takes like the worst side of that trade in terms of damage dealt.
They might dive the Kelvin here with the clone.
Oh, and he missed the heal too. This is actually pretty scary on this lane now. Missing the heal, he's quite low.
Not only that, but you look at the Soul setup here. They both just got ults online. So the period of having ults versus no ults is gone. They don't find a period to use the Sinclair ult. 5-minute buffs, of course, just spawning here and now.
Gun buff for Ivy. Ivy actually could be kind of scary with the gun buff on lane. I mean, you do have the Wraith ulti, but it's pretty scary to use that on Ivy, of course, with always that threat of just stone forming it. And ABG kills Fishcake, right? Those few mistakes on the trades, missing some heals, they get punished now.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of all goes from the initial setup where... Okay. The
Venn
overlapping
diagram.
freezers is...
The Venn diagram. It's going to save Poppers for the moment.
Imagine you're actually stuck in the Venn diagram part. You just
You're like trapped.
Can't move.
There's no one to interact with. You just take your hands off the keyboard.
It's like, well, I'm not doing anything for the next 4 or 5 seconds. How about you? Okay, so we got Fishcake back in the lane. Death Slam still a little bit of ways from being active. Ults burned across the board, but stabilization for the Shiv Kelvin lane, which admittedly, you're still a little bit ahead in that lane given where the Shiv Kelvin usually ends. So not the worst performance, but a little bit disappointing for where it could have gone for Fishcake and Poppers with how it began.
Pretty aggressive commitment here from Shiv. They force out that Spectral Clone. Now getting that Arctic Beam as well, putting a lot of damage onto Poppers. You got to remember, the execute is coming up in 25 seconds, so Melee Creep's trying to set that up, trying to get some of these players low in the lane. Popper's got to be very watchful of that threat. You get down below that threshold, and Shiv just hard commits on you, especially with Kelvin following up the dives.
Take a look at across the lanes. Overall tower HP, not the worst for Hydra Nation here so far. Just a little bit dinged up on the right and middle. Actually, across both teams, Guardians...
Kelvin stolen?
Much damage, yeah.
I think he grabbed the ulti from Kelvin, so he's looking for a dome. Did you just pop this for heal? I guess you were supposed to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just he missed the heal on his ally.
It's all for me. I like to keep my legs out. What Sinclair says is, I mean, look, would you want Lash to be in a dome with you for 4 or 5 seconds? Maybe not.
Yeah, Lash is definitely kind of an asshole when it comes to the voice lines, but hopefully Hydra Nation's not playing based on vibes.
Oh, swap, ready to go.
Wall just protecting Geist.
Kind of a quiet early game, all in all. So
Very
far.
quiet, which I think is exactly what you want if you're melee creeps. Like, they're not looking to blow this game open in the early game. I think they also know that individuals on Hydra Nation are strong, and they're not going to be blowing them out of the lanes, just like completely crushing them. They want to get to this phase of the game where they're team fighting, and as far as where you are getting aggressive, it is this side lane where starting to put some pressure on the towers. You have the Lash ulti, but it just sends them in. They drop the Frozen Shelter, and they, you sent in like a death squad for Poppers. Like, I mean, if he had audience participation and he could copy a dome, then maybe, but it's a scary spot to be, especially a full rage ABG now is going to start just like slamming on this tower.
Yeah, he was close to that, but absolutely. I mean, the Death Slam there was counterproductive because Shiv wasn't going to be in range, but you Death Slam over, you get everyone in range, and then you get locked in. Now you don't have Death Slam even when your Sinclair comes on back, so yeah, I mean, it's a misplay. Audience participation maybe back up. We'll see if they get a rotation or something over here to make it a little bit more palatable, but you look at the rest of that map, and Furnace, not really particularly close, so yeah, I mean, Shiv Kelvin definitely reestablishing back in the lane.
Curious to see what Ivy's building. Does she go for Tesla bullets here in this game? Is that going to be the farming path for Ivy, or just relying on maybe kudzu bombs for farm potential?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Saving up right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see next item Tesla bullets.
Well, particularly because they upgrade the Tesla bullets. You could also use to get rid of Cube and go from there. I mean, it's a natural
that's a great
upgrade
point.
versus the Viscous. So
yeah,
I think
probably for the late game, but I actually like that idea. Like, it's like one of the few ways in the game to properly deal with the Cube, to deal with some of these, defensive cooldowns people might be using.
And it wouldn't be the first time we've seen it in DFN either, particularly an Ivy getting it versus Viscous. So, I mean, it makes sense to me. Fish kick, though, getting close to another Death Slam. Low main and
Low main close to another dome, though. You got to be scared
yeah.
of that.
Yeah, see how this one goes. I mean, at this point, I would arguably call in a little bit of help rather than trying to take the 2v2. But you look at the rest of the map, it's not breaking down that way. Where, I mean, Furnace pretty committed in the middle lane at the moment. Same deal with Wraith. So, you know, if they want help, they have to be the change they want here, Jake.
Be the change, ZP. Backstabber online, so Popper's full ganker here. Some pressure onto Vegas, but they know, I mean, he's got Cube. He's got the ulti as well. Kind of an impossible kill. Ulti being maxed for now by Hydration. Potentially is going to be pretty strong when he hits that power spike. Going to be very, very tanky on the Warden with the ulti. Maybe too much even for melee creeps to fight into, but they have good tools to just kite away from this Warden.
Right now, they might be diving in onto the Warden, taking the
big
left-hand
hit.
side. Upside in. Last stand is out here from Hydration. I think he got off in time to turn the fight. Look at his HP coming all the way back up. I don't know if he wants to dive tower, though. I think he looks
Melee
at the
creeps are
tower and
kiting
says...
those. These are long cooldown ultis, and the last snatch is one. Maybe that's a catch, but it seems like Hydra Nation had to be already backing out of this by now. And the re-engage comes in from melee creeps. They're continuing to fight this one out. Both teams relatively low. Pashibop has showed up into the fight, though, and now Ivy has started to harass from the side.
Yeah, and it's all related to the urn. While this chaos is going on, Luffa goes for the urn, but gets punished off the swap. Melee creeps now going to take the urn off the swap punish, so it really does not work out for Hydra Nation in the end. And they're going to get the Guardian on top of it. Maybe two Guardians, in fact. So just one play. Being a little bit rough for Hydra Nation, even though they do get at least one trade.
Yeah, and AVG was able to take down the Guardian elsewhere. Meanwhile, you're rotating into a Kelvin to get this urn drop, so it should just be an absolutely free urn drop. If you even need Kelvin Dome, that would be like a win for Hydra Nation, but I don't think there's any chance of them successfully, you know, really just defending this at all. They're bringing Viscous in, okay, trying to maybe hit a melee on the urn drop, but is it really going to happen? Yeah, no chance here, man. You're trying to get a couple souls denied here, but that might cost you your life. Ooh. I mean, he cubes the assassinate. Vegas, though, hold on, he's juking pretty well, but I feel like there's no way, right? Second jump,
but also that melee, they meleeed the cube. They actually gave, well, okay, he still dies, but they nearly gave Vegas the escape there. That was more than what Vegas should have gotten. The cube melee just did not send him where they were expecting. But yeah, I mean, so Vegas, just for making the attempt to mess with the urn, ends up dying. You feed an extra kill, you still lose urn. And Hydra Nation, I mean, already kind of in a grim scenario. Upsides, when you look at it, is that Rocane is very farmed on Wraith. And hydration is still reasonable relative to the level of the game, so it's not all bad, but right now the omens are not good.
John, so low, 1 HP. These are, oh my, they do get the follow-up with Fish Cake, but the swap in, you're in quite a bit of trouble here on Sinclair. If any follow-up comes into this lane, you're very, very deep on that, and Ivy is here to play.
They got
to assist in this defense.
They can still clone and make a big play here. They get the clone off. So they end up
swap,
using it.
He gets it.
Yeah, goes for the swap. Meanwhile, Ivy going for the airdrop. Pashibop a little back and forward.
He's in trouble.
For the Sinclair. Popper's low, gonna go down. Pashibop, put your perfect execution towards the end, but they lose Saya again off the other head. And Hydra Nation kind of okay for the scrappy battle right now on the left, and still might get the Guardian on top of it. Jonjun, though, back into the fray, has swap. I don't know if they want to fight this one here. This actually could be real dangerous. The challenge guys here now. Still, last stand coming out here from Hydration. Got it off with decent HP. Could still turn it here for Hydration. Moving forward is Hydration. These little bit ones on Geist. Geist looking for the swap, 100 HP. Being sneaky around the corner. They do not want to push this, but it's a little bit risky for John still.
Yeah, I was just trying to really push it to the limit there with that swap. AVG, though, still holding so strong, keeping this lane constantly shoved up, making it very difficult for Hydra Nation to farm that side of the map. And eventually they do, you know, are able to get their will onto the game to force that tower. Leffa, though, I mean, he just cannot trade with the threat that the Shiv has. And Shiv is going for a very spirit-heavy build here. Potentially maybe showing some of what Mikhail's played in EU, right? Going for a spirit-heavy, a tanking style of Shiv. But does he have enough tankiness for this guy? That's a lot of nuke threat.
Maybe not. Rocade is very fed, and you got the Sinclair right off the back. Nowhere for AVG to go. Or AVG, you know, I just realized is trolling us with the EVG name. It's like, come on, guys. You know your names. You know, match it up, please. But in any case, I mean, the last few fights, not the worst for Hydra Nation. The interesting thing, though, in terms of farm spread, it's not Hydration that's the one that's getting giga farmed. It's Rocade that looks to be a complete menace at the moment, and probably a good chance while we have a quick, you know, lull. Never mind.
It's NA. There's no lulls.
Yeah, there's no lull.
Vegas trying to roll in, trying to dive on top of his Calico, who is surrounded, is in quite a bit of trouble. Melee Creeps fighting off more than they can chew and trying to defend that one without the resources here. Now they're trying to push the opposite side, but Fishcake is right behind them. They're on the lash. They get the binding word on this guy who's in real trouble. Would love to find a swap, so it's a little bit scary to hard chase him.
Yeah, they don't even go for it. But okay, now that that's over, Jason, quickly, your thoughts before NA goes NA.
There was like a moment where Melee Creeps was starting to pull like a pretty big lead. I think they were about like 4 to 6K ahead, and credit to Hydra Nation to really keep things in check. A lot of that's been put onto like Lefa and Rokane, both sitting at 16,000 souls apiece. And Melee Creeps more kind of like equally balanced across the board for their team. But interesting to note that AVG decided to max his serrated blades first, his 1, and he also kept his dash leveled up pretty closely towards that point. He didn't go for the execute leveling, so to me that says they're not really looking for like big team fights. They're looking to allow him to kind of just split push some things and force some one-on-one engagements.
Yeah, Lomin got forced into a pretty rough ulti, and on the other side of the map, it's going to be Lefa getting a kill. So the individual pickups are really coming in for Hydra Nation. AVG now looking to be falling. Big lash ult as well. Adding insult to injury. You're in massive trouble now for Melee Creeps.
They're getting picked apart. And all these individual matchups are not necessarily what they wanted. They want to do bigger team fights, and Hydra Nation, they're not letting it happen. They're controlling the chaos across the map. And also, I mean, just to highlight it again, the fact that Rokane was able to go up, just be in Lomain's neighborhood, and Lomain ducks, drops a frozen shelter, and calls the cops. That is ridiculous levels of aura and intimidation coming in from Rokane in this game.
He's a real problem, right? He's got pretty massive damage. Hydration looks like going pretty heavy as well on the farming threat. And so, I mean, Hydra Nation have opened up a nice 10K lead there. That's a very big team fight for them to win as dominantly as they did.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, take a look at Vegas. Vegas gonna get on out of there, and you know, more than anything else, Vegas usually pretty comfortable on great escapes on the Viscous. However, Puddle Punch going on, has a rescue beam. He's not out of the danger here yet. Still buying time. Hydration now into the fight. Last stand is good to go if they keep committing, and they decide they want no part of that. No last stand being used. But you think back to the setup, Jake, this is kind of what I was saying, is that even though on paper, you know, Melee Creeps had the more meta draft, I really liked Hydra Nation's draft from the perspective that at least they're playing what they're good at, generally speaking.
And that's been the secret sauce for this team. It's not much of a secret, right? That they're just individually very, very solid. If they can bring it together and find the team plays, I mean, they've got the advantage to work with now. Like, this is a position where surely they're going to be able to secure this game. Surely they should be able to force those team fights. However, Melee Creeps have also been very solid in that spot, have been very hard to finish off. Even when they do fall behind, they manage to squeak out a team fight and turn things around. I feel like they are always going to have that chance. For now, Hydra Nation content to just farm and trade across the map, but that does generally benefit the team that's behind, right? They're able to maybe come back a little bit quicker, especially with Ido on the Calico, maybe offering a little bit of an econ advantage in terms of the box running.
One thing I'll say that I think is kind of a bad omen for Melee Creeps, I don't love Gun Ivy when you're behind in a game. I feel like I've never really seen Gun Ivy bring a game back when you're down in souls. It's in a way, at times, it's an even to win more hero when you go that build. It can be really effective when you're ahead. But running the Gun Ivy when you're behind, it really can get troublesome. So, you know, for Melee Creeps, I feel like they need to make something happen before this gap goes from, you know, it's roughly a 10K gap right now to potentially a 20K or more, because I don't think they have the comp, Jake, that like gets them back into the game if that gap gets too much wider than what it is now.
And Lefa could be a problem for them. He's got Ricochet right now, which is a little bit of a greedier choice, but I think it's going to be pretty potent against how grouped up Melee Creeps generally are going to want to play these fights. So if Lefa's able to really free fire and get those buffs online, I mean, Lefa and Rokane can be that Bash Brother duo here that can just be like pumping way too much damage for Melee Creeps, even with their tanky setup the front line through.
Oh, Ido goes for a little bit of aggression, gets turned into a rabbit for the trouble, and in fact, has to burn Return the Shadow. The counter pressure
should be able to get out of that.
Oh, the stun got hit! Concussive combustion still hit! Here comes the Binding Word! Is he gonna get trapped? No! But doesn't matter. The poke damage is overwhelming, so Lefa, again, did it last game, does it again this game. Just the right concussive combustion timing at really max range.
Yeah, Poppers has also been very annoying in this game. He's gonna potentially look to copy this Kelvin ult. For now, just the rabbit eggs, but Kelvin's still just running away with that ice path. Here's AVG getting active though. That's a big kill onto Lefa, one of the main damage dealers. He gets rescue beamed up to the high ground, needs some heals. I love the frozen shelter, just stabilizing him into this fight, but Shiv's gonna need even more than this. And Melee Creeps need to bring maybe even more numbers to this fight. Instead, they're just going to back off. They've got players pushing the opposite side of the map. Saya and John getting a bit of value elsewhere. And good Walker defense from Pachipop. That's a very positive trade here for Hydra Nation. And with a few moments to farm, Melee Creeps could be starting to close this gap.
Thank you for
Your
Hydra.
transfer Ivy is hilarious, actually. Makes sense. I mean, all you're doing is shooting your gun like most of the time in these fights, right? Throw a kudzu bomb, but 9 times out of 10, you are just hard shooting.
Look, you know, there's two paths inside Ivy, and one of them woke up today and chose violence. Support? No, just actually mad. And there's probably fan art out there somewhere to support it. It's Ivy. You know, pick whatever flavor you want. But overall, you look at this, pretty even as we pass the 20-minute mark. And, you know, Hydra Nation, I do like their soul allocation a little bit more here so far in left lane. Already turned to another fight. Vegas perhaps a little bit caught out. Blue ball though, back on out, can use the getaway. Now the pressure in on the Sinclair. Sinclair trying to get away from the AVG. Meanwhile, you've got the lash up and over. Goes for the death slam. And now Hydra Nation backing out a little bit here. John gets caught in the melee though, Jake.
Ido's low, needs to be able to dance out of this one, but takes the slam. And there's some low targets though, very vulnerable to the executes for AVG. He almost has that online here. So they're continuing to fight this one out. Melee Creeps, the cores are still healthy. Kelvin still here supporting AVG. Saya, find kills elsewhere. Lefa is taking base gardens on the other side of the map. So you're getting something out of this for Hydra Nation, opening up a flex slot. Meanwhile, Hydration pushing mid-wave. So the massive building damage, even though it's a 4 for 2, I kind of still like this trade for Melee Creeps. Or rather for Hydra Nation, I mean.
Yeah, I was gonna say for Hydra Nation, because look at, they get Middle Walker off this too, and potentially, I think the part where it could get a little bit more questionable is if they give up Earn here. I don't
think
they
have to give Earn though.
Yeah, I don't think
you can test this.
Like, you got concussive combustion, you have a last stand. I don't know.
Thinking about
Paradox is out for
Paradox is in a crazy position here, and Ivy's teleporting in behind her. So they actually want to turn this into a fight. If he can catch the Infernus, he's right behind him. He does have that warp stone though. He's gonna maybe juke out of this. And the dome should just secure it in the moment.
Yeah, the frozen shelter is really good as the combustion comes on in. Hydration blows last stand, and
haven't gotten hurt.
I mean, left the Hydration versus the world right now, and it's actually close. Hydration takes out Lomade. You got the reinforcements coming on in. Hydra Nation, it's a gutsy call, but they're getting value off of Jake. 2 down here. Telekinesis in. A revamped Arcane looking for a little bit of violence here off to the left-hand side. Knows they're in the corner. This is juke gonna happen. Looking for Saya. Saya drops the wall. It's a pretty nice wall. Forcing Wraith back, but the reinforcements are coming here, Jake.
Insane play from Hydration to just double down in that moment. Melee Creeps thought they could slip that Earn in, but there was somebody inside the house with them. And now the chase down comes in. Seems like Saya should be dead to rights, right? No way you can escape this lash forever. Here comes the slam in. Trying to get that finish. Silence, trying to follow up. Hold on, there's a bit of a combo here coming in from behind, but are you able to get out of this? Ido, AVG, if they come to this fight, they're in a 6v2. It's a scary spot. Instead, they just throw some nukes and back off. Once again, Hydra Nation snatching control back of the game. They're going to take it straight to the mid boss.
Yeah, and not much is going to be in the way to take it. That also ridiculous shot call as left foot Hydration. You know, they lock eyes and go, "You got me, bro? I got you." They go and buy the time needed. And look, I mean, concussive combustion, last stand, not the worst ults for making some space, especially at the level of farm they're at. And I mean, it works out, Jake. And the shot call gives them rejuve, lets them maintain advantage in the game.
Inhibitor now picked up from Lefa. He's going to be a real problem with this Ricochet, right? Like the status effects he's applying, Toxic, Inhibitor, his natural burn, very annoying to deal with in the long fight, especially for somebody like Shiv, who you know, is sometimes struggles to avoid getting these damage effects procced on you. I think historically it's been a very good matchup for Infernus, and look how fast he just eats up the map here. He's going to continue to get further and further ahead. Imagine something like an Infuser could come soon and really, you know, just make him an unkillable beast here on the Infernus.
Jason, you know, I got a moment here. What do you make of the last few fights?
Pretty decent. I mean, I think all three of us were like, we don't see a world where Melee Creeps loses this just because of like what they have. I think the overcommitment of Melee Creeps, well, I don't think it's necessarily an overcommitment. It was just Hydra Nation, whoever's making the call to kind of just split push that mid lane Walker, take down the base Guardians in that right lane, just really open things up and turn that fight around after they lost out on that one. Even though Lomain did get the turn in, it still cost him a lot. Like his frozen shelter to confirm it, then he died immediately right after. And it's still very tough to do considering you have like Hydration and Fish Cake there to really punish you. with these like big ultimates. If anything, they maybe needed to bait things out a little bit more, but we are going to see a push in this last walker left here for melee creeps.
It's a pretty deep dive. Vegas, do you have the tankiness for this? So far, so good. Fishgate with a lash ult. Does he get much of a connection on it? I think that I see Leva getting pulled around. And this is a very awkward fight for Hydra Nation. Still healthy players on melee creeps. They still have the Kelvin ult.
Yeah, they just got the power spike with Wraith picking up the Magnum. EVG or AVG instantly down. And I mean, melee creeps, I don't think you want to stay in here. You want to disengage, you can. Low main though, absolutely no way out. 3 down, and look, this is where you go in a little bit deeper, Jake. Shrines are now on the menu, and I don't think melee creeps can do a lot to stop it.
This could be the beginning of the end, honestly, ZP. That's a very surprising fight. Low main just couldn't get the frozen shelter off anywhere in that engagement. I think that was a very, very deep dive for Vegas, but he just had the tankiness, and melee creeps showing that they have some damage problems here in the late game, right? Struggling to just get through these heftier health bars. Unless you're getting AVG activated with those executes, it's hard to see where that damage is coming from. And Hydration with the lightning scroll, another huge problem here in the team fights. I mean, he's gone very much all in with the spirit. But when that ulti is online, man, you just cannot stand to deliver.
Yeah, this turn-in, by the time melee creeps are up, they're going to be right on top of the turn-in. I don't think this is going to be the greatest thing for them to contest. So the lead that you have here is likely about to get even larger. And okay, they just want to funnel a little bit more farm onto the Sinclair, from the looks of it. And also, I think leave the Warden open the go.
Yeah, I think Warden wants to be ready to engage with the ulti, especially. Super important part of the fight. Threatening the contest here. And here's, I mean, who better to do it than Ido? Big lash ult, though, on top of a few. And Ivy's already down. That's a major part of your damage now. Hydra Nation set up to potentially close this one out. Even inside the frozen shelter, Hydra Nation are still fighting strong.
I don't know about that contest at all. Melee creeps, they did it while not back up at full strength. It completely backfires. They end up losing 5 out of 6. And if you're Hydra Nation, you're going to walk forward here. You're going to get first stage patron for sure. And at this point with the rejuve, well, the rejuve's about to fade, but even still, Jake, I think you just stay to the end.
I mean, this should be game, right? Like, the advantage is now getting really massive for Hydra Nation. It just feels like they've hit that power peak where the heavy frontline draft for melee creeps maybe just got a little bit too deep into the game. And I'm thinking back to this choice to put Saya on the Paradox. Like, I would have so much preferred that they have the Lash on their team in this game. I think it would have given them much more consistent team fighting power. Hydra Nation are going to fall back here. Rejuve is out, so maybe that's why they don't actually want to force for the very end of the game here, especially with the threat of something like the Kelvin Don't to stall you out, and maybe it's probably the best chance for melee creeps when they fight that close to their own base.
You know, I have to make a confession here for full disclosure. You know, technically, I think legally you might have to, is that I put my Twitch channel points on Hydra Nation in this game. Like, I looked at the draft and I thought, even though it seemed
it's a good value bet.
Ideal.
It's a good value bet. No,
I don't hate it. The odds were too good, and I felt, you know, they're in their comfort zone. I got to do it, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. You know, I'm not going to lose the house, as it were. You know,
melee creeps aren't giving up though. They're continuing to force this one out, but Hydration got his ulti off, and he's standing and delivering. The rest of the team now pouring in. And melee creeps, I mean, they're crumbling. Look at those health bars drop. They just don't have the sustain to get through this level of damage. Swap is pretty huge. But low main's down, that's a major part of your healing tempo off the field, and you only got one swap for Geist. Lash ulted, focus fire down, surrounded from all sides, and this should be the end. Hydra Nation up 5-3 on the field right now. Ido now down as well, 5-2. And ABG, Saya, it's just a matter of time. Dead to his own passive, assuredly. And Saya escapes for the moment, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's just going to be time to clean up waves and finish off that patron. Hydra Nation going game 3.
GG is called, and we had a new champion EU earlier today. VP was dethroned. Will melee creeps be the next to fall? Hydra Nation, after a rough map 1, come back in style, play what they're comfortable with, and make a lot of believers that people that maybe looked at the draft and thought, no, you've given up too much power. It's like, no, we're just gonna play what we're good at. We're gonna win individual skirmishes. We're gonna avoid some of the basic team fights. And we're going to play a style that has done so well for us here historically. And as a result, Hydra Nation take the second map away from melee creeps. They prevent the sweep, and they're going to force a map 3 here in our money match. Deadlock Fight Night number 28, presented by Intel.
I mean, they look so solid in that opening game against Valhalla. It was a pretty tough game 1 against melee creeps. We're wondering, you know, is the win firmly out of their sails? But they've proved resilient today, right? They've proved that the constantly changing roster allegations can be beat. They can be a team that can make that comeback and can unseat a champion. Melee Creeps, though, they're going to have another bite at the apple, an opportunity to take a different perspective. I think the gun Ivy, maybe a little bit too cheesy this game. I feel like Leffa got a little bit too much done on the Infernus, has looked very solid on that pick across the series.
Time to bring back in Jason. And Jason, I feel like in the last draft phase, I was the least doomer overall, trying to go. It's like, well, what about the comfort level on heroes? And while I don't think it necessarily fits as much in NA or in EU, I think when you come to NA, so much of these games at times come down to, are you playing what you're comfortable on? In Hydra Nation, whether you liked it from a macro level or not, a higher level on the draft, they did get to play things that they were really comfortable on. And in this instance, it worked.
In this instance, it worked. I can't argue against that because they won the game. Maybe I'm being hypercritical, but one thing that really stands out to me, and I could be like completely wrong. I wouldn't deny that fact if it was true. But AVG not max his ultimate early, I feel like really hindered Melee Creeps looking for fights. Because he maxed his serrated blades. He wasn't even trying to max his ultimate. He left at level, I believe, 1 for a while. He instead went for his dash and his serrated blades. But because he didn't have a max ultimate, there's no reason to really like team fight as a Shiv, in my opinion, or at least like looking at how it plays out, because you need those resets on your ultimate to really be powerful in these fights, because you can just finish off players constantly during the engage as long as your team had damage to eat through or get people on lower HP. I don't know if that was necessarily like a reason to why Melee Creeps try to avoid a lot of fighting early on, but it definitely felt like that because Hydra Nation were able to like force these group fights and allow themselves to just kind of snowball and allow Hydration with those last stands to completely walk over their opponents. I mean, he still had, like, for some reason, Vegas, I don't know how he was so tanky. Under that walker, he was just rolling around, still taking what felt like 0 damage. And because Hydration and Vegas were kind of still so fed, like Rokane was able to come in on this Wraith and just really put down stupid amount of damage. I mean, there was no one who could really contest him towards the end. Posture Pup still kept getting caught out, which we thought was actually kind of like going to be hard considering you have the stone form, you have the protection, you have a front line to play with as well. But Rokane actually just had the better game.
Jake, a lot of things went well for Hydra Nation here across the board, but when you look at how this game played out, what kind of surprised you and how effective it was? And yes, we have the stats screen here, the back up whatever point you're about to make, but really, what stands out to you?
I mean, it's just Leffa and Rokane. That was the recipe for success in the challenger match, of them both having individually very big games. And so Melee Creeps, they're a very all-in frontline team fight style, and that makes sense when there's one target to focus. But when there's 3, it's a little bit of a bigger problem, especially with Vegas and on the Viscous and Fishcake on the last, really disrupting your attempt at staying grouped up, especially towards that later game where the map is getting split a little bit more. You're not going to have all the heroes you want in all the team fights. And Hydra Nation are able to punish and just build towards that point of invincibility when Infernus is just fully online, has way too much tankiness and survivability. Rokane delivering just punishing damage from range. And I think the Melee Creeps draft kind of ran out of steam. I think they put themselves on a bit of a clock with this draft. They needed to have a bit of a stronger early game. And for the next game, I'd love to see them draft maybe a little bit more heavier late game style, a little bit a more greedier option, so they don't feel as much pressure to force things in the early game.
Did I lag out? No one's talking?
Maybe ZP lagged out?
No, I'm here. I've muted myself somehow. I pulled the Jason. It's right here, but unintentionally. No, I was gonna say, I have to mention this because it's really, really funny to me, is in terms of grudge channel point wagers going the other way, Cool Cheese had no faith in his former team, who used to be a long member of Melee Creeps, was the biggest channel point winner on for going for Hydra Nation. So,
how
cool
the
Cheese,
turntables have turned.
He got the double benefit, got rich in channel points, and, maybe he's still rooting for Melee Creeps. I don't know, but it's always fun to have the spurned lover story going on there. But, Jason, anything left you want to highlight on the stat screen before it goes away?
No, just credit to Hydra Nation, man. Like, the draft looked heavily against them. I know you're a big proponent. You're probably countering your channel points and like organize them into fat wads of like 1,000 a piece to store inside your bank. But credit to them to make it work for them, because I was still heavily in favor of the way Melee Creeps set themselves up. And obviously, at the very end, picking the Wraith and the Infernus, you deny away a carry, like a solid carry in this push pop once it goes 7, which really made it difficult and forced him, I think, to play Ivy at the end of things, and we saw how that worked out for him.
All right, well, it is tied up 1-1. Hydra Nation looking to reclaim the throne here in North America. One map separates them from them and Glory. Melee Creeps, though, still looking to defend. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 28 here in North America, and the conclusion is coming up soon. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, North America, number 28. Melee creeps being taken to the limit here by Hydra Nation, who rebound in map 2 with a draft that not everyone had faith in, but one that Hydra Nation knew how to play. It is 1-1, gentlemen. Jason, Jake, how are we feeling as we head into the third and final map? Jason, you first.
You know what? I give my time to Jake. Jake, what did you think?
Still like melee creeps overall. I still think that they're a solid core, and I think if they just had a little bit more of like late game and range carry this game, I just think the IV gun just didn't work out, a little bit too crazy. I mean, in thinking what you're saying, I wouldn't have mind seeing the 7 maybe being played, like play for like the ulti stun control from 7, or maybe like Shiv could have gone for more of a gun heavy build that game, like you said, maxing the ulti. I just think they lacked a bit of that late game threat, and we just reached a point where Hydra Nation was able to out damage them and just had like too many major threats from the Infernus, the Wraith, and the Warden, on top of getting a lot of comfort heroes for them now. So I think melee creeps, I hope they don't change too much, but maybe just not over committing in terms of the frontlining style and just having like a little bit more range carry, and they should be just fine. The macro has still been super solid, same as the laning for melee creeps.
I'm surprised that not only once, but now twice, AVG and low main have lost the lane up against Hydra Nation, which is like very surprising considering they're very strong laners, but they've lost both times now. Oh, for their sake, they're not gonna lose the third time. They also lost it with a Kelvin Shiv lane, which is even more surprising. Then again, they lost it, I think, before Kelvin really got his healing online for it to really matter much. But very surprising.
They also kind of recovered, right, with like a couple of those counter kills.
Yeah.
Like losing the early kills was definitely surprising. Ooh, Hydra Nation gonna opening ban the Viscus here. Interesting choice. I mean, melee creeps did take it first 2 in game 1, so maybe they don't want to give that up again.
Here's what I wonder. Do we go full EU on the opening bans, or does melee creeps still hate the idea of Vindicta no matter what? And then if they don't ban Vindicta, do they first pick Vindicta? Because truthfully, I think you would let them first pick Vindicta and get 2 super premium picks in turn. They banned the Sinclair, and now Hydra Nation, I know you might be thinking, we can first pick Vindicta and give that to Vegas. I think Calico, you should still go Calico. You really should do Calico and not the Vindicta. I know you can do it, but Jason, I'm looking at it. I don't think they should.
No, I don't think they should either. That's why we were like even more amazed why a Vindicta was being banned out compared to EU, where it wasn't touched a single time today, banned or picked. And they go with the Geist instead. So
I mean, Geist has been a very consistent performer this series. It feels like you just can't really keep this hero down. It's always a problem for the opposition. You know, even if you have a rough game, still the swap can be like a walking, instant kill on the enemy player unsuspecting. So, and Geist just doesn't have bad games. It feels like you always come back and get a decent farm on this character. You always have crazy heal stats and end up being a really significant contributor in the team fights and the zoning. Melee creeps though are going to get John the signature Warden, and they could even grab a Calico here if they wanted to double down on that front line and giving it that scouting setup. And an Arctic Blast is probably a really powerful, potent synergy for a Warden.
I'm going to pull Jason here and complain that that's going to make me hungry. Just so they're going to grab the double down, just go, invoking images of fast food lore. But also,
do you think double downs exist in Italy or in EU? Come on.
What's a double down? I don't even know what you're talking about.
It was the old KFC thing where, you didn't have bread. You just had the bread was like 2 chicken patties, 2 fried chicken patties, no bread with like cheese filling. That's
the most American thing I've ever heard in my life.
I never actually had
North
one,
American Deadlock, guys. This is.
I never actually had one, but I was always curious. Either way, Yamato ends up getting picked early instead, so I don't know about this one. You give up the early Calico in exchange here, and they'll probably go Mirage as well. So I think they go for the one. I think they go Mirage, Calico. There's a world where they don't go Calico, but I don't know. Jake, to me, it feels pretty straightforward based on
Yamato. I really don't like the Yamato pick for melee creeps. I just don't like it at all. I mean, I know that they have AVG and Ido who are both very solid on the Yamato. I just don't. I'm not feeling the vibes. I feel like I'm feeling the Calico vibes these days. The box running feels so impactful. And Hydra Nation gonna prio Infernus at first 3. Infernus mains rise up. You're no longer last pick territory. Lepa has been doing too much on this character. But wow, this is like a very greedy opening 3. It's hard to be greedier than this. You have like no, I guess Geist is front line, but very little front line, no catch and control. It's all like basically ranged carry for Hydra Nation so far.
Jason, I look at this, I wonder, are they not afraid of the Calico? And I guess the answer is they're not, because Melee Creeps, I don't think they could believe it. They come in here and they go for the Calico. And I think based on, I don't think they would, given the fact that they already have Mirage and Furnace, but I wonder if the fear of Vindicta like creeps into the mid-stage ban and they mid-stage ban Vindicta, meaning we don't see it under any circumstances now.
Well, I'll say this first of all. I don't think ZP you can criticize Melee Creep at all, at Melee Creep's picks like the first two. Not saying you did, but just in general, because those are like super cozy picks for John and Ido and AVG as well. Like paired in, if you want to both categorize them as Yamato. So going off of like what you discussed before, I mean, they should be pretty happy with their picks. Also with Calico being picked up too, I'd probably go in the way of AVG. I mean, it's kind of like almost a reversal of the last game where Melee Creeps have super comfy picks, but then again, so do Hydra Nation so far.
Waste my time.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about comfort picks. You got Rokane onto the Geist, where Rokane has spent an immense amount of time on the Geist. Comfort picks, though, for me now, I'm wondering what is left right now for Hydration, where Hydration, of course, would go Warden if it was available. It's not available. Does Hydration, in this case, end up playing something like a Mo? Because you think about what Hydration has played the most in recent times, it would be Mo after the Warden. And they still, in theory, could use a little bit more frontline. You know, it's a little bit weird, Jake, in terms of comps we've seen, but if you go by comfort, it would almost make you wonder, maybe the Mo is walking through that door.
Yeah, I don't hate the Mo for Hydration here. I think that could fit. I think they need a lot, though. I mean, they need, like, whether it's Mo or Holiday or Paradox. I feel like you need some kind of setup and catch here. You don't have the Wraith either anymore. So just somebody to hold down some of these targets, and they're going to choose the Holiday, which I do think has looked like overall the strongest, despite Saya's recent success on the Paradox. I'm not a huge believer in it compared to the Holiday. It looks like, you know, yes, the swap is like such a solid connection, but Holiday just offers so much in terms of mobility and being able to rotate and set up people with just the barrel knockups.
But here's the problem. Who's going to play it? Because Hydra Nation had an execution barrier the last time they played Holiday. They're pairing it with Mo and Krill, which is what Hydration's going to be playing here. But if you miss what felt like half your lassos, you're going to have
everybody has a bad game on Holiday. Holiday's a very
true.
challenging character. So you know what, Fishcake? I think he's probably just running it back. Like, I don't think you're going to... Okay. I think if you roll swap, that's an extreme expression of no confidence. I feel like Holiday is just a character that you could have a hit or miss game on. I will say it's going to be scary to catch people, though, because there's a lot of evasive characters on Melee Creeps here. Yamato, Calico, and Pocket, all three of those, not easy kills by any stretch of the imagination, even if you're setting up with the lasso.
Kelvin?
Do they just give up on the Kelvin? I don't hate Kelvin. I don't really love it either this game, as far as like just the matchups, but it is just a solid laner. It offers a lot, and they're gonna go Ivy. I think this is a support Ivy, though. I would be surprised if anything else. I think maybe just having the solid stun for Mo and Krill is pretty powerful. Just like a consistent cancel on the ulti. Could even dodge things like the lasso or the Infernus ulti as well.
Is there actually? I want. Oh, could Poshipop be playing Pocket this time? Because I don't think it's gonna be a gun Ivy. I think it's gonna be a low main Ivy, unless they do like a massive swap around.
I like the Vindicta for the setups, and you finally get it through in 12th pick here for Hydra Nation, which I'm sure they're very happy about in terms of the draft priors. I mean, Hydra Nation have a ton of long range damage, and if they can keep this fight at arm's length and let Lady Geist take some of the aggro, let Holiday and Mo set up some of these fights, they have the damage to follow that through. However, I think Melee Creeps are going to be pretty hard to keep at arm's length. They have a ton of mobility on this comp, a ton of catch. All of their cores are going to be like swarming over you when it comes to like how these team fights actually play out. I'm worried about Infernus Mirage being able to stay and deliver.
Jason, I can't believe you deleted your initial reaction to the double down. That's not right. It's not right.
What do you mean? I've been talking about the draft, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Double down? Like, what are we doubling down on front lines for Melee Creeps? Like, Jake, I don't understand where ZP's going with this.
Get gaslit right now,
bro. That thing is like, that's such an abomination, bro. Like breaded chicken as bread. No, man, that's an abomination.
The worst take you've ever had on this desk, by the way, Jake. But we're gonna let that one slide as we take a look at how this one's gonna develop. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting. On one hand, you got a team that in Melee Creeps is going more traditional with, you know, stronger front line and a more balanced composition. In Hydra Nation, where Yeah, they have some degree of frontline between the Mo and the Lady Geist, but they're really playing, for longer, more scrappy fights where they can kind of go in and out, a little bit more effectively and not necessarily take the straight up engage. And look, we'll see if it pans out.
I'm just gonna say for the record, if we get the KFC sponsor, I will eat a double down on broadcast. I will put all of what I've said to the side for the good of the show and the people. I will eat a double down live on broadcast. It will be gross. It will be terrifying.
But you can't enjoy it. You have to.
No, I won't enjoy.
Disgusted.
I'll be all upset the whole time. Oh, I'm sure it's delicious. Actually, I'm sure, as heinous as it looks, it's just absolutely delicious.
How is this the one food item that just hijacks anything? This is not the first time on broadcast that it has been brought up, and it just instantly, everything gravitates around just, 2 pieces of fried chicken with bacon in the middle.
Sauce though. Like, what sauce would you put in that bad boy? I mean, is it a cheese sauce? Is it a jalapeno cheese? If it's a jalapeno cheese sauce, then I'm all down for it. Oh,
we're getting hungry. We're getting hungry on this stream.
But
these teams, they're hungry for the dubs. They're hungry for the belt, for the cash. And I think Melee Creeps, when we talked about comfort, I mean, although Hydra Nation also has a lot of comfort here, I think Melee Creeps have not only a more comfortable draft for their team than last game, but also I think one that just matches up much better against the way Hydra Nation have been playing with these, like, these range carries like Infernus, Mirage, Wraith, Vindicta throughout the series have been just pumping too much damage and have reached a point where they're just out of control. I feel like it's going to be much scarier for those heroes to just be out on the map with the threat of, literally all of the characters on Melee Creeps can like run you down. And then you even have the threats of swaps to pull you further out of position. And Pocket, Calvico, Yamato, Warden, all 4 characters, very difficult to kite and disengage from. And I think stacking that on top of each other, some Arctic Blast from the Calico, a Lightning Scroll from Warden, the game is going to get pretty scary when some of these late game spirit control items come online.
The predictions cannot be closer right now, by the way, at 51-49. People they've had their faith restored in Hydra Nation.
I'm going all in on Melee Creeps right now. I believe in the draft. I'm just doing it in the chat.
That's just skewing the odds is what's going on there. But, Jason, if you theoretically had your channel points on the line, who are you going with as we wait for the teams?
Part is I get no channel points because I'm sitting here on the Twitch dashboard as an editor of the channel. So I don't get channel points in that sense. I have to watch it as a viewer, but then I can't control chat, ban people who are talking mad crap.
We should hack. We just hack and give yourself 1 million channel points and skew the betting odds.
We solve Jason's issue. We relieve him the responsibility and remove his mod powers so that the people can once again be free. Also another option.
I see no one in chat complaining about my mod powers. I'm just saying. But if I did have 1 million channel points, I would give it to Melee Creeps because I gotta support my king AVG.
I'd buy a Lambo.
Also, the people that may complain, Jason, they've been silenced. They can no longer complain.
I don't see people complaining.
There's a connection here.
Sorry, some of the comments I'm seeing in chat right now are just so weird. But no, I would give it to Melee Creeps just because it's Melee Creeps, man. I don't want to say what I want to say about Hydra Nation necessarily, but I still feel like Melee Creeps are going to be the better team, even without a desirable comp. I think that last game was a little bit of a fluke. But I don't think AVG and Lowman are going to lose lane this time. I feel like they're finally going to lock it down. But damn, I would eat a double down right now. I'm so hungry. I'm just thinking about it. I would so just destroy one of those bad boys. I don't think you can even get that in Italy. I think you're kicked out of the country if that ever happened. But I would take.
If they see you with a double down, bro, in Italy, you're getting arrested.
You're out.
And deported inside the hour, dude. That's not allowed.
Especially if you're somehow combine it with spaghetti at the same time, you may actually get the death penalty in Italy. Is where we're at.
They're gonna reinstate the death penalty for you.
900,000 channel points on Melee Creeps and the other 100,000 points on a double down. That's what I'm going for.
We got to make that one of our channel point rewards.
Just watch ZP eat a double down and drink a Diet Coke.
It's like 10 people renew, or 10 people.
Also, in case you're wondering,
double down as a channel point reward.
In case you're wondering why we're going off the rails a little bit here, we are waiting for the players to get into lobby. This is what happens in North America, where the players, they're just taking a long period of time. We've exhausted a lot of our otherwise, talking points here. We just need to see the teams get in the game. And unfortunately, everyone is now hunger pilled, so is now gone to talking about a by God KFC menu item. So Yeah, if you just tune in, that's how we got here. This is where things sometimes go here.
Hydra Nation are always in the toilet because they need to stop eating double downs right before going on DFN, man. It's not going to be good for your stomach. Like, it can't be good. It's like, you know what? They have a double down, then they have a little bit of a chaser of some Taco Bell in the break between the challenger match and the money match. And
okay,
really...
to be clear, there are combination KFC Taco Bells in one building.
I actually drive past one like almost every day.
Like that's the thing. Like you can actually team up the double down with the Baja Blast. Like you have the technology.
No. What you do is, I have the better play. You take a quesadilla from Taco Bell and you put the KFC chicken in it.
Oh, wait, that's kind of baller. That's kind of baller. You gotta get hired by the KFC corporation. I assume they're owned by like the same companies. They can make they have the combo stores, right?
Yeah, the same parent company. They own some other stuff too. It's like, honestly, you look behind the veil at a lot of corporations in the U.S. especially. It's just like one mega company that owns everything. Like, you think they're competitors.
Like Yum Brands or something owns like all the food companies in America.
And you guys don't know, you don't realize how good you have it in the States. I'm just saying, over in EU, the McDonald's that I have, it has like 5 different burgers. That's it. They don't have anything beyond that. There's nothing special, nothing extra good, no localized like recipes they have in some countries.
Is the ice cream machine broken in Italy 24/7?
It was broken.
It's always broken, bro. That's the more. It's like literally there's no such thing as ice cream at McDonald's. It's a hoax.
They have to fly the guys over from the US to come fix it.
And that's gonna take a while, but you know what?
Because they're all broken in the States too.
We're in game. Finally, the food talk is over, and the game can begin. Melee Creeps, Hydra Nation, map 3 underway. Jason, before we kick you out so you can find some form of food in Italy, whatever may exist, what do you got for us on the lanes?
Well, I'm gonna double down over on I'm lost in the food. I'm lost in the sauce, man. The Pocket Yamato, the right lane. I'm looking at Poshipop and Ido paired together to see how they're gonna do, because this is a lot of like burst damage, a lot of spirit damage you're gonna be taking this lane, a lot of push potential in the lane too, up against, what is this, the Holiday and the Geist? I mean, you have some kill potential, you have some mobility, but I do worry that like Hydra Nation is just gonna be a little bit overwhelmed in that lane.
They're shoving the creeps in as well, so trying to present some dilemmas. But once again, I mean, the last 2 games in the series have been very close and competitive in the early games. The laning phase, while a couple of kills get traded, no one has gotten off to any kind of massive lead. I think these teams both have too much respect for each other to really take the big risks necessary to get those super early blowout lanes. So instead, they're, for the most part, just going to be holding down towers, trying to get what farm they can.
Kind of interesting to go. I don't think it's the first time we've seen a Vindicta Mo lane, but it's definitely not the highest kill lane overall, especially going up against Calico Ivy. I feel like I look at mid lane, and barring some misplays, it feels like it's a lane that's going to be more of a wash. Like, we're not going to get a ton of action there until we start getting more rotations in and around the map. But yeah, left lane's getting a little bit more intense.
Ido's super low though in the right lane on the Yamato, trying to juke away, and is going to go down to Poppers, maybe overplaying his hand a little bit. Now Lefa's getting a few burns online, is going to get active here in this lane. John, a little bit too scary though for the Infernus to commit into.
You know, one upside of playing the Holiday too is that even long before you start worrying about lasso, you do get extra poke power in lane, and you know, this early moment here, again, maybe just a moment of underestimation by Ido, where just goes a little bit deep, gets punished by the Holiday Geist combo, and you know, it's not the end of the world here in the lane, but it's also a kill that didn't come with like too much of a penalty in terms of HP, so it's about as free of a bonus as you get, and Ido really goes deep on that one again.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the skill build, like going grapple, 3rd skill. For the first, usually we see people take that power slash pretty early. Infernus trying to trade out here, doing a lot of damage, trying to kite back with the burn. Saya wisely plays in a bit of range, though does not get the burn refreshed. So should be able to stabilize out of this one. And Yamato's right back into the action here. Unfazed by that earlier death, with a lot of regen here on this lane, but a lot of poke damage coming in from the other side as well.
Yeah, Fishcake getting a little bit low in turn, but on the same note, this is kind of the... You look at the HP that's going on the right-hand side. It's ripe for one side or the other to end up falling. Like, neither is safe enough to where they can't get bursted from where they are at right now. So makes it very action-packed. And Ido again on the wrong side of the trade. So Fishcake so far having a much better redemption game on the holiday. And given the fact that one of Melee Creep's biggest win conditions is Ido getting farmed, you know, the start is a little bit concerning here, Jake.
Yeah, it's definitely worrisome. John does find Lefa. Saya, though, seems to be traded right after. And it's been a bit of a nice laning phase for Hydra Nation, but I just feel economy still hasn't reflected that. It's still like a sub 1K lead here. Not enough to really write home about. Trying to get some big stacks up on the Warden is this Mirage. Love to be able to block that for big nuking value, but he's got to be worried about the potential turnaround here. Is pretty low on the Mirage. Ulti being committed as well from the Warden. Leveraging a small soul lead and should be able to convert this into another kill.
Yeah, he just didn't have enough stamina. That's one of those ones where O'Kane just looked as like, wait, I can't escape this. Stamina control pretty good for John. Able to manipulate that situation to his favor, knowing that, hey, you know, the stamina is low, the tornado is down. I win these.
Extra charge, powerful here. But trying to actually pressure the Guardian is another problem entirely. I mean, the wave clear, we talked about the potential aggressive spam, but Yamato and Pocket are even better at just clearing off these creep waves before they can really come into the tower for enough time to deal sufficient damage. Oh, he's in trouble, slipped down the hole.
A little bit pressure coming in from Hydration. I think the X factor here for me, we actually get the Vindicta game in NA, where NA, you think about the drafts, with the exception of this final draft, Vindicta was first banned all day long. And, you know, after not being valued in EU, and obviously we didn't really get game tape on it, I'm kind of curious as to what the full build for Vindicta is going to be and what the performance is going to be at this level, because it's been a little bit of a black box for most of the day.
And Vindicta showing up in this lane, getting the rescue beam from Mo to stay healthy, but John's a pretty hard target when it comes to a lane to show up to gank for Vindicta. I guess they want to try and set up some of these lockdowns for Mo to find, but Warden's also a pretty scary one, right? Like, can get those free traps on Mo if he does commit with the combo.
$26K to 25K, still pretty even across the board. Take a look at Guardian HP. Also, mostly even. I mean, I think Hydra Nation marginally ahead on the whole. And you think about the lane setup here. Did you go into this, Jake, expecting one team or another to be significantly ahead in laning phase?
Not really, but the time wall is going to protect this Paradox for the most part from the follow-up. Is the snipe going to be able to come in? Mo now on the hard chase side is so incredibly low. Just one puck of the score would be enough, but it's just a little bit too far. Trying to slip around the corner. Paradox, where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? Vindicta can't come into it. And Hydration is going to be forced to fall off that one, trying to heal himself, trying to tank through this fire that John is putting him under. Now potential walker dive on the cards here. John snowballing forward, punishing Hydration. What a painful series of trades for the Mo.
Yeah, I mean, that went back and forth. Mo ended up going down. However, John in the crosshairs, quite literally. Stake comes out, connects. Vegas knows he's in there, but can he find the shot? Into the air he goes, wondering which way is John. Gonna try this again. Get Saya instead. Saya peeks it out. Could be another one coming on in. Not gonna have the assassinate, but get up close and personal. Get a little bit down and dirty. Looks for it. Will go to jail for the privilege, but John isn't out of here just yet. 8 seconds to another assassinate. Still on the run. Mo chasing it down. John, nowhere to go. Rescue beam though coming on up into the sky, and John might have just gotten evac'd.
Yeah, it seems like he has. Getting a lot of heals. Ivy now trying to make this defense with the help of Paradox. One of these cores are extremely low. Pocket as well. On the other side of the map, quite low. But maybe Ivy showing up here should be enough. Create the space, but they're continuing to pressure. They brought Rokane into this lane as well on the Mirage. So they want to continue to double down. They want to eventually try to knock down this Guardian. And this has been, I mean, a very slow game in terms of Guardian damage. I mean, the lowest Guardian is what? Just above half on this lane for melee creeps. And so curious to see if that'll change anytime soon. Tornado knockup is nice, but Mirage seems to be playing their way out of this one.
Yeah, Rokane quite low at the moment, though. You wonder, what is that bait in on the same note? John gonna be ready to dive on in a moment. Last hand nearly back up and good to go. And pretty much so far, John has been going, oh, last hand's up, time to go in, take a fight. So things potentially about to heat up here again on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, you got Calico running over, looking for Lefa in turn. Lefa little bit low. Concussive combustion coming on out, decides to take things here into the tunnels, and in turn, AVG wants no part of it.
Dude, AVG is also enormous, by the way. Timeout's protecting this from a little bit of follow-up. Rescue Beam pulls Mo a bit out of position, and the stun follow-up there is beautiful from the Ivy. Hydration needs to slip out of this one. The Ivy ult is well on top of Hydration. He's getting a little bit, there's a massive heal there. Onto the camp as well. Swap pulls him back in deeper in the pause, but surely Hydration dead to rights here.
You would think. You look at the overall HP, survey would say that this is a very dead Maurice.
He doesn't have another heal up, right? If he could heal up all these creeps instantly, there's like a chance, but it looks so rough.
Well, hey, let's take out Mo and Krill. It's like, yeah, the ping call there, pretty accurate.
If we go to his first person, can we see his cooldowns?
We definitely could.
We could determine if there's any. Okay, he's done. It's Jover. Chalk it up. Chalk it up on the board, baby. I mean, Rocane is here, but maybe Mirage could get a counter kill here. It's possible. You are quite deep here behind the tower. Vegas could come in to support from the back line. So if nothing else, Hydration has pulled them extremely deep on this chase. There's a chance for some counter kills.
You know what we needed? We needed DDK available today. And you could do his David Attenborough impression about the sad end of the Mo and Krill in the wild.
Here comes the counter kill. Potentially onto this Ivy. Being tracked down. I don't think Ivy has any skills left either. The stacks are starting to get pretty serious, and there's Vegas with the snipe to finish.
It's bonus souls, so I'm not going to drop a KS comment, but there's a level of any player in that situation where you do that level of chase down, and then Vindicta snipes the last 0.2% that you don't feel 100% great about it, even if it is the best thing for the team at the time. That's all I got to say about that. Ooh. Not looking good for Ido here. 40 HP and on a prayer, trying the juke and get away, but Hydration back into the fight says no, not gonna happen.
Well, so far so good for Hydra Nation. Making a pretty solid case for themselves in the draft. AVG, though, is on a pretty ridiculous heater in terms of farm. I think he just stole an entire vault there from Hydra Nation, and I mean, he's out of control in terms of how far ahead of the game he is. 10K.
Well,
although
Lepa
is keeping up, which is
I was gonna say the same note. You got a farmed cat and you got a farmed fire demon.
I feel like Lefa's Infernus is a much bigger problem with farm, right? Calico gets the farm more consistently, but Infernus being this farm this early, if he just hits one of those ridiculous power peaks, he could just turn into a massive late game threat much earlier than people expect.
I would disagree with you for any player other than Lefa. I generally feel like it takes a while for Infernus to come online, but Lefa's one of the few players in the game that can play Infernus and actually make it look good with a lead this early in the game. So I agree with you in this instance here, and as I said, he's diving with concussive combustion. He's like, no, I'll make plays.
Very deep. Yeah, I just don't know if they have the follow-up. And this far under tower, the counter engage is coming here from melee creeps. I think they're also flying the urn with Ivy. Ivy's grabbing somebody with urn, so they're gonna, if they can push out the side lane, I mean, Infliction here would be great to find for melee creeps. They can start to push back some of the players on this lane so they get their urn turn in.
Well, we still got
beautiful.
So many souls. Just the cat goes in, and also, is this free? It's free. Saya's able to get the turn in, so the contest, not enough to stop it, and doesn't even look like you're going to get a kill off it either, so pretty big benefit there to melee creeps. Evens things out 55k to 55k, but look at AVG's souls, by the way, after that box heist.
Yeah, he's in a massive spot here. Mid tower is going to go down. Is the counter kill going to come in, though? More players now pouring into this fight from melee creeps. They brought the pocket to bear as well. Affliction looking beyond Vindicta, who looks absolutely dead here. You'd love to turn this around for a Guardian kill, but do you have the help for it? Melee creeps are quite low on a few of their players. Down a little bit below half, and they don't have a wave.
Yeah, and okay, you got Geist, Mo pressure on the right, Yamato Paradox on the back end. I'll say this much, even though it was like a tougher opening for Ido is mostly recovered relative to the overall game, not so much the peaks of the game. Like, Ido's sort of in an interesting spot where the Yamato isn't useless or anything here, but there's some people on the other team Ido can't dive. Like, Ido can't really dive too effectively on poppers at this point and can't really mess with Lefa, so it's kind of, if you're melee creeps and you're looking at Yamato, you either want to find a way to get Ido a little bit more farm, or you're just hoping Ido gets that one explosive fight to get him a little bit ahead of the game.
I'm also wondering where the gun damage is really going to come from in this game, because AVG's building Spirit. John maybe can build a pretty heavy gun damage build. Maybe if he doesn't want to invest too much in the ulti, could just go with like just the lightning scroll perhaps for the control. But the box running is ridiculous. AVG is getting so huge, man. This is ridiculous. He's 4K up on his next teammate. He is like the only reason the Soul Lead is competitive.
Also, we don't track it super well yet. Emphasis on yet, but you also do get quite a few buffs over time just from getting that many gold statues on top of it. Like, it's not insignificant.
Yeah, it's gonna potentially be a bit of a problem in the late game. However, I don't think Hydra Nation are too worried about the late game, right? I mean, I think if Leffa just continues to have a solid game, I do think Infernus has one of the scariest like top ends. Once you get like all your items online, you end up just life stealing like a god in some of these fights. However, maybe the problem for that is going to be just the ability to purge things off once the divine barriers start to come out, and then can you actually stay alive to deal that damage in the fight, especially when you start to get comboed down, getting swapped in or getting Arctic blasted. You gotta, grind that crack of not being too greedy with the damage build.
Things kind of quieting down for a while here. Neither team looking to make massive moves, both just keeping the lanes pushed up, taking their side of the jungle. Maybe a quick breather here to go to Jason. And Jason, what's been standing out to you from the spectator side?
I'd have to say, if you looked over towards the left side of the map about 2 or 3 minutes ago, you would have seen some really crispy bacon with some nice cheddar cheese in between.
What? All right, cut his mic.
Breaded chicken.
Got him. Oh, we got a combo. We got actual real stuff going on. Is Palther going to be there? Meanwhile, return the shadow. AVG, Raid Boss still trying to make things happen. Under gun though, half HP. Not as big of a threat here with the Vindicta. Vaguely in the area, but it turns out to be a whole lot of nothing. Much like Jason's commentary a second ago.
Well, speaking of combos, you can actually get a large combo with your double.
Oh, that's such a big kinetic shot there from the Paradox. It stifles Leffa from getting into range with the concussive combustion. He was trying to chase down John there. I think he would have too. Hey, but just will not stop the box run for any reason. I feel like he's gonna run to those boxes behind the tower. That's like, I see the box on his screen. I know what he's thinking about.
The flex. He just had to pass some boxes, which,
It's a sad moment for Calico.
Now Calico's going
with the fortitude this early. It's like his uptime he's never going to go back like for the rest of the game unless he dies. He's not going to be going back to base, and I think that is just going to really compound his efficiency gains. And I'm worried for Hydra Nation. If you can't kill him with a combo into a lasso, how are you ever going to kill him? What, you need the concussive combustion on top of it as well? That's like perfect CC control like that, and any 1 second of failure and Calico's going to ulti her way out of it. It's a problem.
It's a problem in more ways than one. I mean, I think the upside for Hydra Nation is that in theory they can still play the style where they go all around, or option 2 is they have Geist. You go poppers, get yourself really low and go give Calico a hug, which could be a thing, although that's a little bit hard to do without Calico blowing you up prior to the swap. But
especially with Calico's ulti, right? You could like kind of dodge the swap. So it's just this hero just looks really crazy right now. I mean, as good as Geist is, although that's another conversation, right? It's another bit of a problem here for the late game. Here's the combo though. This time on to John. Couldn't get the ulti off. Followed with concussive combustion. Not even needed there. And it's gonna lead right into the Walker push. Pocket though could make a defense. Maybe he can get a big affliction here.
Well, they're able to get Saya down at the same time, so 2-1 right now in the picks. As pressure comes in here on Walker. Now looking for Pocket. Yeah, wait, Pocket? Yeah, you need to leave it. Okay, well, Pocket goes back to base forcibly at the very end. The trade-out's definitely better for Hydra Nation here because while it's somewhat even on kills 3-2, one side gets a Walker, the other does not. Maybe it leads to the final Guardian up there on the right, but far better value for Hydra Nation.
I mean, this just speaks to how well Hydra Nation has been doing preserving their buildings on the map, that only now Guardian is going down in that lane. That was a full HP Guardian, and the mid one has still been fully defended. Rokane has just been holding down this position, getting really farmed up, and threatening the Urn turn. And I mean, you're holding on to it as Ivy right now, but it doesn't feel like a very realistic threat. Given the lane status in that left side, they're going to need to make a big effort to push that one out if they want to make the drop.
Melee creeps in control of the Urn. Hydra Nation, honestly, Hydra Nation with a pretty reasonable setup to contest. The thing, I think if you're melee creeps, I do think you drag this out until Affliction is out. I don't think you want to go for a big team fight minus Affliction. You have earned control. You're not under pressure. You're under so little pressure that your Ivy's able to do a little bit of box running. But you wait for Poshy Pop to be good to go. I really don't think you rush this.
I mean, I think you need AVG here as well. He's on the other side of the map doing boxes. I really don't want to see melee groups force a fight without their most farmed hero. And the Yamato's also not here. This is scary. I think Hydra Nation are like baiting this. They're not showing presence, but they are here. So you need to have that read from melee creeps that this is too risky to take. By the same token, if they can just hold off back here, they are starting to put some lane pressure on elsewhere. And
look at AVG.
Could be in trouble.
No, the other way around. AVG's health is just melting to Leffa. At the same note, Leffa liked the action over in middle lane. And between the two of them, AVG is getting pummeled. AVG's on fire. This is Leffa seizing the initiative here, and the fall through comes in from Hydration. On the minimap, it looked like it went the other way, but it was anything but. Huge individual play by Leffa to open that up.
Hydra Nation starting to seize some of that initiative right back. You're hoping to just get this earned and get out of there on the Ivy. That would have been a free turn in for Hydra Nation. So it's important that Lomane is able to snag that and pull it away. Rokane's also starting to put on the macro pressure, right? Pressuring the opposite side of the map, making it more and more awkward for melee creeps to keep their players there and continue to threaten the earn turn in. And these early building takes from Hydra Nation have paid dividends, right? It's given them the map control to continue to execute all these plays, and feels like they're only going to get further ahead from here.
I know we didn't have direct eyes on it. I was just watching from the UI, but you just see the Infernus and Calico connect on the minimap, and it just ended so poorly for AVG by comparison. We talk about how Hydra Nation's path to victory might just be ridiculous individual play at times, and it's harder, Jake, to get a better example than that. And what just transpired, give Hydra Nation a reasonable edge right now.
Oh, parry though, comes in on that range melee. Gotta be something you gotta worry about here on this Calico, as strong as you are. Silence wave has mitigated a little bit. There's some serious threats now. But melee creeps has a lot of players here. I think this might be a fight that they're looking to take. They're bringing all six. It's gonna be a full-on team fight. The earn drop comes in, so Lomane able to snag that one away, and John kills Vegas. So this is starting off to be a very good fight. Do Hydra Nation want to double down? For now, it looks like Leffa's backing off the farm. So maybe they're just going to cut their losses. Losing the earn, losing a pick. It does put a nice, pretty penny in the pocket of melee creeps.
Vocabulary is incredibly contagious. That is all I know. But yeah, I mean, that went about as well for melee creeps as could have gone. They got the pick on the Vegas, get the earn turn in, effectively even things out once more. I think when you look at the overall economy of the game, it's kind of interesting in that, you know, maybe to an extent you'd rather some of the farm on AVG be with John instead. I think Leffa is clearly proven to be the top dog in the game as far as one-to-one matchups, but meanwhile, combo in. Is this another quick pick coming in here for Hydra Nation? They're real close to it. They just need a little bit more on the Saya, which also removed pick potential in turn. Saya, though, I think got hit by a rescue beam. Might be safe here. It was really close to a pick off from Hydration, and somehow, some way, Saya able to get out of there.
That's huge because it's both combo and lasso used, and so there's an argument now for melee creeps to just rush it down, taking the earn to that other side of the map. Those ults should still be down. Leffa, though, has picked up the ricochet, though. It's a big power peak, a real opportunity where you might want to force some team fights if you're Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I think right now if you're Hydra Nation, the other thing, too, is that I do like the synergy you get with the Vindicta here, where they have so many things, now they have the Ricochet, they're just going to do significant damage to, like, bring people low, to ideally give Vegas shots to just finish off. But here we go, once again, AVG, first Infernus, this time around, Return the Shadow will get around the concussive combustion, but all said and done, both back away from each other. Fight, though, taking place here near Earn Turn, and get a little bit more hot and heavy. John gonna go for the last stand. Target's
in trouble.
Sight. Meanwhile, take a look at Mirage. Mirage under the gun right now. AVG firing, 700 HP. Actually doing a great job of staying alive while kiting the Calico back. I think really good disengage there from Rokane. I don't see how the rest of the fight is going. Leffa's actually quite low. People low on both sides. Popper, though, starting to take advantage. Finding Ido. Sets up Vegas for the assassinate. And Hydra Nation getting the better of this one. It was a huge disengage fight, Jake.
Yeah, great kiting away. A lot of the players got low, but they split the focus well. Now Calico back in, takes down Fishcake, but have you gone a little bit too deep? Is going to get lassoed. Cut down there in the tether. And Vegas over the top is just continuing to pump damage. Now it's Ivy under pressure. Vegas continuing to dump damage in. And the kills continuing to flow in for Hydra Nation. They're up 5-1 here, and they're right next to the mid-boss. It's a dream scenario.
I can't give enough credit to Rokane there, where we talk so much about how AVG is so well farmed and such a threat in the game. And what happens in the middle of the fight? Rokane just kites AVG for enough period of time for the rest of Hydra Nation on a thin margin when you look at the HP to win the fight. That fight was so darn close, but they get the reward. They get far more kills, and they're going to get Rejuvenator. Jason, actual game thoughts, go.
Well, when I said I'd put, all my 1 million channel points on melee creeps, I actually meant Hydra Nation. Let me just say that. AVG, I kind of wonder when we see the soul breakdown. I think it's going to be a really good indicator of where most of this farm has been coming, but I think we can assume a lot of it's been the box farm as they're still going for a big commit on this right hand side. Actually, I have to stop here because melee creeps are reinforcing this right hand push.
Yeah, they got Lefa, and this gives them a little bit of hope here, Jake, even as Ido's just barely getting away. Hydra Nation maybe overplaying their hand.
Yeah, and I mean, melee creeps, they take a lot of damage on Ido, but he just barely survives. Ends up being a really positive trade for the team. Little rescue beam as well, stabilizing the pocket, able to clear the mid wave. So there's some nice kills, taking some of the teeth out of the rejuve. However, I still think Hydra Nation are in the driver's seat in this game. The creeps are actually even going to drop the mid guardians. That's pretty massive, actually, at this phase.
Good job, Trooper 2281.
It was a massive wave coming in on the tower. Calico scouts things out. Calico does have this Arctic Blast. I feel like if Calico gets the Scourge, that could be just what they need to start potentially turning this game around, but it'll be a ways yet for that.
Hydra Nation still firmly ahead, and Infernus or Slefa being a real threat. However, AVG right now looking for a little bit of holiday pressure, but may have walked into the Lion's Den and has to get out. Saya was over in the area and gets punished in turn. So they look at AVG, go nah, turn on Paradox, immediately take down Saya. They don't get the pick off on the fish cake, and melee creeps initiations here have just not gone their way.
Yeah, nice affliction by Pasha. He's going to put a little bit of pressure down on some of these Hydra Nation players, but I feel like this Walker is starting to get it to be just too scary a position. Here's Vegas diving in behind the tower, creating the opening now for Lefa to get that close down. And yeah, you get the binding word, but the rescue beam makes that pretty much ineffective there. And Hydra Nation close out the last Walker of the game while still holding on to their mid guardian, even going to grab one of these large creep camps as well. But they want to trade though, probably. I mean, melee creep's looking to punish things. You're being a little bit too greedy staying that deep.
Well, they have a window here with no combo, no lasso, so they don't have to worry about some of the individual punish. However, they got to worry about Lefa, who sees the opportunity, goes in, drops the nuke, takes down John off the combustion, and is looking real healthy to keep this fight going.
This is a key fight. Melee creeps, they need to find some kind of a kill here. Lefa still healthy, still confidently just pushing down these base guardians. It's going to be the second set falling here momentarily. Inhibitors online, so really mitigating this outgoing damage from melee creeps who are starting to run into real problems in that issue. Oshibot maybe looking for another affliction here. Dives into the backline, but just got instant bursted by Lefa before he could teleport out. The focus fire on point now. Mo and Krill grabbing a combo as well. Hydra Nation smell blood in the water, charging forward, wanting to seize this victory while they have the chance. You dove in deep with the lasso. Fishcake finding the connection. Lefa burning him down. Hydra Nation cleaning house here as melee creeps are crumbling in the final moments of the game.
We have gone back in time. Lefa reclaiming his roots on the Infernus. An absolute raid boss on it in the way that it was in Hydra Nation's original DFN victories so long ago, making number 28 feel like number 2 or 3. Hydra Nation, way ahead.
First big last, look at that connection, the tether. Oh, they're done. This game is wrapped.
There's no backup here. Hydra Nation, they feel it. A new champion in North America after a new champion EU. The GGs are called. Hydra Nation, the kings of North America once more, dethrone melee creeps to seal the rest of the day.
What a win there from Hydra Nation. I mean, this is a team that has been down and out for a while, and we were starting to really question them and their strength as a squad. They even dropped in the challenger match in a couple of these times here in DFN, and so we were starting to wonder, but now they come back with a resounding victory in DFN, silencing the doubters, showing that they are still here to compete at the very top. I thought Lefa just put on a masterclass today, just as good as he's ever been. Vegas looked very comfortable, and we see why the Vindicta has been banned so many times. I mean, those tether setups were absolutely amazing. Fishcake and Hydration really, I think, having pretty big redemption games for the two of them as well, with a lot of those pick-off threats. And May the Creeps just weren't able to get their feet under them. It felt like in this game, Hydra Nation just kept the pressure on, especially after that from the mid-game advantage, they just snowballed into more and more pickoffs.
By the way, you talk about drafting what's important to you and wondering what they would go. There's a little bit of eyebrow raising when Hydra Nation comes on in and say, yeah, we're going to third pick Infernus. Well, we called at the time, I think there was a little bit of sarcasm. It's like, hey, Infernus is back. Well, there should be no sarcasm about it here, Jason. Infernus, tiny asterisk, when played by Leffa, is back.
Small asterisk. You too can play Infernus this well if you are Leffa.
Exactly.
Just thinking, like, what kind of CC did Melee Creeps have to deal with him? Like, what was he just allowed to run around freely? I mean, you do have the binding word in a stone form, and that's kind of it.
Yes. They have the swap
so it's
too,
like,
right? So they're trying to like catch him with swap and then fall up. But I agree, a little bit of lack of control. I mean, I think this Melee Creeps team up, if the Infernus wasn't as strong as he was, I think he could have been run down by the Wardens and the Calicos of this game. However, I just think the fact that Leffa was so incredibly farmed, I mean, if Infernus is top of the game for your team, you're in a fantastic spot. Typically, I see Infernus struggle a little bit out of the early game and need to do some heavy recovery farming where eventually you catch back up with the game, but you're not that dominant from the early mid game. But Leffa has turned that on his head. He's been playing Infernus as a playmaker hero, getting very involved in the fights quite early. And then when he gets the Ricochet online, it just exponentially snowballs everything. He can continue to push the pace, but he doesn't sacrifice his team in the early game to make that work. And we had to give him the Intel Player of the Match for that reward. Solomon called it. Nature is healing. Leffa back in the MVP seat. Hydra Nation back on top of NA.
The only downside about Leffa getting MVP here is that the Leffa copy pasta is just instantly going to rise in popularity. 7th or 8th, blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you this much. Infernus was #1 this entire series when played by Leffa. Again, it just felt like a return to form, the new itemization. It's been unlocked, and you don't see this happen too often. Even when Infernus has been good for teams in EU, it's kind of the Infernus is in the background, consistent damage, not the Leffa style Infernus, which is Infernus is making plays in the first 15 minutes of the game and never stops from there. It is a style of Infernus that we really haven't seen in quite a while, and honestly refreshing to see Leffa bring it back.
I think it was the build that I really liked. Having Ricochet and Inhibitor, like getting the farm up to that point to pick up those two items, you really prevent the enemy team from doing a lot of damage because you're going to be hitting everyone, especially when you're oriented around a lot of team fighting that he was doing within this actual last match. Like, he did that in 2 games back to back, and it worked out in both of those games as well. Maybe it's just kind of the build he's going for that's just really putting on pain for their opponents and not really making it able to kind of like get the extra damage in that you need once you lose a lot of it from Inhibitor.
Yeah, I think it felt like these Melee Creeps team really ran out of steam. We hit that point in the late game. It just felt like they couldn't really deal the damage in the team fight. And these are big damage characters like Warden, Pocket, Amato.
Uh-oh. Do you hear Jake roboting out, Jason?
I do.
Okay, well, Jake is gone, but this is where if Jake doesn't come back quickly, we can just skip to the interview with Hydration, where unfortunately I didn't read Jason your message, so I had already asked Hydration. Then look, I told Hydration he'd have some interview redemption at one point. So Jake, have you returned?
Yes, I don't know, everything sounds fine to me, but am I a robot?
No, you're fine now.
Okay, maybe just a momentary lag spike, a little gift from Spectrum to all of you.
I think you turned off your camera really quickly because your DoorDash arrived with your double down ready to go.
Yeah. I had to eat the double down in the 5 seconds I was lagging. That's how I roll, bro.
That's impressive.
So I said we'll go through it quick, though. Still give him his flowers of time to go here. It would not be the end of an era here of Melee Creeps getting dethroned without our interview. We got Hydration of Hydra Nation, the one person that has never been kicked off Hydra Nation, actually, and that canonically may be the truth. Like, the one mainstay, Hydra Nation, anything may change, but Hydration is always there. Hydration, congratulations on getting to the top here once again. And I gotta say, like, it took you guys a while, but what was the difference here today?
Well, I'm not too sure, honestly, because, like, in the warm-up scrim, we scrimmed against melee creeps, right? And the first game we played, we FF'd at like 15 minutes because we were down like 30k or something. And then the next game wasn't any better. But I mean, this series, we started off kind of bad in the first game, but there was like some signs of life there. And then I think game 2 and 3, Ido decided to start playing with his controller again, and I think that's what like let us win. But in reality, I think it was just the draft diff both of those games.
I want to ask you a question actually about like the team in general, because you've had so many roster swaps over the many iterations we've had of Hydra Nation, and then we go into this new iteration that you do have. At one point, have you thought about just like give it up and say, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna go join another team? Have you still been like dedicated that you can make a top tier roster in North America that's worthy of being signed to a roster and you know participate in these big LAN events? Like, what's been going through your head personally when creating or recreating or whatever you want to call it within Hydra Nation?
You know, it's actually not even me. Like, I'm not the puppet master. Like, I'm just there, and like people come to me, and then they'll be like, "Yo, this guy." And I'm like, all right, I'm down. Like I always say, like no matter what someone asks me, I always say I'm down for whatever.
You're down for impromptu executions. Like you're not the guy like picking them out, but you're like, all right, point me where I gotta shoot the gun. But Jake, your go.
Yeah, you know, I'm just curious. You guys have been on the outs for a little bit here in DFN. It's been a while since you guys, you know, had won a championship. And after winning so many in a row, what was that like for you guys as a team in terms of like continuing to scrim while the results maybe in DFN weren't at the level that you guys had been used to? Was there a process of like relearning or resetting from that point?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty big change in the meta in the whole game with the item rework. So. That combined with like a full rebuild because you know other players had to quit or take breaks, so we had to like pretty much start from zero, and we've just slowly been grinding up, and we're gonna keep going until forever, I guess, or until somebody else gets dropped randomly.
And until someone comes to you and it's like, this guy,
ominous
get rid of this guy.
So there's foul omens here in the interview.
You know, the real twist hydration. And I hope this never happens, but they keep the Hydra Nation name and then like they actually revolt against you one time. They're like, actually, we haven't tried this combination yet. And it's just like, but wait, how can you have this name? Like my name is in the name. What's going on here?
Well, you know what they say, the king snake will eventually be snaked himself.
All right. Well,
wise words, Hydration.
On that note, any final words you want to get out there, shout out wise or otherwise, before we wrap things up here today?
I mean, shout out to you guys. Like 28 fucking fight nights in a row. Pardon my language.
Let's go. Shout out to Intel.
It's insane. And shout out to all the viewers too. Like people always come every day, every week. You know, it's crazy.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Hydration. Congratulations on being kings of North America once more. And always good to see things change and evolve here in the Deadlock scene. But Jason, Jake, we're kind of headed to the end of things here. I know people are hungry for more reasons, just the memes. Give me some final thoughts here before we wrap things up here on the day.
Who would have thought?
2 new champs,
DFN...
baby. 2 new champs.
Yep. Exactly.
It's always a blast, right? Seeing things change this early phase in Deadlock is pretty exciting. I myself have been like getting back into like grinding the game a lot more and really loving the new item system. I think the game is maybe in the best state it's ever been from my perspective. And so just excited to see where it goes from here. And especially in this competitive scene to see, you know, who ends up on top, who ends up being the mainstays. And you think about the future of this game being so bright. I think for a lot of players, this is the chance to get in very early and to start building something. But of course, we have such a long road ahead. It's just awesome to see, as Hydration mentioned, all the community supporting us and Intel allowing us to continue to run this show and making it possible to run an esport event for a game that's so nascent. Jason, got anything on your mind, or
no, I just took my words pretty much.
Just to double down. That's the only thing.
I'm gonna double down in bed soon, but also a big shout out to Poppers because I've been very critical of him. He had pretty decent showing, pretty strong series for him overall in tonight. I was one of my MVP candidates until Lefa had to go back to back Chungus mode on his Infernus there and really pulls things out. But yeah, we're starting to see, you know, anyone that goes under the wings of Hydration seems to hit a whole nother level in their play.
Alrighty, well, that's the end of the broadcast here tonight. 2 new champions, of course, as we just covered in the wrap-up. Definitely one of our most eventful fight nights yet. It was Fight Night 28. Next week, Deadlock Fight Night number 29. We keep things rolling along. We'll see you next Wednesday for more of the peak and Deadlock competition.